Attends, je vois déjà qui est-ce qui met à jour ce truc aussi.
Ok, good.
Yeah, just in case. Here we've got everything updated in English, but Coralie was going to check who was actually going to do the update in Thai.
Right, okay.
And if they need, I'm going to ask them to add you to the group
right.
for the live.
Sure, okay.
And so potentially they might say, hey, can you please translate that? Or
Okay,
that?
okay,
And
sure,
then you can
sure.
send it back in the copy paste.
Okay.
So if you want, you can say whatever you want.
Okay.
It's like, Nate is the greatest, and they're going to display this because they'll have no idea what you wrote.
They're going to copy.
Copy and paste whatever you
Copy
said.
and paste. Okay. Great.
So that'll be fun.
Martin is really funny.
Can you test the printer, please? You already set up, so can you test it?
We're joining the same. We're joining the same Wi-Fi. Oh, we are.
Oh yeah, the Wi-Fi went down.
Wi-Fi's gone.
Coming back, and we're back in.
Good. I've got. We have a printer here connected as well. So if you need.ตัวไหนเนี่ย Smart Tank 610 ป่ะ
อะไรนะคะ Canon นะคะ
อ๋อ Canon อ่ะ
Canon นะคะ
MF 100 right can't find the printer the printer
And that's gone again. Fuck. Hey, they better have the.
Wi-Fi's gone again.
Yeah. Le Wi-Fi fait comme ça.
Oui, il vient de tomber là. Je sais pas quoi te dire là pour le coup, je vais essayer de voir, mais déjà on va essayer de faire un lancement correct. Puis, je vais aller les voir, parce que si on a un problème, ils doivent tous avoir des problèmes, même avec pour imprimer des trucs et tout.
Ouais. Non, mais c'est surtout que nous, ils peuvent pas nous mettre sur un réseau séparé. Si toi, c'est pas le Wi-Fi, tu balances pas de live, quoi.
Non, mais on est en filaire.
Ah, vous êtes pas.
Oui, pour nous, je ne suis pas du tout.
Bon, bah, on s'en branle.
Nous, regarde, on reçoit l'image, ça veut dire que le réseau fonctionne, il n'y a pas de souci. Et on est en filaire. Le Wi-Fi, c'est autre chose.
D'accord. Ouais, bah alors.
Donc on est bien séparés.
Ça, c'est l'essentiel, quoi.
Regarde, il neige là-bas, à la roche.
Oh, fuck.
Je vais le montrer aux auditeurs. And you see in France right now, it's
No.
That's the studio.
Oh wow. Okay. So that's outside the studio, right?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. That's different.
Le Wi-Fi est revenu là.
Parfait.
Ça a l'air d'être compliqué.
Figures are not coming up on. There's no group coming up on my.
On WhatsApp?
On
Oh, no, because the person is supposed to, because she doesn't have your contact,
oh, okay.
so she's supposed to add me as an admin, and then I can bring you in. I will let you know, but because it's like 3 a.m.,
Right. Okay.
she's probably
Yeah.
not fully operational quite yet.
Okay, our Wi-Fi is back up.
Okay, so now. Modern Business, boom. Add participant. Boom! Beautiful.
MF 110ต้องปิ้น
MF 110ตัวนี้มันหาไดเวอร์ไม่เจอ มันไม่ยอมหา
ห้อย
มันไม่ยอมหาปรินเตอร์ให้
All right, guys, before we start, we're going to have the Thai cultural performance to show y'all you. All the fast runner and the runner that wish to be on the award ceremony, please stand by in front of the start line. Welcome all the athletes with us here น้องแอลวินนะสุพัฒน์บุญเจืออยู่ตรงนี้เองแอลวินผู้ไปพิชิต PTL 300 กิโลที่ UTMB ฝรั่งเศสมาเมื่อเดือนสิงหาล่าสุดนี้นะคะสวัสดีค่ะเขาบอกว่าวันนี้น้องแอลพร้อมมากไม่พร้อมก็ต้องพร้อมแล้วแอลเอ้ย
ตื่นเต้นไหมครับพี่โซเฟีย
ตื่นเต้นมากค่ะน้องไผ่แล้วก็จะบอกว่าน้องแอลนะคะน้องแอลน้องซึงน้องเอกบอกเลยว่าเป็นอะไรที่ทำให้ประเทศไทยเนี่ยคนรู้จักมากขึ้นนะคะนักกีฬาถึง165คนที่ไปที่ชาโมนีฝรั่งเศสนะคะสร้างชื่อให้ประเทศไทยอย่างมากมายนะคะที่โซเฟียไปกับนักกีฬามาที่ชาโมนีบอกเลยว่าชาวยุโรปหรือชาวต่างประเทศนี่ตอนนี้รู้จักประเทศไทยมากขึ้นนะคะเขาแอดมายประเทศไทยมากๆ
และตอนนี้ก็ยังย้ำนะครับว่าพื้นที่จุดสตาร์ตตรงนี้บริเวณหน้าเวทีใหญ่นะฮะสงวนสิทธิ์ให้สำหรับนักวิ่งระยะสมิธ160เข้ามาเท่านั้นนะฮะกองเชียร์ทีมซัพพอร์ตนักวิ่งระยะอื่นนะฮะขอรบกวนขอความร่วมมือนะฮะให้ยืนรอบริเวณด้านนอกนะครับผมให้นักวิ่งและเจ้าหน้าที่ที่มีส่วนเกี่ยวข้องเท่านั้นนะฮะให้อยู่ในบริเวณพื้นที่นี้นะครับและนักวิ่งที่คาดหวังที่จะได้รางวัลนะฮะให้ยืนอยู่บริเวณตรงที่ผมยืนตรงนี้เลยให้มาจับจองพื้นที่ตรงนี้นะฮะตรงเส้นสีส้มตรงนี้นะฮะไม่ล้ำเข้าไปด้านใน
จะเห็นดัชจีแดงๆอะนะคะ
นักวิ่งระยะ160กิโลเมตรนะครับซัมมิต160ต้องไปสแตนบายที่จุดปล่อยตัวได้แล้วนะครับ
All right, all the summit 160 please stand by now yes
28 นาที
not over half hour
Sound check
28 minutes to go
Okay, you can begin. Right now.
so we go
UTMB Japan
we
All right, good morning, good evening, wherever you are in this world. We are at Doi Inthanon and super stoked to present you the Doi Inthanon by UTMB. Welcome
everyone สวัสดีครับ you have to put your hands together say สวัสดีครับ
Sophie Krab. And then we are also with live from the US, Corinne Malcolm, who will be with us as well. So this is the three of us. Hey Corinne, how you doing?
Hi, I would say good morning to you all. It's evening here in Seattle, Washington, but excited to be part of the English commentary team for the races this weekend that are going on in Thailand, where you all are. Very different climates going on right now, I think.
Yes, indeed. There is a little bit of rain forecasted for later today. Only a little drizzle, and then the rest of the races today and tomorrow should be good weather. But we have our local expert here, Nati, who will be with us, and we'll definitely get a lot of knowledge out of him. Super stoked to have you and to share this live with you. And you were telling me essentially already small details about the course and the fact that even if it's sunny, there will be sections that will remain damp the whole time.
Indeed. The trails are pretty tricky to say the least. The steep part sometimes it doesn't look too steep, and you don't need to use your hands and get down on your hands and knees. But it's pretty hard going in some places. It's pretty slippery. It looks okay on paper, but to be on the trail itself, it's actually quite different. So it will be interesting day to day for all the runners.
And for our camera runners and mountain bikers as well, because essentially to provide it live, there's going to be a lot of people from our team on the field. And I was actually just this morning talking with one of the mountain bikers, and he was a bit anxious. He was like, "Ooh, I hope it's not too slippery, because that kind of terrain, that would be lethal." As you were saying, some parts are really steep up and down, and the dirt is different compared to what we know back in Europe.
Yes, indeed. What usually the trails are quite soft, but in certain areas they are really hard, but with the slippery part on the top. So when it's damp, you really cannot tell which is going to be sticky and which is going to be really slippery. So I really wish to show you that, but it's pretty hard to tell from the look of it.
So we'll just be telling from the look of the runners slipping or not.
Exactly, or maybe the camera slipping. I hope not, but I do really wish them safe, working environment here.
And so on the right, you have like beautiful drone shots of the kind of the village, the starting area, finishing area, where we are actually based, Natty and I, and where essentially all the races will take place throughout these next 3 days, because actually there's going to be also like a 24 kilometers and a 10 kilometers that we will not cover live, but they are still part of this event. When it comes to live coverage, we'll be covering the 100 miles, the 100K, and the 50K.
It's going to be fast and furious on the 50K. I have checked out the course, and it's pretty tough, but it's runnable. A lot of sections, so the 50K would be really fast, really fun. And here's the graphics is showing A1. We're starting from, if you can see, it's from the red bit there, heading south first. Right, so everyone is going to head into the sun pretty much, because the sun is quite low on the horizon. Not as low as in Europe, but it's fairly kind of at an angle. So heading south first. And this is the biggest climb of the day from A3. They're going to the summit, 2,565 meters.
A very special number.
Above sea level, yes, indeed. It's pretty much like it's the highest point in this country. And for us, when we come up here, you can actually feel it in your breathing, right? So it doesn't sound too much, but it does affect your breathing.
And there you go. So the highest spot, and that's why they explain like it's kind of a loop around the roof of Thailand. But can you tell us a little bit more about that specific altitude? Because this year, not for like the kind of Christian calendar, which is year 2022, but what year are we?
Oh, the year, it's a Buddhist year.
Yes.
Right, so it's 2,565. Yes.
Exactly the same elevation in meter as the highest point of Thailand in this race. Is this a coincidence? Surely not.
We're lucky we only have to remember the year, rather have to remember the altitude of the highest point. And the special point there is there is a relic there at the top, right at the top, and that's the relic of the former ruler of Chiang Mai.
Okay.
Right, so his daughter put his relic there, So, and this mountain then named after him, Inthanon. His name is Inthanon.
There we go. And
right.
so the mountain as well as the whole national park
is actually named after the former king of Chiang Mai.
Wow.
Or king of Lanna, rather, because at that point, Chiang Mai was the capital of the Lanna kingdom. The Lanna kingdom is the northern part of Thailand. So his daughter put his relic here. At the top of the mountain, which is the highest mountain of the Lanna kingdom. So You can actually go and visit the stupa right at the top.
So that would make it an even more special climb in place for all the runners and for us to enjoy through this live coverage. And so we're getting to what looks like the end, but there's still a fair bit and one last climb before they can head into the finish after 8:12. Do you know the entire course?
Not particularly well. I know part of it.
Yeah.
And I ran or walked part of it actually, but this last part is quite significant. You're going to see there's a straight up cliff there before. That's a landmark. So when you hit A12, if you see that cliff, luckily you don't have to go straight up there. You go up the pass on the southern side of it, and then you go down into the valley. Quite a narrow valley, and then you come back up to the top. You can see that.
I see. Yeah.
So you don't go up the southern face, but you go up
and around.
from around. Yes. So it's quite a significant climb. But after that, you run straight down to nothing is straight basically. Going down to A14 and then one last climb back to the finish line. So by that time, I guess everyone would be ready to finish. And the last climb shouldn't feel too bad. After all that, you feel relieved to get to A14. Yeah.
And essentially, they will have 48 hours to cover this whole 100 miles, which is not a whole lot when you think about it comparatively to some other races. So of course UTMB Mont Blanc is about the same, but you have races like La Réunion with I think over 60 hours. So hopefully not too many runners get cut off, and most of them will get the chance to come back to this area, which is once again the start and finish area, and it's buzzing. Obviously, I personally have never been here outside of such an event, and it must be way quieter.
We're actually right quite high up in the national park. We're only 16 kilometers from the top, so it's usually a lot more quiet. And what you can see here, it's all the bamboo stake being staked into the ground, and when the camera turns to the actual construction itself, you can see that everything is made of bamboo.
Yeah, it is quite special. I think this is definitely one of the most spectacular starting and finishing line. And there you go. We've had already at the opening ceremony a lot of shows. That was quite impressive. I think this is really like how this race is taking us into the Thai cultural aspect. And so I believe there will be more.
And in northern Thailand, the Lanna culture also has a lot of very rich in their cultures, because there are people on the mountains, the huge tribes people, and people in the lowlands as well, and they all have completely different languages, they all have different dances, even their clothes are different.
Oh wow.
So the houses are different. Yeah, so we are quite diverse up here basically.
So we really get treated with the special environment, as the runners you're seeing right now are coming in. These are the elites for the day, and we'll have plenty of competition here.
You can tell the weather is pretty mild right now.
Yes. And all the spectators are starting to gather. We are just over 15 minutes before the start of the 100 miles that we'll be covering all throughout the day and throughout tomorrow. And tomorrow there will be, in addition, the 100 kilometers and the 50 kilometers.
And we start early tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
I guess it's fairly early for I don't know, in the US and in Europe. You don't normally start at 5 a.m. do you?
No. And actually, I think here local time it will be 4:30 when we'll be back live. So hopefully we will have a little bit of visibility, because this morning I was up at 6 and it was still dark. So we'll see what we can share, maybe highlights of what happened during the night or something. And it looks like there's a show starting. Oh yeah, this is how they welcome all the runners. Beautiful.
และตอนนี้ขอเสียงปรบมือเป็นกำลังใจดังๆนะฮะให้กับโชว์ของเราที่ดังด้านหน้าด้วยนะครับ
Usually the dance before the starts are victory dance. What you see there is a victory drum. There it is.
อ้าวกองเชียร์ขอเสียงหน่อยเลย ขอเสียงปรบมือกับโชว์ของเราด้วยครับส่งต่อให้พี่โซเฟียเลยนะครับ12 นาที12 minutes 12 นาทีนะครับเปิดพื้นที่เลยนะครับเตรียมความพร้อมไปดีนะครับทุกท่านครับไม่ว่าจะเป็นซัพพอร์เตอร์นะครับและนักวิ่งนะครับขอพื้นที่ทาง
voice please UTMB Lithuania. Where are you, Gigi? Where's Gigi? James Poulet from United Kingdom. เสียงปรบมือให้นักกีฬาด้วยนะทุกคนอยู่ในนี้นะคะคารินนิวะ from Japan. Kimino Miyazaki from Japan. Daniel Perez from Spain. Wataru Yano, Japan. Homo Kazuhara, Japan. Silkong, Malaysia. Emma Nakajima, Japan. Fu Xiaoxiang, China. Fu Xiao, our little girl here. Jie Zhuzhou from China. Jisoo Kim, South Korea. Billy Korea. Oana Mihalsi from Romania. Takashi Doi from Japan. Manuela Villaseca, Brazil. Jordi Camito, Spain. Z Wenfai, China. Cedric Chavez, France. Christophe Lesuc, France. Sanya Kantai, Thailand. Inthanon Mahajor, Thailand. Trong Landu, Vietnam.
All right, we've got all the official people who make this race happen. I'm sure you can recognize Mrs. Catherine Poletti. We have the Ministry of Sports of Thailand, who's also been joining us on this starting line with all the elite athletes. Everybody's lining up now. We are less than 10 minutes to the start. And we even have the mascot of the national park, the elephant, and I think I forgot the name, but it's a combination of Doi and something with the name of the national park. We'll find that information for you. And talking about information, if you're following from home and you're trying to follow a specific runner or a specific race, once again, the official platform, you'll find it on live.utmb.world. And then you'll just have to select Doi Inthanon Thailand by UTMB as an event. And there you can find us again with the comment and the YouTube live show, as well as details about each and every races that will take place this weekend. All the statistics, all the details, the race profile, as well as all the participants. So if you're following someone from afar, you just enter their names or bib number, and you can add them as your favorite. So anytime you go back, you'll be able to very easily and quickly access to their information and know where they are on the course. And again, as Corinne was telling us, what a beautiful starting line. You were saying all made out of bamboo, quite unique here in the Doi Inthanon National Park.
Things getting bigger. It's bigger every year.
It's planned in 2050 to see it from the moon.
More complicated too.
Yeah, and there you go. I mean, there is essentially twice the amount of runners across all races this weekend as they were last year. So it shows how this continental final, the Asian continental championships for the UTMB World Series has drawn many more people. And there you go. On the front line, you see a lot of the elite athletes, including, I could catch a glimpse of last year's winner coming from China. Very, very kind person. We had the opportunity to have him speak a little bit and explain why he was coming back and what he was looking after. And last year he absolutely murdered the race right from the start. So hopefully he will leave a chance to the competition this year, just to keep it entertaining for us and for you all. But we'll see how it goes.
Now that elephant mascot is called Chang In.
In. Oh, the
Chang.
In was for Inthanon.
Inthanon, and Chang is elephant in Thai.
There you go.
So there you go.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And that mascot thing is weigh 20 kilograms.
Good Lord.
So the guy in there is pretty sweaty right now, I guess. But he'll be there welcoming all the runners coming back, into the finish line too.
Yeah, it's going to be a big weekend for him or her as well, because that's also something I personally wonder is like, who's under that suit?
Okay, yeah. Yeah. Building up now. Pressure is building up.
All right, 5 minutes to start. We have a question here. So yeah, by all means, this is the place in all the comments to essentially interact with us, ask your questions, anything you wanna know about like the course, the race, the runners, as well as trail and ultra running in general. Like we're here, we have tremendous amount of knowledge. Every time Corinne will be there, you'll have access to unlimited knowledge about anything trail, health, racing related. And Nicholas is actually asking, is it done in Inthanon or in Inthanon? I think it's done in Inthanon. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's typo. There's one extra O in there. So you're well spotted there.
Good.
Eagle eye.
There's a lot of eyes, and so far they're wide open. So let's take advantage of that while it lasts, because we'll be with you today for about 12 hours, and the same amount tomorrow. So we'll have plenty of opportunity to interact with you all, and hopefully not make too many mistakes.
We can try sneak in the typos later tomorrow. See if,
yeah, that'll be much harder for sure.
See if people can still spot it after a day into the 160k race. It's actually 170 kilometers.
170k, more kilometers, more fun, as they say. So Inthanon 6, which is essentially the name here of the 100-mile race. So let's talk about the course records that occurred last year. And I was telling you about him, Zhao Jijiao, which is the runner from China, and he ran in 21 hours and 56 minutes, 28 seconds to be precise, and I think he was way ahead of second place. And in the women's field also, and she was all smile the whole course. It was actually super cool to watch. Changfu Zhao in 26 hours 01:23. Both from China, and both are back this year.
This year, indeed. So they are definitely the one to beat. Well, the ones to beat.
The ones to beat, indeed. And also talking with the local, he said that they were both back, obviously to defend their titles, but also to try and grab one of the Western States golden ticket, because it sounded as though they were really keen to come and race over in the States. And because this race, obviously part of the UTMB World Series, is the Continental Championship, so top 10 men and women in each of the races will have an automatic entry into the UTMB World Series final in Chamonix, taking place at the end of August next year. However, it is also a golden ticket race for Western States, and therefore the top 2 men and women in the 100-mile will punch their ticket and validate their entry into next year's Western States. So many reasons to come here beside the beautiful landscape and the Thai culture.
It's going to be pretty tough for Thai runners to break into that top 2 for the spot. By the way, there's no Thai runners has raced Western States yet. No one at all. Sorry.
So should any of them get in the top 2, that will be a first in history. And see here on the left, JD Minas Grimius, who's been a veteran of all these UTMB World Series races. I spot Jordi Gamito as well. So in yellow, Zhao Jijiao, who's here to defend his title. All smiles. Doesn't look like too much pressure here as the party is going on. Oh, this is about to be. Okay. It's about to get real. Maybe we'll leave you. It's about a minute to start right now, so we'll leave you with the sound of the starting line. And JD Minas Graham just making sure he's taking the right turn coming out. And here we go. They are off, finally released from the home at the HQ of the Inthanon National Park. All these runners are out for 170 kilometers, as you were mentioning, Nettie, and all the officials, Captain Poletti, they are cheering them on so they can go on a safe journey and hopefully return here within the 48 hours cut.
Well, that's a lot of people. They were hunched up. We didn't really see how many, but
no, it's spreading, and the first kilometers are going to be on the road, and actually it will start uphill if I got that right, because I tried to go on the course a little bit this morning to get the first kilometers, get familiar with the first kilometers, and yeah, I think it's going to be on the road if I didn't take the wrong turn.
And they're going to turn right into the trail, I guess, at some point. And then it's straight up.
And then straight up. One of the many climbs of the day.
And we have a dog accompany the lead group.
Oh, so there we go. That's where I took the wrong turn, so I had no idea where I was going.
Well, better keep an eye on that dog. Sometimes they go around the course with the runners and come back again.
Wow.
After 100K.
Yeah, hopefully, I'm sure they'll take good use of the aid stations, and as long as they don't bite on the runners' calves, we're all good.
As last year there was one, and we had to give them water and food before they return to the.
That's right, because last year you were on the course, right?
And dogs here, they tend to go with runners. It's almost their instinct to accompany people into the woods. So if you have a chance to come to Thailand and run on the trails, before you leave the village, if you see a dog or a dog see you, they might accompany you on your trip.
Oh,
so that's that.
You get company.
So you really sometimes we have to come back to the same place again,
just to make sure
they come
bring
back
it home.
Bring it home.
Wow, and already runners are taking it at a pretty hard, like in the lead. I was impressed how fast that runner sprinted past our camera runner.
Yeah, the pole's out. That's a farm track, so the concrete are layered into the groove for the wheels. You see that quite a lot today.
It's check-in with Corinne.
Hey, I'm here. That was quite a start.
Yeah, indeed. And now they're all going into the trails and into the Inthanon Mountains.
You see those are
and I was trying to identify some of those runners out there. I know that from listening to people in the chat, it looks like right now we've got Jenny Quilty fans from Canada cheering Jenny Quilty on. She's one of the favorites in the women's race to keep an eye on, as well as fans of Rod Farvard, an American athlete also running in the 160, 170 kilometer race going on right now. So we've got some North Americans awake cheering on their potential favorites in this field today, which is kind of exciting to know that the North American audience is awake and watching from the States.
Indeed, especially at this time.
Yeah, dinner time spectating right now. It's not so bad yet.
It's not too crazy, yes, indeed. And So perhaps Natty, you can tell us like what those cultures are. Like, what are they growing in those fields?
Some of them would be flowers, because the flowers would be much bigger, growing up at the altitude. So some of these would be flowers. On your right hand side, there's definitely flowers. This is strawberries here. That's strawberries plantation. So all the plant that you cannot grow down below. So we have strawberries, we have some broccoli up here, some exotic flowers up here, and this is a pine. This is a kind of pine forest, which is not common in Thailand. It only grows above around 700 meters above sea level and above. So here's kind of unique. These Thai people will come up here to experience this also.
Right.
It's kind of soft underneath. You have the pine leaves, which don't really easily decay, so they're usually really soft.
Oh.
That's banana leaves on your left-hand side there. You can see some banana trees. So it's kind of a mixture of everything. You can see some tropical trees, tropical fruits, and you also have pines as well up here.
So we're trying to,
we're kind of high up enough so that the crisp package will be kind of get bloated a bit up here. I'm trying to work out who will be watching.
I'm actually quite impressed at the pace right now. They're moving pretty well, knowing they're going into a 100-mile race.
Going off pretty hard.
And I love the names here on the comments. 8 Station Fireball reminds me of Kepler in New Zealand. At the top of the first climb, you get a chance to have a shot of Fireball. Not many take it, but those who do are really brave.
Yeah, and we'll get time splits from these athletes when they come through the 14-kilometer mark, and that will give us a really good idea of who we're watching and who those front runners are. Obviously, a lot can change over the course of a 100-mile race, but that will at least paint a picture of what is going on in that field, because you're right, they have gone out very, very quickly, it looks like.
Yeah, almost to the point where our camera runner is actually not even sticking with the lead pack so far. So perhaps even that camera runner has been dropped. So let's just see what the shooting plan was. I think he's definitely holding on to the female leaders. And this is essentially the setup that we have. We have camera runners and camera mountain bikers, both for the lead men and lead female athletes. Just to keep it even and offer both gender the same amount of coverage.
The woman on our screen right now is, I think, Romanian athlete. Based on that flag, you can see the flag on the back of her yellow pack periodically, and so I believe the woman in the yellow pack on the right-hand side of the screen is going to be that Romanian athlete. And I don't know who she's running right next to. That'd be very interesting to be able to get a picture of, pulling poles out. It looks like on the left-hand side, but yeah, on the right-hand side of your screen in the yellow vest, that is Romanian athlete at the front of the women's race right now.
So yes, I think they're about to hit the top there before they have a quick descent down to A1. But you can see how damp the trail is. See the trail, which is like facing the north side of the mountain. It's pretty. That's pretty slippery as well. I can see people slipping a bit. I think that's why they one of the runners trying to take out the poles.
Yeah, and it seems now that we have the race leaders just ahead of camera runner. Still running on that pretty steep climb. You were saying, yeah, the last kick to get to the first summit
They're almost there. You can see the ridge line on the top. It's a good sign when you look up and you see the.
Hopefully, it's not a full summit, so it's hard for the spirits.
And it's wet in the middle, muddy patches. That's really from the water, they water the plant. Now this is interesting. It's getting really steep here.
Oh, and it's a mountain biker trying to keep up with the runners, and between the hoses and the mud, it looks like a challenge, even a bigger challenge for a mountain biker than for the runners. But yeah, they are extremely strong mountain bikers, and also, as you can see, aware of the runners, so they're making sure they're not bothering anyone on the course and trying to keep up, really. And we're back with the female leaders here, as Corinne was saying, most likely from Romania. And so we had just over 500 people who started about 15 minutes ago, who have gone and taken on that challenge of this Inthanon Thailand by UTMB 100-miler, who will offer 10 spots once again for the men's, 10 spots for the women's, to have direct access to the UTMB World Series final at the end of August in Chamonix UTMB Mont Blanc, as well as actually some additional spots, because it's the Continental Championships for Asia, and therefore in each age group, in each category, there will be spots allocated. So one information that you need to know, because it could be confusing if you're not familiar with the system, it is not a fixed allocation. And essentially the amount of spots that will be allocated in each group, in each age group, will be relative to the amount of participants in each of those groups. So if there's a lot of participants in one group, essentially there will be more spots allocated and direct entries into UTMB Mont Blanc. And if there's very little, it can go all the way down to 1, but there will always be at least one person in each age group, both in men and women, who will get this qualifier.
Wow, so yes, that's if you're the only one in your age group, you just have to finish
your shot.
this one.
That's
yes,
your shot.
Exactly.
All you had to do is finish, indeed.
Finish indeed, yeah, finish it. You can start seeing the routes now.
And another news that has been shared lately, I don't know if Corinne, you're aware of it already. I'm sure you've picked that up. But the Continental Championships for Americas will be canyons next year. So that's the one that's going to offer. Yep.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you can't get into Western States, you can come run canyons, because it basically runs Western States in reverse, or a lot of that trail. So just heard that today. We'll talk more about that in a little bit, but it sounds like we are about to go to a quick commercial break. And when we get back from that, we'll have more updates from the head of the men's and women's race, and we can dive into the nitty-gritty of all these Continental UTMB World Series majors that are going on.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thanks, Corinne. All right. We'll have a short commercial break, and we'll see you in a few minutes. Et voilà.
Et voilà.
First segment done.
That went well.
Thanks, team. Virtual
yeah.
high five, Corinne.
It gets easier.
We haven't met Corinne. My name is Nati, by the way.
It's nice to meet you.
Good to meet you too. I've heard so much about you, and now I have just followed your Instagram.
I've only shared bad stuff, though.
Yeah, I figured, like how we ended up at that house party until 6 a.m. during UTMB.
Oh, you didn't tell me about that?
Well, no, because I blacked out, so I can't tell you. I don't know.
Oh, wow. Now that's a sign of a good party. That's a sign of a good party. Indeed.
Oh, Lord.
Wow. Be grand. So it's not even the 9th of December for you guys, for Corinne, right? You're in the evening of the 8th. Wow.
Yeah,
And there
it
we
is
go. We're
nighttime
back.
here in the
That was a
States.
short commercial
We're
break.
back.
And
Trying to identify some of
this.
these runners on
Hey.
our screen right now.
they calm down a bit.
It's about time, really. And I believe on the right with the yellow T-shirt is Xi Jiao. So he is right there in the mix, showing that regardless of how many international runners have showed up to try and take his spot, he will still be here and be the man to look out for today. And look at that. It is quite unique. You clearly don't see that vegetation over in Europe.
Actually, the tree on your right now they're all pine trees, and around later today, hopefully you see some of the deciduous forest down below, completely different, and it was way hotter, way warmer than this is about 21 degrees C up here, and it will be much warmer later today.
Yeah, that's going to be a challenge because from one side you were saying the locals are maybe a notch lower compared to the international field because trail running is actually quite young in Thailand. You were saying both actually trail running and running, and therefore the level hasn't had the chance yet to grow to an international standard. However, the locals will be familiar with that heat, with that humidity, with this terrain, and I believe that'll definitely give them a competitive edge.
Yes, it's their chance to
That's
shine.
right.
Now that would be that's banana.
Banana trees.
But they're different kind of bananas you get in Europe.
Oh,
They're lighter in color. They're
Okay.
light yellow.
and are they the same size?
They are slightly bigger, fatter. They're not as long, and they're kind of less sweet.
How long are they?
They're kind of stubbier, right? They
Okay, well, hang on, because if we're trying to do length with our fingers, we need to actually show the audience. So how long are those bananas?
well, usually they kind of about kind of a third, maybe, of no, not a third, maybe two-thirds
Two-third
of the
traditional-
usual one you
Yeah,
see.
yeah.
Yeah, and they're high in proteins, less sugar. So
Oh,
people not traditionally using it to feed babies. After they maybe during they're still being kind of breastfeeding. They actually use it as a supplement. Yeah. So there you go. So you see these kind of bananas, just go straight and try it.
nice. Well, yeah, I mean,
They're definitely
good
edible.
intake.
Yeah, they're definitely edible. Right, you have clouds coming in.
Okay, so I have an
Just
interesting
get
question
Denver
for you,
now.
Martin. That runner in
All
the
right,
front,
hit it.
I think, only has a waist belt on, and I'm wondering if it's possible to fit all of your mandatory equipment in what looks like a waist pack.
It is an excellent question, Corinne, and I know for a fact that there's a lot of mandatory equipment for this race, and so, well, I just hope for this man's sake that he has everything, because if he doesn't, then that's going to be penalties all the way to potential disqualification, and that would be a shame because he looks like he's doing well so far. I'm gonna try to find these details, but there's indeed a lot of military equipment, from the traditional first aid kit, survival blanket, whistle, headlamp, waterproof jacket with hood. What else did I see there? Tape, fuel. I think it was a 1 liter capacity. The cup as well, because there's going to be no plastic cups at aid stations. Obviously, we've definitely moved past that point for the better for the environment, 100%, and especially now we are in a national park, so additional care is being paid to the environment in nature. There we go. I got it all. And yes, the list is extremely long. Well, Corinne, I believe the first point is a running pack to carry mandatory gear throughout the race. So I hope they allow fanny packs, which then would qualify. And then you have to have your mobile phone, which I forgot, collapsible cup, the minimum water supply with a capacity of 1 liter, 2 working headlamps, survival blanket, whistle, the tape, food reserve, so a bit of fuel. It says windproof with hood, long leg trousers, a cap, bandana or buff, additional warm second layer with long sleeves, warm gloves, ID, first aid kit, reflective belt, and reusable bowl and spoon or spork. Wow, they must be very, very tiny, all of this, if they fit in this fanny pack. But yeah, I mean, you would hope that at this level, that man is carrying everything. We shall see. But that's an excellent question. Again,
We shall
nice spotting.
see. Yeah, I just, we can get away with really small things, right? Like I will carry really small headlamps during the daytime section if I know I can see my crew before I need my big headlamps. I've carried, pantyhose for tights. I found ways to cut about every corner you can cut with mandatory gear while still having the things that I need to be safe out there. And I still don't think that I could fit all of that in a fanny pack. So we shall see.
Yeah, and it's interesting. That is the first time I see, as part of the mandatory equipment, reusable bowl and spork, so you can actually eat in your own, let's say, container during the race.
But that's very specific, right? Spork. It's pretty hard to find around here.
Yeah, and it means that you're not allowed to use your fingers. If you want to eat, you gotta have a spork.
How about chopsticks?
Yeah, damn right. That'd be way better optimized in terms of weight.
There's a lot of, I guess there's instant noodles around at the aid station too, so spork might not cut it. You might need chopsticks and spoon. Well, spork has spoon, okay. Okay, clouds are coming in. It doesn't mean it's actually, it doesn't mean the temperature is dropping. It just means it's going to get a lot damper.
Oh, and yeah, that is definitely something to be looking. Oh, it is a decent sized fanny pack,
Yeah.
but still, like to put like pantyhose and long sleeve jacket. It could be like a mini phone, but
I guess they're near the aid station. This is the last year aid station was at this place.
and they say
they're
so far
closed
in
now.
3.2 kilometers into the race. I feel like it's not much after 25 minutes. Maybe it was a solid climb.
It's definitely a solid
Yeah, we
climb to get
anticipate
to
them
that,
to be. I was going to say that's Rod Farvard on your screen right now. That was the American athlete, and it looks like we're about 45 minutes or so from the first checkpoint is the current time projections.
And so do we have the name of that first female runner coming most likely from Romania?
Yeah, I won't be able to pronounce it very well, but I'll give it a go. I believe that is, oh my goodness, I just had it up on my screen. Hold on, I've got the men up right now. I believe that's Oana.
Oana
Mielsia, yeah. The Romanian athlete running for Uglo Sport France. That should be that leading lady from Romania. She'll be chased by Jenny Quilty and then a whole slew of very, very strong Chinese and Japanese athletes who will all be looking to try to take those top spots on the podium. So right now we've got fanny pack guy passing Rod Farvard, who is the American athlete. He was, I think, the 5th American man at UTMB. He got a golden ticket into Western States last year. Rod will be looking to punch his ticket back to UTMB this year. And he is following who I have to imagine is probably there's a French and Italian athlete who are projected to be in the top kind of 10 group here. And I would imagine that is probably one of them running with the large fanny pack right now.
And we still have our dog.
Yeah, exactly.
Part of the top 3 in the race.
Yeah. So if you're canine lovers, all the canine lovers out there, keep an eye on. We have 2 dogs accompanying the lead pack right now. Sometimes they drop back, but usually, yes, they stay on and complete the loop.
I just asked our audience watching on YouTube if anyone can ID fanny pack guy for us. We can't see his bib. It's kind of folded up against his stomach there. But that dog is making a run for being the leading athlete of this race, which is kind of my dream scenario.
It's exactly where you want to be early on, just checking the fitness of all runners, overall competitors, see who you can stick and potentially who can lose or drop a bar or a gel and you can chew on it. And looks like we're back with a small commercial break, and we'll be with you shortly. Stay with us. Et voilà. I love it.
Voilà. Yeah, I don't know if our mics are actually off air or not. They weren't last time. The audience got a good chuckle out of us talking about partying, but you know,
seriously,
they know we're human. Yeah, I messaged our tech team. We'll probably get notifications if our mics are hot again right now. If they are, this is color commentary for you people.
Yes, that's behind the scene. That's us catching up. We know each other. We're always super stoked to have the opportunity to spend some quality time, even though sometimes remotely.
Next year, hopefully more together.
Yes.
And our mics are still hot. I love it. Great. But we do have ID on Fanny Pack Runner. English athlete, Thomas Joly. Is what they're identifying. That's what.
Thomas Joly de Le Bottinière. That would go crazy. But yeah, thanks
I know.
for clarifying.
That's how you should say it.
I would have said, oh, he's very French.
And we're back.
Right. Guess we're back.
Well, officially we're back, but we've been live this entire time, so you're stuck with us now.
Yeah, so there he goes. Thomas still there together with Rod. Top 2 runners so far, about half an hour into the race. And I believe it's Jordi Gamito in 3rd, coming from Spain. Also familiar with ultra races throughout the world. And strangely enough, so far I am actually not seeing Ji Zhao. So maybe that was a start that was a bit faster than what he would have wanted, and he is obviously knows the course, so he's confident that he can run at his own pace and catch up with them at a later stage. I think it's very important not to get too excited in these early stages. You can really pay the price later on.
I think we've lost all our cameras right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of sections that will have like reception, and then we'll lose it. But we'll still have the drone footage to essentially keep you at the heart of this race within the Inthanon National Park.
Oh, now we're back.
And it looks like, yeah, Jordy, give me two.
In third. Lead pack still together. I think they're near the. I think they're about to crest the first hill. You can call it hill.
And Corinne, you can, he's not wearing sunglasses, so it makes it a little bit harder. But the runner we have on the screen right now, running up the hill with this blue cap and these his hook at top, he's got the same height, same body type, and really same like facial expression as Sage Canada. And I was blown away because during the athlete's presentation, he had sunglasses on, and I was like, "Oh, that's Sage! I didn't know you were here." And I look at him straight in the sunglasses, and he just walks past me, and I'm like, "Oh, well, that was rude." And then it took me like a few seconds to realize that was not actually Sage Canada, but that was hilarious. I was like, "Oh, I couldn't believe it." So yeah,
it's one of the Chinese athletes, right?
That's right. Yes. And actually, we had several double gangers because there was also a runner competing for Hoka who, from the back, was exactly the silhouette, only shorter, of Jim Walmsley. Like same like haircut, same white cap, and so we were really confused during that award ceremony. Athlete's presentation.
They have to keep you on your toes.
Yes. And there we go, still in that runnable section. So that's probably as you were saying, now it's already going downhill, so they have crested now. And having a little bit of trouble with reception, but we have Arrow Men out there. I mean, I'm loving 8 Station Fireball. This is going to be a fun live coverage. Thanks for the comments. Please, by all means, get involved. We are here to obviously cover the race live, give you as much insight as possible, but definitely also to have fun. So definitely get amongst it. And obviously on social media, on Facebook and Instagram, you will get like video capsules, highlights, the temporary rankings as well as we go through the 8 stations. So by all means, you can follow and get information from many sources. But once again, to have everything in the same tab, so you can minimize the extra tabs that you secretly have open at work while you're following this race. you have to go to live.utmb.world and choose the Inthanon by UTMB event, and in there you'll have all the races and all the details, the race profile, the race distance, the participants, as well as the 3D map and the ranking as soon as these runners go through the first checkpoint.
Yeah, there's some back chatter amongst the other speakers trying to figure out exactly who is leading the race, and we definitely will know here eventually when we get to that aid station. Right now, we believe that the man on your screen is English athlete Thomas. We've been commenting a lot on his choice of fanny pack, just kind of hoping that he's got all of his mandatory kit in there. He's followed by a group of other athletes, including Rod Farvard of the U.S. and Jordi Gamito of Spain. We believe that one of the Chinese Hoka athletes is also in that kind of lead group of 4 or 5 men, but they are approaching, they're probably about halfway to that 14-kilometer aid station 1, and once they get there, then we will really know what's going on in the race and what our first time checkpoints are in this 100-mile distance.
I think we're back with our bicycle now.
Yes, on that quite runnable section still, on the incline, but the terrain is, is tarmac again. It's unconventional use of poles, like alternative from 1 to 2 poles. And is this correct? I was told that there will be sections on the course where actually poles will not be allowed, and in this case, runners will just have to carry them in their pack, but they can't actually use them. Is that correct?
Use them, yes. I think that's new for this year, because I think they have some sections where they're going through some very sensitive part of the national park, because the vegetation up here is kind of different, and they have some rare plants up here as well.
Okay, so they're trying to minimize the impact of all these runners coming through.
So right now on your screen, that is Jenny Quilty, the Canadian athlete.
There we go. Whose fan crew, I'm sure, is still around. And to answer your question, Rini, it is indeed really humid and hot, but it gets actually quite cold during the night mainly because of the elevation. And one thing for sure is after 10, 15, 20 plus hours, your body, it gets really tired. And if anything happens to you and you're in between 2 aid stations and you have to stop, you'll be damped and wet. And so quickly you could actually get extremely cold by the time the rescue team and the medical team can get to you. So again, it is all about runners' safety, and therefore it still does make sense. So that's a very relevant question, because indeed during the day they'll be like, why am I carrying all this? But when the nighttime comes, it actually can drop to about 5 to 8 degrees Celsius is what we saw on the weather forecast. So it is quite cold. So if again, in normal conditions, you'll be fine because you keep moving, you stay warm. But if anything happens, this is what this kit is for.
Apart from that, we don't normally have any warm place for you afterwards. There's no heaters here. No one has any, none of the houses, none of the rooms here have heaters.
Right.
So this room will be, at this temperature. Well, actually the same temperature as the outside all the time.
Good to know. I'll bring my mitts.
Okay, let's pulls out again.
And there we go. I just wonder if Rob has gotten drop or if he's actually ahead. And we're not catching images of him right now.
Yeah, that's a super good point. I'm not sure if he is dropped back from Thomas and Jordy here, if he is up ahead of this camera runner. But we do know that these are likely 1 and 2 or 2 and 3 in the men's field right now.
And hopefully Jordy is pacing himself, because we know he tends to be the very enthusiastic runner and go out hard by feel. And he loves running. He loves to be out there, so he gives it his best. So hopefully he's not crushing it too much. And I haven't had quite the chance to talk with him too much to know in what kind of shape he is, but he was definitely all smiles when I bumped into him yesterday, and he had a big packet of Oreos, and I'm like, okay, well, you seem pretty confident eating Oreos. And like, yeah, today I can do everything I want. It's tomorrow the race. I'm like, right on, bro. Like, yeah. It's kind
Solid.
of like unconventional carb loading, but whatever works.
Look like the sun is out properly now, and it was overcast earlier, and now it will get warmed pretty quickly.
Yeah, it is quite insane and actually quite hard to grasp, because this is something I'm personally not really familiar with. But this morning, I got up before the sun was up, and it was indeed pretty chilly. And then the minute the sun started to peek out of the mountains, it became extremely hot. But it was not even warm; it was hot, almost uncomfortable hot. And so it's going to be interesting to see how the runners play with this, and it might lead to very dramatic and quick temperature change, which will create additional stress on the bodies. And so to know what to do, because here you can see that there's definitely big clouds kind of flirting with the mountain right there, touching the ground all the way down. So you go from in the sun, super hot, to in misty part, which really will cool down. So that's probably going to be an additional challenge for all these runners.
Yeah, it was just before we were live on air, we were waiting for our coffee, and the sun came out.
Yeah.
We nearly have to change our coffee to iced coffee. It was that hot.
And so, yeah, to answer your question, Adisak, the camera runners are actually very, very strong athletes themselves. So that's one of the reasons how they can keep up with the racers. And obviously, they rotate. So they only cover certain sections of the course. And then as soon as there's an aid station or road crossing, and this is where it gets extremely complicated to plan and map out the whole live coverage organization, because they kind of take turns depending on the terrain, obviously, because whenever it's super steep or it's a technical single track, whether it's up and down, then it becomes much harder, as we actually saw earlier, for the mountain bikers. So then we put camera runners, and then the more runnable non-technical sections, then it's much easier. The mountain bikers are on mountain bikes, so it is massive assistance and definitely helping them to keep up at a decent pace. So this is how it's organized, and it is an incredible logistics that takes place. Runners have to actually come beforehand to check out the whole course and then start planning where every single runner are going to be, and so they can get picked up and dropped off at many locations. So they will be running usually between 30 and 40K per day. So that is definitely a significant challenge for them, but they are prepared for that. They are fit, and they have definitely experience. We're back here on the starting line. We have a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with you shortly. Stay with us. And well, actually, you'll still hear us talk.
Because you're stuck with us forever on our hot mics, because our mics are hot right now, I'm sure. Come for the coverage, stay for our not off-air mic commentary. You don't want to hear the commercial anyway, right? You're here for us.
Yeah, I think. I even wonder if they get the sound from that, because in the volume there's nothing going on. So we could like actually.
We could dub the
improvise.
commercial.
Yeah, I'm running fast.
We could provide all the sound effects.
That's too quick.
At some point we will actually get muted. Yeah.
This is races in Switzerland. This is races all over the world. Wow, so many races. Actually, 33. To be correct, next year. Lots of colors.
Keep adding new ones.
World. And we're back.
Thailand, yay.
Thailand. This is where we are. And we're back live. Boom. Even though you could
For
still
real
hear
this
us all the time.
Okay, officially this time. And if you're still wondering how the camera runners can keep up, some of them, I have checked, some of them has a UTMB index exceeding 800.
Oh,
so
yes.
They are fast.
Very fast. Like, we have definitely world-class athlete with us.
To
both in the men's and the women's, and actually we even have a few runners above 900 in the UTMB index. And I believe, Ji Jiao is above 900, 903 or something.
It's 904.
Or 904, moved up, boom.
So we have, the, elite runners holding cameras, giving us live feed from the trail. Now we're back at the expo once again. I think they're about to crest. The athletes are about to crest the second.
Oh wow!
peak
And look,
of the day.
this is interesting, because then we have in the men's Ji Jiao, who is actually listed in first place, followed by Yu Kanua, and Rod would be in third, meaning that maybe our front camera runners actually missed out on the front runners, or this is because
They haven't come through a checkpoint yet.
Who is. Okay, so I'm just wondering
they haven't
where
come through a
these
checkpoint yet. So this is
rankings
just
are coming from.
It's just random. It's just they're all
Okay.
listed in first right now. In 20-ish minutes they'll come through that aid 1, and that's where we'll get the split from, because they're not actually live trackers on the runner. We just get checkpoint updates. And so right now all of the men are listed in first place, which is exciting if you are trying to find your runner. But when they come to the 14K mark, then we'll get updates on those runner rankings for you.
Yeah, so the ranking you see right now is the UTMB index ranking.
Based on the UTMB index. That's right. Okay, makes more sense.
We got a little excited there for a second, Martin. It's okay.
Yeah, it's like, oh no, first mistake of the day. But no.
What happened to the fanny pack guy?
Yeah, we're back at the start finish area. We'll periodically lose signal out there today. Although it looks like, looking over our filming schedule, tentatively we're going to have pretty good signal for a lot of this, which would be really impressive. We've worked a lot of these events all over Europe this year. I just worked an event in Cape Town. Signal is hard to come by sometimes during trail ultra races, which makes a whole lot of sense. We like to run through mountainous terrain. But that being said, every time we bring you footage, we're going to have some drones in the air, but it's predominantly brought to you by runners with cameras and e-bikes with cameras, which is really, really impressive that is how we get this really cool live footage for you all from the course. But we will have official updates again when those athletes come to the 14K mark, and that's going to give us best time splits and a good look at your top 10 men and top 10 women at that point. And I think they're about 22 to 25 minutes out for that aid station from our leading men. Anticipating our women will come through there about 10 minutes or so after them. I think the projected lead, winning finishing times, once again, inaugural style event. Well, I guess they did it last year, but inaugural with this deep of a field, I think, is how I would phrase it maybe, in which I think we could see faster times just because we will have a greater depth of men and women pushing each other to those finishes. But I believe the projected times have the men finishing in about 20 to 22 hours and the women finishing around 24 hours or so. We'll know more about that tomorrow when they make their way back around. But I thought it was interesting that this event started at 10 a.m. We've seen a lot of these 100-mile races within the UTMB World Series start at 5 p.m., start at noon, start at 11 p.m. And so for a 10 a.m. start, that feels a little bit nicer knowing that they get a full day of running, although it is hotter for them to start the race. That does seem like they get more daylight hours before they head into the night. Everyone will have to run through the night, and some people who are going to be out for 48 hours will have to run through two nights, which I think that's when those waterproof pants really come into play, is you're no longer thermoregulating at hour 44 of this race anymore in the early morning hours on come Sunday morning. So interesting to see that, yeah, we expect our lead runners to take about half the time as the total cutoff for athletes out there, which is really, really impressive to think about.
Yeah, thank you, Corinne. I think that's a very interesting point about the pants, because going through 2 nights in this kind of really changeable, and the difference between the temperature during the day and the night is pretty large. It could be around 20-25 degrees. It gets as hot as about 32 degrees C during the day at a lower part of the course. So it would be interesting to see how the athletes are coping as well.
And actually, looking at the camera, I'm gonna question whether this is Jordi Gamito or not. As we get a closer look at this runner's face as they go around these massive boulders, that's really cool. Yeah, might have led you into believing that was the wrong runner here. Yeah.
Can't quite make out his bib number.
We're all leaning onto our laptops right now. It's like, who's that? And it's definitely climbing now pretty steep on single track. And this is what we were telling you here. A camera mountain biker would not be an option, so that's why they kind of switch back and forth between mountain bikers and runners. And these front shots are always really, really cool to understand what's going on, how steep those tracks are, and see the runners' faces to understand whether they're working hard, whether they're in good spirits or in the zone. Tells us a lot. And yeah, it looks like now they're in the clouds. Oh, we've got Francesco.
That would be Italian. Francesco Cucco.
There you go.
Makes
Boom.
sense. Team Ultra. Yeah, Aid Station Fireball, Liam there called out the Ultra Mont Blancs and said, I think those are Ultra Mont Blancs on his feet. I don't think that's Jordi. And he had the quick draw before we could get anything up on the screen. That is Italian athlete Francesco at the front of the race right now. We believe leading Thomas, the English athlete, right behind him. Or as we're going to call him for the rest of the race, Team Fanny Pack.
So I am actually liking the fact that this is not Jordi Gamito, because like I was saying, I feel like this is a bit early to be leading the race, and Jordi, I'm glad he's taking his time, and he will definitely be strong in the later stages. So that makes total sense. Sorry for that little misleading information about this front runner, and thank you for pointing it out. We've got some footwear experts here being able to spot the Ultra Mont Blanc new model on the Ultra Rage.
And the dog is still there too. Team
Yeah, she
Dog
won-
is currently in second position.
Boom. And definitely leading the canine category.
7368.
7368. They're going to try to get that bib
68.
out for him. We've got those. That's what those scanners are there for, right? Those individuals are going to basically that's kind of like you're checking out at a supermarket or a grocery store. They've got to scan the bibs at the top of the climb there. I don't think we're going to get an official split from it. I don't think, but 7368 on that English athlete for the bib number.
And yes, indeed, it is Thomas Joly del Taubinière. I wouldn't have no idea how to pronounce that in English.
That's why we have you, Martin, so that I don't have to pronounce any of the names.
I guess there'll be my turn for the Thai names later today.
Yeah, I won't be pronouncing those either.
They're pretty long. They're pretty long, and yeah, they're pretty tricky too. Oh, two of them still there. The K9 team out in force.
Falling back a little bit from that front, they don't have poles, so it's a bit harder on the climbs. Oh, and he's taking advantage while he's using the BOA system to kind of tighten the shoes going up a little bit. No laces undone on that model.
And the camera was just there, right on cue, to show the BOA system on that. Come on, doggy.
Well, they're going to have to do the whole loop now.
In one of our races, we had there's a female dog following athlete like this, and she actually gave birth.
Oh, no way.
To two of her
Puppies?
and then she ran to another aid station, gave birth to another puppy at another aid station. She was incredible.
No way.
And we had to basically put, basically all of them got adopted after we actually posted on our Facebook page.
Oh,
The
that's
race
really
Facebook
cool.
page. So now they have being taken care of.
So if runners out there, if you think you have it hard, try to give birth while you're doing an ultra.
Oh my goodness. I couldn't do this race because I would have to adopt a dog. My dog's not from Thailand. My dog is from Taiwan. But it'd be really hard for me not to take a puppy home with me, I think, if I was there running right now.
And so Thomas and Francesco kind of going back and forth in the lead of that 100 mile. If you're joining us, a few more information, a few more details about this race. Is obviously part of the UTMB World Series. It is the Continental Final, or a Continental Championship, sorry. And that means that top 10 men and women will have automatic entry into the UTMB World Series Final at UTMB Mont Blanc at the end of August next year. And as well as spots in the categories. The big announcement this year is, for now, is that finally the America's Continental Championships has been selected, and now we can spill the beans. It will be at Canyons in California, and as Corinne was saying, it runs mostly on the Western States course. And so I wonder, is this going to double up again with a Western States Golden Ticket race as well?
It is. It will be. It is. The 100K there is the Golden Ticket race, not the 100-mile event. And so the 100K will give 2 Golden Tickets to men and 2 Golden Tickets to women at that event. It's the last Golden Ticket race at the end of April ahead of Western States taking place in June.
All right, all right. Okay, so that's interesting because therefore, if you want to get to punch your ticket, like automatic entry into UTMB, you're gonna have to run 100 mile. However, if you want to get the golden ticket, you have to run the 100K. Is that correct?
Yep, that is correct. So, interesting, battle there. But at that same vein, the 100 mile at UTMB is several months later. The 100 mile at Western States is 6 weeks later. So expecting people to run 100 mile at the end of April and then Western States at the end of June would be quite the heavy ask, I think.
Vous parlez français? Oh, ok, cool. Ah, vous habitez à Montpellier? Super. Ça fait longtemps que vous êtes en France? Ok, cool.
All right, so we have our camera runner having a chat with Oana. And as expected by the look at her sponsors, she's actually been living in France, in Montpellier precisely, for the past 5 years. And so he was surprised because he kind of chatted to her in English first, and then she replied in French. And he was like, "Oh, you speak French." So he was actually relieved because most of our camera runners are actually coming from France because this is where everything, from a technical perspective, where our studios are based. And talking about weather conditions, it is the middle of the night right now for them, and it is snowing. So Oana Mihalcia, originally from Romania, but who's been living in France for the past 5 years and representing Team Uglo and Running Conseil, which is like a chain of running specialty stores.
So it looks like on my end anyway, one of our male leaders, Thomas, the athlete from England, he has run some stage races, but otherwise, at least on his UTMB world page, that doesn't pull in every single result for the athletes. He's run some stage races, so accumulated some mileage that way. But otherwise, it looks like a lot of what he's run is in that 100K distance. So this might be his first true proper 100-mile race. If he's got someone cheering for him in the live chat and can update us on that, that would be super interesting. But right now, it looks like, from what I can see, lots of quite a few stage races over the last couple of years, and then a bunch of races in that kind of 110K to 97K to 110K distance. So super interested to know if this is in fact his first 100-mile event, and to be leading right now in his first 100-mile event would definitely be an impressive start to his day. Hopefully not getting started on the wrong foot in that sense as he descends towards that first aid station, but super curious there.
Yeah, you're right. Like, he's moving extremely well, and we could hear like the local spectators cheering him on as he's cruising downhill.
Yeah, you hear that word often, su-su.
Su-su.
Yeah, it's been fighting.
Really good.
Fight.
Good to know.
Right, so you hear all the girls, all the guys along the course who give this shout to all the runners. Su-su.
Su-su, there you go. Fun fact.
So you can start doing the same. It's fighting. Fight-o.
So there you go. Another question for you all who are following. So it's Su-su here in Thai. It's allez allez in French. I will do my contribution on the comments.
It's die die in Italian.
You guys There you go. You can write it in the comments. And yeah, you can share in your own language how you actually cheer people on.
Yeah, most of the chatter in the live chat right now is about dogs who have finished other running races, and even a duck who finished a marathon, I believe, in the U.S. And I think if I was right, ran in special duck shoes. But yeah, very, very, very cool. A dog ran MDS a couple years ago, and I think was adopted by those runners after the race. So dogs are no strangers. The OG ultra athletes, I think.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's almost like their instinct to, if they're in the village and if you're starting to walk out of the village on the trail, if they see you, they come straight and follow.
You just tag along.
Yeah, they just tag along, as if they were waiting for you to go.
Can we go? Can we go? Can we go?
Can we go now?
Well, they're gonna have plenty of options. And we have ayo ayo in Indonesian. And we've got Wrinkle, who set a 1 kilometer world duck record in 18 minutes and 8 seconds. Jesus, that lives keeps giving.
This section right now looks like you were talking about stuff being slippery potentially. That section that our leading lady was climbing up in the women's field, that section looked like it could be greasy or slippery. Didn't seem too rooty, but she was definitely taking her time to get her feet, placed just right. So it looked much more slick than what our current leading man is doing down this downhill, actually making very quick work, it looks like, over some technical forest single track here.
Yes, agreed. I had the same feeling actually, Corinne, that he was moving really, really well and fast and kind of smooth as well, even though that single track is almost too narrow to put 2 feet side by side. So you have to really follow that line, and it's also technical. So one thing is kind of confirming that he's comfortable and technical, but as you were saying, if it is his first 100 mile, is he burning too many ammos early on, or is he just comfortable and was ready to step up to that distance? We shall see. Yeah, and actually now thinking about dog running stories, I remember at the Coastal Challenge stage race in Costa Rica, we had the same situation for several stages where the dogs would keep up, but because in these hot conditions, they kind of tend to overheat. And so we're making sure at the aid station that they were getting some water. And they were being cooled down by the volunteers.
Yeah, growing up, when it was super hot and humid, my parents would have to make sure our dog stayed inside when I would leave for a run, because if she was outside and didn't leave with me immediately, she would just follow me, and I'd find her 40 minutes later running down the road towards me. So, yeah, dogs definitely, they're pretty good at saying no more. My dog right now, who loves the heat, this dog from Taiwan, but she if she gets too hot, she finds whatever shade she can and lays down, and we're really, really thoughtful with her in the summer for that reason, not running her in the heat. But yeah, I imagine at the Coastal Challenge or in the Gobi Desert, as someone pointed out, that would be, it's a kind of a stressful environment for a dog, but these dogs are also living in this environment and traveling long distances every day, so I'm not too worried for the dogs that are out there on course right now.
Yeah, they have track records. They have perfect track records.
Yes.
They have done this before.
They have the local advantage that we were talking about earlier. And another comment from Wong, love it in Chinese. Again, we're on the how to cheer in different languages. Is GIU means add oil. I love the translation.
That's amazing. And we should be getting splits from our lead men here in in a matter of minutes from that aid station. Now, our splits don't always come in perfectly. Sometimes there's a little bit of a delay getting them from the aid station onto screen, but I believe our lead men should be imminently coming into this aid station. He needs to take a right-hand turn there. There we go. And I think he goes down this path a little ways, and he should be to that aid station. And not all that long. It looks like current projections right now are between 4 and 7 minutes or so for our leading men to make it into this aid station. It says he's only 12K in, and I think he needs to be 14K into that aid station. These things are not always perfectly accurate, but we'll be getting an update from our leading men very, very shortly through that first aid station 1 at 14K into the race.
Yeah, and Thomas here still looking composed, in control, moving extremely well. He has now opened up a gap, like we could see behind him with the camera runner going in front for a little bit. Opened a gap on Francesco on that kind of technical downhill that we could see. And then, yeah, you're right, Corinne, we'll have the splits shortly and see who are those front runners in the male and female categories. Here, yeah, Oana from Romania, living in France, leading the women's field and on that crest before taking that technical downhill and hitting that fire road before getting into the aid station.
Yeah, and we've got an update from from Nicholas, who actually helped us identify Thomas early in the race, and he said that this is Tom's first 100-mile. So that is accurate based on what we saw, and it's definitely his first official UTMB event. He was previously focused on the Ironman and actually competed at Kona this year before shifting towards these events now. So we've got the Ironman triathlon crossover here. So very, very talented athlete. Used to, Ironman events definitely take a long time. They're probably more akin to some of the 100K racing that he's done from a time perspective, but really, really curious to see how today goes from him as he chats with that camera runner coming in with him to this aid station now.
Yeah, and so again, if he's doing Ironman races and the corresponding training for it, and obviously he does because he was in Kona, which is the world championship, the equivalent of the world championship for Ironman, meaning he most likely has the endurance and the stamina for a 100-mile race. Now, these triathletes are familiar with running, but there's also obviously swimming and a lot of biking. So will he be able to bear the pounding of the ups and downs over 100 miles? Hopefully so. And again, hopefully he will not trash his quads and ITBs too early in the race. But so far looking really, really good, really strong, and definitely out in the lead with what looks like about 30 seconds to a minute gap on second place.
He has a pretty good trail skills too. Didn't miss a beat coming down the narrow track. I have to say, surprised to see that from triathletes.
Yes, those who have this ability could be lethal. Like one of the runner I can think of coming from the US, Eli Hemming, who's been competing in the Golden Trail Series, showed incredible talent in both endurance and speed for his first season in trail running, compete against the world's best and actually place really, really well. So definitely can't discard Thomas here for this 100-mile here in the Inthanon National Park.
Yeah, and I was going to say, he looks really comfortable with poles.
He will be familiar with the heat as well.
Yeah, that's a super great point. I think the heat is a huge perspective for him to bring in here. Looking good using poles on both the uphill. He's taking them out now on this downhill. He made really good work, as Nadi pointed out, of that downhill section. Which you're right. I don't think that would be my first inclination, knowing that he's an Ironman athlete, to be able to navigate a pretty nice little technical single track very, very efficiently.
And now we have a different perspective. We were following Thomas from the back, and now we have our camera runner just ahead of the first female, Oana Mielchea. And yeah, there we go. Francesco is actually not that far behind. Either he's catching up, or it is our front runner who's slowing down a little bit. Who knows? But they are together again. He's about to reel him in right before the aid station. So it looks like these two will go head-to-head for a while. Hopefully they run with each other rather than against each other, because they can certainly help each other out against the rest of the field and making sure they maintain that gap.
I think Thomas slowed down a little bit to take water and food on board, and he seems to have problems with his the
soft flasks.
Yeah, the flask.
Yeah, like how to storage. That's what happens when you only have a fanny pack. You have all your mandatory gear.
He seems to have it up his inside his singlet.
Oh wow! Look at that. Yeah, Francesco is really coming back on the like a bit. It's like slightly stronger on the uphill or the runnable, or perhaps as you said, Thomas was kind of taking the time to regroup and hydrate and eat. While our dad, we're gonna have to give that name that dog a name. So we're all open if you have suggestions.
Yeah, that's a female dog. Another one's a male, so there's a couple. A male and a female dog accompany the leading group. So if you're going to give them a name, just one male and one female, please.
There you go. Meanwhile, Oyana still looking also pretty smooth on that downhill, I gotta say.
Yeah, someone was asking kind of where was Thomas storing his soft flask. We said it looked like he was up under his singlet. A lot of shorts, particularly trail shorts, have pockets kind of along the waistband. So I imagine that it's either tucked directly into that waistband or into a pocket of his shorts. Just happens to be under kind of that long singlet that he's wearing. So smooth. I think a big thing, particularly for a newer runner here, is just learning your systems, learning where things are going to go, learning how you're going to tuck them away into packs, etc. So lots to learn for Thomas out front, but making a really good go at his first 100-mile race. We are going to take a short commercial break. When we come back, we will be very close to having an update from the leading men coming through aid station 1. So don't go anywhere.
Since our microphone is probably still hot, if you see anything interesting, you can just shout.
Welcome to the amazing new chapter.
It sounds like they might have actually were able to mute us last time,
where you
but
discover yourself.
I don't know. We got winky face emojis in the chat, so it's possible that they can hear everything that's going on still. Someone suggested naming the leading lady dog Courtney, which wouldn't be a bad name for that gal if she's going to run the whole 160K loop.
Where nature is calling you.
Maybe Courtney and Killian. They can be the two doggies out front. That's my vote. Courtney and Killian.
I need to have some beer before
Write your new chapter.
Yeah, something nice and
in amazing
or
Thailand.
some Morton goo for the Killian dog at the next aid station.
Yep, confirm.
Yeah, people can hear us. Hot. Perfect. Courtney and Killian, are those good dog names? You guys can chime in the chat. What do you want? What should they name? What should their names be? We've got one male dog, one female dog accompanying our leading men's group right now. I think Courtney and Killian's winning out. Approved, stamp of approval on our dog names. We'll see. Maybe a personality will shine through and we'll have to name them something else. But I think it's a pretty good one thus far.
We're supposed to be back. Our mic is hot all the way, and Corinne has just named the leading two canine companion of our front runners, Killian and Courtney.
Ah, that's an easy one.
We're back, and Thomas is alone.
Yeah, again, we have the downhill, and it looks like every time it goes downhill, he's kind of slightly faster than Francesco. And yeah, on the right side of your screen are all the details about the UTMB majors, the continental championships. Now they've all been announced for 2023. It's going to be Kenyans for the Americas. Inthanon again next year in 2023. So we'll be back, as well as Val d'Aran in Spain. There you go, in the Pyrenees.
Okay, Francesco's still there. Okay, here's aid station.
Officially our first two men into that 14-kilometer aid station.
One on the left and one on the right. They don't share the table.
No, don't share the table. Just a quick look at what they're doing. Oh, and there we go.
Quick glance.
That's Gamidius.
That's DG. Grenius.
Not far behind at all.
He might have left
and
him
he
first.
flew through it.
Pass, yeah.
And Courtney is right there with them too. Courtney the dog. That's not going to confuse anyone.
Zoom past.
This one does not have long shorts.
Oh, Courtney has a quick break at the aid station, I think.
So let's figure it out. Like, has Jimenez literally blown through this aid station and actually passed the other two front runners? We'll figure that out very quickly. But Jimenez Grenius has been here for over a week, getting used to the kind of heat and specific weather conditions, as well as getting acquainted with some sections of the course. So that will definitely give him a little bit of an edge over his competition, who's not from here. Yeah, we're back at the Inthanon village.
First lady is approaching. She has a fair bit of descent to do. It's not as leafy as usual, in fact. So that's kind of make it slightly easier.
I am really impressed at the pace she's running so early in the race. I hope she's not getting caught up by the camera runner, because these guys can run downhill. Some of them are orienteering runners, and so they don't need to look at the ground. They're super comfortable and technical.
They'll be staying on a ridge line for the next section, 9 kilometers. After that, there'll be a long downhill section before start to biggest climb. Actually, not just of the day, but biggest climb of the whole course after the 35 kilometers mark.
Yep.
That'd be interesting.
get to the highest point on the course, as well as the highest point in Thailand. 2,565.
It's 543 years different between the Buddhist year and your normal year.
Yeah.
534.
So you guys are like half a century ahead of us.
So for those watching at home and trying to find the live trackers, it is looking like we've got delayed input from the trackers out on course. We have seen our first 3 guys come through that aid station. Gigi Grinius came in in third, but left in first. He'll be followed by Tom, the young English athlete, and Francesco, the Italian athlete, hot on his heels. But we'll hopefully get an update for the rest of the top 10 and our lead women coming through there. But it looks like right now we're not getting immediate updates from that aid station via the live trackers.
Ah, t'as déjà fait? Tu vises la qualification pour l'UTMB? Ok. Ouais. Bah, c'est bien, t'as un bon rythme. Une belle allure.
There we go. So camera runner is having a good old chat with Oana, and they're talking about like why she's here and what's her purpose. And obviously he had guessed it, and she confirmed that she is here to punch her ticket to next year's UTMB final in Chamonix for UTMB Mont Blanc. And she said, "Yep." So we'll see. And what he answered, "Well, you're looking good so far, moving well indeed." Leading the females field this the Inthanon Thailand by UTMB.
Was that Sebastian?
No, actually, Sebastian's right there.
Oh.
He's actually with us, talking with all his team on the ground. He's kind of here to coordinate everything.
I see. She's almost at the aid station now. That the dirt road. She just jumped out of the single track and onto the dirt road.
Yeah, so the trackers are really struggling right now. But hopefully they're going to update here in a moment with our lead men to that aid station. Hopefully give you an update on that top 10 as soon as it refreshes itself when we get that information from the field. But right now, at least the top 3 men are all very tightly packed together. We'll be curious to see what that split is from Oana here back to the chasing women, who we expect to be the likes of Jenny Quilty of Canada. We expect the Chinese athletes, both Zi Wenfei and Deng Fiozhou, the both, I think, the from Solomon, China, and from Hoka should be kind of in that mix as well. But we'll get that information when those women make it through Aid Station 1 and their trackers are updated. But right now on your screen is our leading lady, a Romanian athlete, though she lives in France, trying to punch her ticket to UTMB, Oana, at the front of the women's race right now.
And see, like, knees barely going up, that ultra shuffle, kind of saving energy as much as you can.
Yeah, it's a really efficient running style. It doesn't look quite as graceful as our track and road brethren, but that ultra kind of shuffle, keeping your feet fairly low to the ground. Obviously, you have to clear roots and the likes there. She's going to put her poles away now, but it's a very efficient movement because she will be running for likely, close to 24 hours for our lead women in the event. So They've got lots and lots of time to go. They're only 90 minutes into today's race. Again, this is the 160K, 100-mile race. We'll also be covering the 100K race, the Cliffs 100K, and the Pagoda 50K tomorrow as well, or whatever day it is, wherever you're watching, pending if you're in the US or Europe or Thailand. Dates mean very little right now. We're kind of scattered across the world as we speak, but we will be bringing you live coverage from the 100K and the 50K as well. So a early weekend jam-packed full of exciting racing.
Yeah, if you're watching while you're working, keep kind of, your shortcut ready. Windows and D gives you the desktop.
You can get, like technical details do not get caught.
Watching UTMB, watching Inthanon Thailand by UTMB at work. Windows D, people. That's give you the desktop quickly. If you're on Windows machine, that is.
I love the shortcuts.
I know some of you are trying it right now.
And yes, if we're talking about shortcuts and you're on Chrome, you can use Command W very quickly to kill your tab in case somebody's coming and check it out. But don't worry, because if you go Command Shift T, you can reopen that very specific tab.
Oh, there you are.
We know all the tricks because, let's not lie, we've been there, we've done exactly that.
Get your priority right.
Yes, indeed. And so yes, Corinne, you were saying they were about 90 minutes into that 170K race. There was about just over 500 participants who started, and there's over 5,000 runners who will compete this weekend in the Inthanon National Park over the 100-mile distance, 100K, 50K, and there's a 24K as well as a 10 kilometers. Both of the later will take place on Sunday.
Something for everyone.
Martin here might be joining.
Yes, indeed.
I'm jealous.
Indeed, about the something for everyone, because that will be after 2 times 12 hours of live coverage. And I was like, oh, okay, that's a short distance, so it should be quite late. But no, it actually starts at 6 a.m. on Sunday morning, so local time. So I'm like, oof, that's going to be a tough goal. But let's see. There's definitely going to be a run on the Sunday, whether it's with the B-Bone or just to go out and explore local trails. While we are back again at the Ultra Trail Village, at kind of the HQ of the Inthanon National Park, and it is buzzing.
It's a beautiful race village too. It's like totally decked out. The start line was beautiful with all the bamboo. They are definitely, I think, making a big sell here for the 2023 edition of the race. I think a lot of people are going to be watching this from Europe and from stateside, and all of a sudden maybe changing their calendars for 2023. I've got the bug. I'm tempted to be there in person next year, either to kick Martin out of the booth a little bit or to run it myself. It is definitely setting up to be a very alluring race.
And either way, you are definitely welcome here. And I know you were talking about this earlier. Whatever the distance, whatever the race, you'll be stoked to be able to put a number back on. So could be here.
Yeah,
could be. I hope I get to race before next December.
For a few dogs, huh?
Yeah, and that's right. Get the suitcase ready to bring a dog back home.
Yeah, I'll bring Pete's leftover kennel. It'll be great.
And so we're about to have another quick commercial break. So we'll leave you for a while. I don't know if the mics are going to be on or off. It's now hard to tell. But one sure thing is that we will be back very shortly with you to keep covering this live for, the next 10 hours.
Et voila. We'll just continue to dub the commercial because I'm sure we're not actually muted. So join us on the UTMB World Series. Fly somewhere. Come to a cool race. Be it Canyons or Cape Town or something else. Adopt a dog. Come to Thailand. Adopt a dog. That's our selling point. New race slogan. Someone tell the race directors. Come to Thailand. Adopt a dog.
In fact, we have a lot of problems with stray dogs because the weather is so mild. They don't die out. In winter, they can live pretty much year round outdoors. So we have a lot of problems with that. There's quite a few foundations.
We're back and we're talking about stray dogs. Have you caught that? We're talking about stray dogs and stray dog foundations.
And we see a dog live on screen as well, accompanying Thomas still on the small screen. The live tracking is still not functioning. We seem to have the order right, but not the time. We have Thomas, we have Francesco, we have Gigi coming up. Oh, it's still an estimation.
Yeah, so we can give an update. We don't have all of the right times we think, but it looks like kind of the last checkpoint times scanned in properly. And so we've got the first 10 to 13 athletes, it looks like, through aid station 1, that being Thomas, the athlete from Great Britain, in first. We saw him come in with Francesco and Gamidius, 2 and 3. Gamidius actually ran right through the aid station, took no time at all. It looks like those men, though, probably have 9 or so minutes ahead of the next chase pack, if that's accurate. That includes Takashi Do of Japan, Satori Jaya of Japan, Christophe of France, David Simpat. I think we've got a bunch of Malaysian athletes racing. Vietnamese athlete, Quan Tran in 8th, Lin Xiao, China in 9th. An athlete from Oman in 10th, it looks like. Hamdan Al-Karti in 10th. We do think that Rod Farvard should be in that group, and his bib is not showing up in there, which to me, I think that seems like he's been missed potentially. So don't panic if you're a Rod fan. I don't know that I think he's probably come through that checkpoint, but right now on your screen is the leading lady in the women's race.
There she
that
is.
is the Romanian athlete. Yeah, so we're going to keep flipping back to the start-finish area whenever we lose coverage there.
Yeah, thanks, Corinne. So indeed, Oana has just made into the aid station and our image froze She looks like she was gonna fill up her water bottles as well. But yeah, we're kind of in and out of reception here.
Team L, je suis avec le dossard numéro 2 là, 4ème, pour changer un peu de vue.
There you go. So that's Corinne. You'd say that's 4th place. Runner on the right. It gets a bit blurry. I think it's the Chinese runner representing Hoka.
Yeah, it should be Liu. Liu Canhao should be that 4th place runner. But again, okay, so we do have an update. Rod Farvard was in that group. He is currently running in 7th. So updating, it looks like there were a couple athletes that were missed in that group. So Thomas in 1, Francesco 2, Gamidius 3, Liu Canhao 4, who's on your screen right now. That is the Chinese athlete representing Hoka. Jordy in 5th. Xiao Zihu in 6th, so another Chinese athlete. So there's 2 Hoka athletes running in 4th and 6th, both Chinese athletes. Rod Farvard in 7th, Takashi Dao of Japan in 8th, Satori in 9th, Christoph in 10th. So that was an issue there. So it actually looks like 1, 2, and 3 came through together with 4, 5, and 6 just behind them, only a minute, and then 7th a minute back from them. So right now, your top 7 men at that aid station were separated by 2 minutes. So a very tight top 7 group right now in this race. And then from 7th back to 8th, 9th, and 10th, there's an additional 6 to 7 minute gap there. So this is your 2nd woman on your screen now, and I believe this is Solomon athlete. I think Solomon China. Yeah, that's who that is. That is Ziwei Fei. And then maybe 3rd athlete there too.
Oh, that's a female.
Yep, ultra athlete, another Chinese athlete.
You get a runner like working pretty hard up that hill. It's a steep hill. I don't know how long it is, but this is always if you know the course, like when to take the poles out or not, or if you like here alternating between power hiking and running.
Not sure whether this is the cameraman breathing or
the
athlete.
They're working pretty hard.
I think it's actually from the camera.
Yeah, Alice is trying to relax his arms from pushing over the knees, and there you go, dropping back down. And
it's possible that this athlete's now in 1st because he was only a minute back at the aid station. So they are saying he's the 4th male, but he was only a minute back at that last aid station. So once again, a very, very tight group for the men's top 7.
So this could be Liu Canhua we're watching.
Oh, and I don't know how it is with you, but we're 15 minutes to noon, and I can smell all sorts of flavors from stuff that's cooking outside. It's becoming tough to bear. We need an aid station too.
We'll get you fed. Don't worry. They'll feed you.
Well, actually, I do worry. I do worry because Natty right next to me said like, "Oh, it's fine. I can go a day without eating." So I'm like, "Oh no, I
No.
can't."
Martin definitely can't.
Well, but with the food smell coming in,
it's becoming really tempting.
Yeah, it's pretty bad here. I mean, it
smells really nice, which makes it way harder to bear. Yeah.
Well, there's roti outside there on the ground floor and making fresh roti on the ground floor.
So educate us. What is roti?
The kind of Indian style of pastry, but fry on a flat kind of pan. You can have it sweet or savory. I think they're making a sweet one. You can actually smell it.
Yes.
The sugar, the caramelized sugar.
It smells like the fair. Oh.
You should check it out, I think.
Maybe we should get in line.
And this is a single track.
It's insane.
It's really fun to run. I think a part of your 20K, if you join the 20K, you might see this similar section.
Oh, now I'm definitely tempted.
Really
that looks
fun to
extremely
run.
playful. Yes.
Twists and turns all the time. Very runnable, but very tiring at the same time.
Yeah, and you get the vegetation closing in on the runners, making it like a very narrow path. And we're back at the village, probably losing reception again. We might have an update on the females field to see who's chasing our female leaders.
Yeah, we kind of saw her briefly earlier at the aid station. But it's good to see some Asian runners representing in the top 10. We have two Japanese runners, Takeshi Doi and Satoru Geya, in 8th and 9th position. You have not seen them on the camera though.
Yeah, and in the women's field, actually, China is definitely blasting the top 5, top 6 even, with 4 runners in the top 6, and simply Oana in first place, originally from Romania, living in France. We repeat, and our all-star from Canada, Jenny Quilty, who earlier at the start had a big fan group, who probably is still with us. So a big shout out to Canada. And yeah, we've got some people who are actually familiar with roti, because like say roti with bananas, awesome.
Oh yes, I think that's what they're making right now.
Oh,
Martin's
actually,
starting to
yeah,
drool in the studio.
It's hard. So that comment is coming from Mohammed, who's actually running, because he said he had it yesterday after the military gear check. Meaning that he will partake in one of the races this weekend. So good luck to you, Mohammed.
Yeah, they're leaving A1, so they should be on a ridge line for most of this section. It's 9 kilometers to A2.
Yeah, so the quick update again on the women's field. We haven't seen them going through all of them through the first aid station at 14 kilometers into the race. But Oana Mialcea from Romania was in first, and all smiles, chatting with our camera runner, followed by Chi Wengfei and Wu Yuan, also from China, and in fourth, another Chinese female runner, Chen Rongrong, and finally in fifth from Canada, Jenny Quilty, so far after 14 kilometers. And so, again, if you're wondering, we will be with you all day today, local time. I think we'll tune out around 6 p.m. So there's another 6 hours of live coverage of this 100 mile. And we'll be back tomorrow morning, 4:30 a.m. local time, to carry on the live coverage of the 100 mile, as well as cover the 100 kilometer. And then we'll sneak back into the finish for the 100 mile, then the 50 kilometers, sneak back into the females finish in the 100 mile, and then everything will roll pretty quickly. Finish of the 50K, finish of the 100K, and then finish of the commentators will be dead. Boom.
So
yeah, you guys, I lucked out. I lucked out. They're not going to make me do commentary overnight here in Seattle, so I feel so blessed by that. But we do have, I think, complete updates of our top 10 women through that aid station. You just mentioned that that China is doing really well. I think they have 5 women in the top 10. Thailand making up the 9th and 10th place spots, it looks like, in the women's race. But Brazil represented in Manuela in 7th, Canada represented with Jenny Quilty in 5th, Romania at the front. So a really international field at the top 10 of the women's race. And again, the men's race as well, while China definitely has a presence with 4 men in the, hold on one second, that's the wrong tab, with 2 men in the top 10. You've got Great Britain, Italy, Lithuania, China, Spain, the US, Japan, and France in the top 10. So a really strong international field. Again, this is the World Series major for Asia, although all are welcome. And that does mean that as opposed to 3 spots going to the elites for that UTMB entry, the top 10 men and women in these races will be getting spots, as well as Martin mentioned earlier. Some of the top finishers in the age groups for men and women will also be getting top spots this weekend for UTMB.
That's right. Thanks, Corinne. And we'll have a quick commercial break, and after I want to just go back to I want to point out 2 things in the women's top 10. So you'll have the time of a short commercial break to guess what I want to point out, and we'll see in the comments if you guessed it right or not. We'll see you shortly.
You might not need me. But we're back.
And we're back. Ta-da! Still don't have. This might be the window where we're losing reception and we can't actually cover the runners as they go through. That's what will be between the 14, 15, 16 kilometers and the 20th kilometer. We just have a blind spot there, so as much as we have camera runners and mountain bikers out on the course everywhere, there will be times where the lack of reception will not allow us to send you images straight from the field. So this might be our shot to actually get a little bit of a lunch break.
Roti with banana. Time.
We'll grab that on the way back up as a dessert. Because as a friend pointed out in Spanish, no es comida sin postres. He said you can't have a lunch without, there's no such thing as a lunch without a dessert, which I can certainly relate to. And here, if you're joining us, this is the bamboo structure that is creating the start and finish line, a very unique start and finish line. And I can't wait for nighttime to show you because that thing gets lit up and the light show is actually quite spectacular.
Yeah, it was beautiful at the start, I imagine, overnight and tomorrow morning early as the racers get going, kind of right at when is first light? Is first light before 5 a.m.? That's pretty impressive.
Oh, and there we go. We've got the information on the screen. It says that we'll be live again in what looks like 47 minutes. So I think this is potentially the time for today to say goodbye to our good friend Corinne, who's commenting from all the way over in the US and is becoming late into the night. And so we'll be in charge now. So you can relax for 3/4 of an hour, say goodbye to Corinne, say goodbye to, yes, our American commentator, Corinne Malacombe. And we'll see.
You guys are in good hands, though.
We'll see you.
Hi,
we'll see you
bye.
Soon. I mean, tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll see you.
So again,
tomorrow for everyone.
Confusion. Yes, indeed, tomorrow for everyone. Unless you're following throughout the night, if you're in the Americas. And definitely, we will be back, Nate and I, in what looks like about 45 minutes to keep covering the race live. And Corinne will tune in again with me at 4:30 a.m. When we start the live. And until then, see you very shortly. Have a good night, Corinne.
Good night, guys. We'll see you soon.
See ya.
แท่งขยายเสียงโอเคก็ขอสวัสดียามเที่ยงเศษกับนักวิ่งนะฮะที่เพิ่งมาถึงหรือมาถึงได้สักพักแล้วนะฮะที่กำลังรับเรสคิทนะฮะหรือรับเรสคิทเสร็จแล้วแล้วก็กำลังถ่ายรูปกันอยู่นะฮะยินดีต้อนรับนะฮะสู่ดอยอินทนนท์ไทยแลนด์ by UTMB 2022 นะครับเดี๋ยวตอนนี้นะฮะเดี๋ยวผมจะเดินไปตรงบริเวณตรงที่รับบิฟสักหน่อยนะตอนนี้เรียกว่าเพื่อนๆคลาคล่ำเลยนะฮะตอนนี้อยู่ตรงบริเวณจุดที่รับเลสคิดนะฮะก่อนจะรับเลสคิดนะฮะเราต้องมีการตรวจ mandatory gear หรืออุปกรณ์บังคับกันก่อนนะฮะเรียกว่าอันนี้น่าจะเป็นกลุ่มนักวิ่งนะฮะที่มาก่อนเวลาหรือว่ามาเวลาคลาดเคลื่อนนะฮะอาจจะต้องรอเข้าช่องพิเศษสักครู่หนึ่งนะฮะเพราะช่วงนี้น่าจะเป็นล็อกของนักวิ่งที่มาแจ้งรับบิฟในเวลา 12 นาฬิกาถึง 13 นาฬิกาเป็นไงบ้างฮะทีมงาน mandatory gear check โอเคไหมฮะโอเคยังไงคุณชัชวิทย์คุณเอาไงกับผมว่าง2 ที่นะฮะว่าง2 ที่นะฮะเช็คแมนเกียร์ให้เรียบร้อยก่อนเข้ารับเลสคิดนะครับวันนี้ก็จะเป็นที่เหลือก็จะเป็นระยะ100นะฮะระยะ50นะฮะซึ่งคนค่อนข้างเยอะเลยรับเลสคิดเสร็จแล้วนะฮะเรามีโฟโต้บูธด้วยนะฮะเรามีโฟโต้บูธด้วยนะฮะถ้าไม่รีบจะไปไหนก็ถ่ายรูปสวยๆกับเราก่อนนะรถ Honda นะฮะทะเบียนงองูบอใบไม้7010นะฮะจังหวัดเชียงใหม่นะฮะรถยนต์ Honda ทะเบียนงองูบอใบไม้7010จังหวัดเชียงใหม่นะตอนนี้รถของท่านได้จอดกีดขวางทางนะฮะขอความกรุณาช่วยขยับรถของท่านด้วยนะฮะรถของท่านได้จอดกีดขวางทางนะฮะขอความกรุณาขยับรถของท่านด้วยรถยนต์ Hondaทะเบียนงองูบอใบไม้7010จังหวัดเชียงใหม่ขยับรถด้วยนะครับขอบคุณครับ
ขอบคุณครับนะจีตอนนี้น้าอยู่ไหนครับเนี่ย Where are you
ผมเหมือนได้ยินเสียงคุณเฉลิมฤทธิ์แว่วๆคุณอยู่ตรงไหนกันฮะ
ผมอยู่บริเวณจุดรับอุปกรณ์การแข่งขันครับ
ฮะ
ผมอยู่ตรงจุดรับบิฟครับ
ผมก็อยู่ตรงจุดรับบิฟคุณหลอกผมหรือเปล่า
ผมไม่อยู่ตรงนี้จริงๆ
ผมอยู่ตรงโฟโต้บูธแล้ว
ผมอยู่ข้างหน้าคนนะครับตอนนี้แถวในส่วนของตัวเลสคิดคอลเลกติ้งนี่หางแถวยังสบายๆอยู่นะครับ
แถวที่ตรงล็อกเวลาจะสบายฮะส่วนแถวที่ มาไม่ตรงล็อกเวลาก็อาจจะต้องรอสักครู่นะครับผม
ตอนนี้ทีมวอลันเทียร์กำลังทำงานอย่างขมักเขม้นแข่งขันนะครับตอนนี้ในส่วนของบริเวณจุดรับบิฟนะครับว่างอยู่นะครับตอนนี้ว่างอยู่เพราะฉะนั้นมาได้เลยนะครับวอลันเทียร์สู้ไม่สู้
วอลเทียเสียงไม่มีเลยอ่ะ
กำลังทำงานอยู่
คุณชัชวิทย์ฮะ เห็นคุณเฉลิมฤทธิ์ไหมฮะ
สวัสดีครับคุณนิกรครับ
ครับผม อันนี้เราจะเข้าข่ายใช้แรงงานเด็กหรือเปล่าเนี่ย
So now we are still available for less kit beef collecting. Please be ensure that your mental gear is ready before you get to this area.
Someone to forget a glove on the table. Mandatory gear check. Please come to correct your glove.
นันจีครับเมื่อเช้านี้บรรยากาศการปล่อยตัวเป็นอย่างไรบ้าง
ก็รู้สึกแบบฮึกเหิมมากเลยครับคุณเฉลิมฤทธิ์
ครับ
นะฮะเรียกว่าเป็นการปล่อยตัวระยะแรกของวันนี้เรียกว่าของงานนี้เลย
งานนี้เลยนะค
คือ
รับ
Summit 160นะฮะหรือ Summit 100 Mile ของเรา
เมื่อเช้านี้ขนลุกหลายโมเมนต์มาก
ปวดท้องเหรอฮะ
ครับอะไรอ่ะ
พอเห็นบอกขนลุกนึกว่าเสียว
บรรยากาศดีมากเลย
เรียกว่ามันสร้างความฮึกเหิมนะฮะ
ครับ
คือนักวิ่งคือจริงๆอ่ะทุกระยะคือแข็งแกร่งอยู่แล้วแต่โดยเฉพาะระยะ160เนี่ยเรียกว่าเป็นรูทใหม่ของเรานะซึ่งปีนี้เราพานักวิ่งขึ้นไปสู่จุดสูงสุดของดอยอินทนนท์เลย
จุดสุดยอดเลย
จุดสุดยอดเลยสปาร์ตซัมอะไรวะสกิดข้างแสบเลยเว้ย
ก็ยินดีต้อนรับนักวิ่งทุกท่านด้วยเลยนะครับที่เพิ่งมาถึงนะครับ
นี่แล้วทุกคนนี่มาถึงนี่เบสแคมป์ลิตเติ้ลเบสแคมป์ของเรานี่เป็นที่ผ่อนคลายนะตอนนี้เราเจอแล้วนะฮะ
เจอ
คุณ
อะไรครับ
ไทยทิพย์ฮะซื้อมาให้เหรอฮะ
ทำไมเขาเลี้ยวหนีแล้ว
นี่ฮะอยู่ตรงหน้าเราคุณหมอเมย์นะฮะคุณหมอเมย์แล้วก็สุดานะครับผมสวัสดีหมอเมย์นะครับ
สวัสดีครั้งหนึ่งครับ
เหมือนหมอเมย์ไม่อยากคุยด้วยหมอเมย์เดินหนีเลยอ่ะนี่ไงเราอยู่ทั้งกับสุดาแล้วก็หมอเมย์นะฮะใครอยากจะรีแฮบใครอยากจะช็อกเวฟมานัดคิวก่อนหมอเมย์ลงระยะเท่าไหร่ครับวันนี้
ลง50ค่ะ
50
จะวิ่งทันไหมเนี่ย
ผมต้องถามหมอเมย์ว่าจะวิ่งพอไหมครับแค่50เอง
พอทุกครั้งที่ลงระยะที่เลือกไว้ก็หันไปเห็นระยะ20อุ้ย20น่าวิ่ง
ลำโพงนี้ดีกว่าเดี๋ยวคุณ
ทำไมพอสุดายืนอยู่แล้วต้องเปิดเพลงจีนไม่ใช่นี่มูลี
50 กิโลเขาได้ข่าวว่าเขาบอกว่าให้รีบวิ่งเพื่อหนีรถติดแต่ว่าไม่ระวังไม่ประกันว่าจะไม่มีรถล้มความแน่เลยการไม่ถูกเลยไม่ถ้าตอนวิ่งระยะ50ตอนที่วิ่ง OCC ที่ UTMB 58อันนั้นประมาณ11 ชั่วโมงแต่นั้นก็ยังสาวอยู่ตอนนี้ไม่สาวเท่านั้นแล้วก็กะว่าสักแบบอยากจะสัก11 ครึ่ง
11 ถึง 12
ใช่แต่ว่าเนื่องจากว่ารอบนี้ซ้อมน้อยคิดว่าจะได้อานิสงส์ที่เหลือจาก CCC มาแต่ไม่เหลือแล้วใช่
ก็เข้ามาอากาศกำลังเย็นสบายเลยนะเย็น
ตอนเย็นก็คาดว่าอยากจะเข้าก่อนที่ฟ้าจะมืดเพื่อที่จะไม่ต้องควักเฮดแลมป์ออกมาอีกรอบหนึ่งใช่อาจจะใช้แค่ตอนเช้าแล้วเราก็บอกตัวเองว่าเราจะต้องพยายามเข้าเส้นชัยให้ทันก่อนที่ต้องควักอีกรอบหนึ่งอันนั้นก็เป็นมิชชั่นเล็กๆในหัวก็เป็นเทคนิควิธีการแบบวิธีการคิดนิดหน่อยใช่
ตอนนี้มีอาการบาดเจ็บอะไรตรงไหนไหม
ไม่ได้มีอาการบาดเจ็บอะไรค่ะแต่ว่ามีอาการไม่ได้ซ้อม
อ่อนซ้อม
เล่นเวทอย่างเดียวแต่ว่าไม่ได้มีเก็บระยะการซ้อมสักเท่าไหร่ใช่ก็ใช้หมดไปที่ CCC แล้วกลับมาเนี่ยก็งานเยอะแล้วก็มีลงนู่นนี่นั่นตามภาษานักวิ่งทั่วไป
ที่ UTMB เนี่ยเราใช้แต้มบุญที่เนี่ยเราใช้กรรมแล้วนะ
ใช้กรรมแล้วเขาบอกว่าต้องมาเก็บหินมีคนบอกว่าต้องเก็บหิน
ใช่
นี่ไม่เคยรู้จักว่าการอยากจะไปเนี่ยจะต้องมาเก็บหินด้วยความทรมานขนาดนี้จะได้หินมาเนาะก็ต้องมาเก็บระยะเพื่อเอาหินเพื่อไปทรมานต่อ
ไปที่ไฟนอลสเตจ
ใช่ทำไมกัน
นะ
เพราะว่าปีที่แล้วที่ได้ CCC อะค่ะไม่มีหินสักก้อนแต่ก็ยังได้ไปชดใช้กรรมนี่นู่น
เนี่ยพรุ่งนี้แหละได้ใช้กรรมของจริงแล้ว
จริงป่ะ
ใช่เพราะฉะนั้นแอบคาดหวังและส่งกำลังใจให้พรุ่งนี้
ขอบคุณค่ะ
สัก5 โมงเย็น เป็นอย่างช้าเพราะว่าเดี๋ยวดวงอาทิตย์มันจะตกเร็ว
อ๋อพรุ่งนี้ดวงอาทิตย์ตกกี่โมงคะเดี๋ยวต้องหา
ประมาณ
ข้อมูล
5 โม
ก่
ง
อน
ครึ่ง
5 โมงครึ่งเหรอจากที่คิดว่า6 โมงจะทันไม่ทันละ
อ่ะผมให้6 โมงยังทันอยู่เพราะว่าดวงอาทิตย์มันตกเร็วจริง ตกเร็วแล้วก็อากาศลดลงเร็วมากนะครับพี่หมอเมย์
ความเย็นใช่ไหม
ใช่ลงเร็วจริง ๆ อันนี้ผมเตือน
ไม่เป็นไรเราเตรียมมาครบเลยทั้งกันฝนกันหนาวมีกระทากไหมคะ
เป็นลุ้นเอา วันนี้มีบรีฟด้วยตอน5 โมงเย็นเดี๋ยวมาฟังกันด้วย
ก็ชวนเพื่อนๆที่วิ่ง 50 ด้วยกันแล้วก็เดินซื้อของอยู่ในนี้นะคะ
ใช่
เดี๋ยวมาฟังบรีฟกันตอน 5 โมงเย็น
ใช่
มีทั้งภาษาไทย
yes
ภาษาอังกฤษ
ถูกต้อง
โอเค ใครเป็นคนบรีฟคะพี่ไผ่
มีพี่จุ๋ง
พี่จุ๋งมาบรีฟ
พี่จุ๋งและพี่โซเฟีย
ดรจุ๋งของเรามาบรีฟเลย
ใช่ อันนี้คือดีเลกเตอร์ของเราเลย
ก็ตื่นเต้นนะ เพราะไม่เคยมานี่คือครั้งแรก
ครั้งแร
ข
ก
องการมาอินทนนท์
มันหนาวนะจะบอกให้
จริงเหรอ
หนาวจริง
หนาวกว่า CCC ไหมอันนี้เราก็กะไม่ถูกเดี๋ยวต้องลองถามน้องที่เคย
ๆได้นะครับอ่ะขอบคุณพี่หมอเมย์มาก
ขอบคุณค่ะ
ขอบคุณมากๆเลย
ขอบคุณค่ะ
หวังว่าจะปล่อยให้เรารอนานนะ เอาล่ะฝากประชาสัมพันธ์ครับ เจ้าของรถหมายเลขทะเบียนกไก่ 2230 กรุณาเลื่อนรถท่านด่วนนะครับ เจ้าของรถหมายเลขทะเบียนกไก่ 2230 นะครับรบกวนขยับรถท่านด่วนนะครับ
ยินดีนะฮะยินดีกับเพลงมันนำนะฮะตอนนี้นะฮะคุณเฉลิมฤทธิ์ตอนนี้นะฮะคุณเฉลิมฤทธิ์นะฮะเรายืนอยู่ตรงที่บริเวณจุดสตาร์ท
ครับ
และตรงจุดสตาร์ทนี้นะฮะใครๆแบบมองเหมือนโครงไม้ไผ่สารอะไรมันคืออะไร
มันคืออะไรครับ
นี่คือต้นสลี
ครับ
นะฮะซึ่งการประกอบต้นสลีเนี่ยปีนี้เรามีถึง 4 ต้นด้วยกันนะฮะ
ครับ มีความหมายหรือนัยยะอย่างไร นะครับ ซึ่ง
ต้นสลีนี้ก็คือเปรียบเสมือนต้นโพนะฮะและปีนี้เรามีถึง 4 ต้นด้วยกัน
ซึ่งมีนัยยะว่าครั้งนี้เราก็จะเป็นครั้งที่ 4 แล้ว
แล้วการประกอบหรือการสร้างต้นสลีเนี่ย
ครับ
เป็นการผูกมัดยึดติด โดยที่ไม่ได้ใช้ตะปูเลย
พูดเป็นเล่น
จริงๆครับสังเกตจะเป็นเชือกมัดตามข้อตามรอย และแข็งแรงมาก
ใช่แล้ว
ไม่ได้ใช้ตะปูยึดเลยฮะ
อันนี้ถือว่าเป็นอีกหนึ่งสิ่งประดิษฐ์โดยแบบแมนเมดจริง
แล้วก็เป็นสัญลักษณ์ของงาน ดอยอินทนนท์ไทยแลนด์ by UTMB ของเรานะฮะตั้งแต่ครั้งแรกจนถึงครั้งนี้
ปัจจุบันนี้เลยนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นนักวิ่งนะฮะตอนนี้ยังมีเวลาสามารถที่จะทยอยเดินเข้ามาถ่ายภาพตรงนี้นะครับตรงจุดสตาร์ทไลน์เป็นที่ระลึกได้เลยนะครับ
ได้เลยฮะได้เลยฮะและสังเกตว่าตรงจุดสตาร์ทเนี่ยเราจะแบ่งเป็น2ช่อง
ยังไง
ก็คือตรงช่องที่เราอยู่เนี่ยจะเป็นจุดสตาร์ทคือนักวิ่งจะวิ่งออกไปนะฮะส่วนช่องข้างๆจะเป็นจุดเป็นเลนเป็นลายของฟินิชเชอร์
ครับ
นะฮะเป็นชแนลของฟินิชเชอร์เลยที่จะวิ่งขึ้นมานะฮะสู่ความเป็นฟินิชเชอร์บนแลมป์ตรงนี้เลยนะฮะ
เป็นลิตเติ้ลแลมป์
ใช่
นะซึ่งก็ทำมาจากธรรมชาติอีกเช่นกันนะครับโอ้โห
ซึ่งงานนี้เนี่ยมันสอดคล้องกับคุณเฉลิมฤทธิ์มากเลย
อย่างไร
เพราะวัสดุตรงนี้เป็นไม้ไผ่หมดเลย
ถ้าภาษาอังกฤษแบมบูทรีนะครับ This is made from bamboo tree บรรยากาศตอนนี้ดีมากเลยเมื่อกี้ผมดูอุณหภูมิประมาณ22 องศาเซลเซียสครับนะ
นี่เมื่อกี้แบบรู้สึกแบบง่วงซึมๆมากเลย
ทำไมครับ
พอได้กาแฟออเรนจ์ครัชจากLittle Base Camp เข้าไปนี่รู้สึกซูซ่า
สดชื่นเลยทีเดียว
กาแฟดีๆนะเพิ่มพลังงานนะให้ความสดใสนะจาก Little Base Camp นะฮะ
กำหนดการของเราวันนี้ครับนะจีฮะคุณนิกรครับวันนี้เรายังคงเปิดรับบีฟจนถึงช่วงค่ำนะฮะ
ใช่
และในเวลาในส่วนของ16 นาฬิกานะครับ
เราจะมีการวิ่งเรียกว่าระยะแบบชิลๆเลย
น่า
รักชื่อระยะก็บอกอยู่แล้วว่าว
อร์มอัพรัน
เป็นแค่วอร์มอัพนะวิ่งกันสนุกประมาณ4กิโลเมตรเท่านั้นเอง
16 นาฬิกาและหลังจากนั้นแล้ว17 นาฬิกาครับเราจะมีเลสบรีฟิ่งในระยะ100
กิโลเมตร
นะฮะก็ได้50ด้วย
ก็ใครที่สงสัยหรือมีข้อกังวลหรือมีข้อสอบถามนะฮะสามารถรอฟัง Red Briefing สดๆได้ในเวลา17 นาฬิกาหรือถ้าเพื่อนๆนะฮะเวลานั้นอาจจะไม่อยู่ต้องกลับที่มงที่พักก็ติดตามได้ทางไลฟ์สตรีมมิ่งนะครับผม
ซึ่งในงานในส่วนของไลฟ์สตรีมมิ่งภาคภาษาไทยเราก็มีพิธีกรที่น่ารักอีก2ท่านครับมาจี
ก็คือคุณหทัยทิพย์และคุณเอกพลนะฮะ
ครับซึ่งก็จะ available นะครับในส่วนของภาคภาษาไทยร่วมด้วย
ในส่วนของภาคภาษาอังกฤษนะฮะก็นี่เลยเป็นที่เราคุ้นหน้าคุ้นตาและเป็นที่รักและเคารพของพวกเรานะครับก็คืออาจารย์ณทีและโปรหน่ำน้ำเพชรนะครับ
นะครับก็เป็นหนึ่งในคอมมูนิตี้ของเราที่เรียกว่าคอมมูนิตี้เทรลคอมมูนิตี้ที่น่ารักมากๆเลยนะครับเราคุ้นหน้าคุ้นตากันอยู่แล้วในวงการเทรลของเราครับ
และในตอนนี้นะผมนะฮะนิกรนะฮะและ
แบมบู
คุณเฉลิมฤทธิ์นะฮะก็ยังขออยู่ตรงนี้เลยฮะยังไม่ได้ไปไหนนะฮะ
อะไรเนี่ยเราอยู่กันต่อจนถึงวันอาทิตย์เลย
ใช่อยากอยู่ต่อถึงวันจันทร์แต่กลับเถอะ
ภารกิจเยอะ
ใช่
นะครับก็ยินดีต้อนรับนักวิ่งทุกท่านด้วยนะครับสำหรับนักวิ่งที่เพิ่งมาถึงนะฮะเราอยู่ในช่วงของการรับบิฟด้วย
มองไปไกลๆตรงนั้น
จะเจออะไร
พี่ปอมฮะพี่ปอมยืนอยู่ฮะ
ตามหาลูกชายอยู่นะฮะนะครับนักวิ่งที่เพิ่งมาถึงนะครับเข้ามาแล้วนะครับตรงในส่วนของUltra Trail Village นะครับก่อนจะเข้าไปท่านจะเจอกับบูธของโฮก้าพาวิเลียน
นะฮะ
ซึ่งก็จะมีรองเท้ารุ่นใหม่นะครับมานำเสนอให้กับนักวิ่งได้มาลองใช้ดูว่าด้วยประสิทธิภาพของทางโฮก้านั้นเทคโนโลยีเป็นอย่างไรท่านไปลองเลือกซื้อเลือกหาเลือกลองกันดูได้เลยนะครับ
ทั้งคุณภาพทั้งแฟชั่นสีสันเรียกว่าโฮก้านี่ครองใจเพื่อนๆหลายๆคนเลย
นะครับ
หรือแม้แต่กระทั่งผมในตอนนี้
อย่างไร
ก็ได้สวมใส่โฮก้า บอนไดเซเว่นอยู่ด้วย หรือกระทั่งคุณวิไผ่
สปีดโกส
โพก้าสปีดโกสีตัวนี้สีลิมิเต็ดด้วย
ลิมิเต็ดมาก
นะฮะเป็นสีขาว
ใช่สวยงามมากและใส่สบายเท้านะครับ
จริงๆบอกเลยนะว่าพวกเราทั้งสองคนใส่ได้ทุกยี่ห้อไม่เคยกีดกันนะฮะใครอยากให้พวกเราใส่ยี่ห้อไหนนำมาได้เลย
8.5 US
12 US และถ้าเรามองไปทางนั้น
ครับ
เราจะเห็นพี่เอกับพี่ปอมอีกแล้วนะฮะ
ยังไม่กลับไปไหน
นะฮะสวัสดีฮะพี่เอฮะ จำพวกเราได้ไหมฮะ
นะครับก็นี่จะเป็นเพื่อนๆนักวิ่ง
อ่า
ที่เรารู้จักกันอยู่แล้วนะครับ
นี่อย่างพี่เอพี่ปอมนี่ก็ไปวิ่งที่ UTMB มาด้วย
ใช่แล้วนะครับเขาวางแผนไว้นะครับว่าเขาจะลง50
นี่รอบนี้เขามาเขาลง2ระยะเลยนะ ลง50ด้วยลง10ด้วยกะเอาสโตนไปเลย 6 ก้อน
นะครับก็ตอนนี้เรายังอยู่ช่วงของการรับบิฟกันอยู่ด้วยนะครับเพราะนักวิ่งฮะท่านต้องการรับบิฟท่านสามารถเดินผ่านตัวของ Ultra Trail Village ได้เลย
ผ่าน Ultra Trail คือเดินทะลุเข้าไปจนสุดทางแล้วเลี้ยวขวา
ครับ
หรือจะเดินเลาะด้านนอกด้านข้างนี่แล้วเลี้ยวซ้ายนะฮะก็จะเจอจุดรับเลสคิดเหมือนกัน
ใช่นะฮะแล้วก็ให้มั่นใจว่าแมนดาทอรี่เกียร์ของท่านนั้นครบตามข้อกำหนดนะครับ
ใช่ใดๆก็ตามแต่แมนดาทอรี่เกียร์ต้องครบในระยะที่ท่านของท่านรีจิเตอร์ไว้
เหลือและดีกว่าขาดนะครับ
มีแล้วไม่ได้ใช้ดีกว่าจะใช้แล้วไม่มีจงจำไว้เถิดอุปกรณ์บังคับเหล่านี้ชิ้นใดชิ้นหนึ่งนั้นถ้าท่านหยิบมาใช้แสดงว่าปัญหาเริ่มเกิดแล้ว
นะครับก็เป็นนักวิ่งเกียร์คือเป็นสิ่งที่เราทำเป็นความปลอดภัยของนักวิ่งจริงๆนะครับ
ตอนนี้นี่อยากทราบเหลือเกินนะว่าคุณพี่ไผ่
ครับคุณนิกร
ซัมมิตนี่ซัมมิต160ที่ปล่อยตัวไปเนี่ยตอนนี้ก็กี่ชั่วโมงแล้วล่ะ
นี่เลย
2 ชั่วโมง 45 นาทีนักวิ่งคนแรกของเรานี่วิ่งไปได้กี่กิโลกันแล้วนะ
เดี๋ยวเราเช็คกันว่าตรงนี้ท่านแล้วก็ท่านฝ่ายจะสามารถที่จะ
ใช่สามารถเช็คได้ที่ไร้ลานหรือว่าดูไร้สตรีมมิ่งได้เลย
นะครับท่านสามารถติดตามไปได้ที่เพจของดอยอินทนนท์ไทยแลนด์ by UTMB นะครับ
เป็นไงฮะคุณเฉลิมฤทธิ์เมื่อกี้สายข่าวรายงานมาแล้ว
ขนลุกเลย
ปวดท้องอีกแล้วเหรอ
อะไรเนี่ย อัปเดตล่าสุด
นักวิ่งอันดับ1ของระยะซัมมิต160
เราคาดการณ์ว่าอีก45 นาทีประมาณบ่ายโมงครึ่ง
ในเวลาบ่ายโมงครึ่ง
ผู้นำระยะซัมมิต160กำลังจะเข้าที่A3
เข้า A3 โอ้โหไปเป็นจะ20 โลแล้วมั้งเนี่ย
ไกลแล้วนะเร็วมากนะครับอีกสักครู่หนึ่งประมาณบ่ายโมงครึ่งเนี่ยนะครับ
และนักวิ่งคนนั้นเราไม่บอกหรอกว่าเป็นใครแต่บิ๊บเขาหมายเลข8
เป็นใครคุณไปเสิร์ชดู
ถ้าเสิร์ชแล้วเจอบอกเราด้วย
อะไรอ่ะนะอีกสักครู่หนึ่งเดี๋ยวจะเข้าที่ A3 แล้วนะครับ
All right, put us up.
โอ้แต่ตอนนี้นะจี
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back! Fully fed and caffeinated. Ready for the second part of the afternoon covering this done in Inthanon, Thailand by UTMB. And this 100-mile has started this morning, 10 a.m. local time. And already we have a lot of updates. Nothing too surprising. The front runners are the ones we were expected to see. And the weather conditions, as you can see on the far right of your screen, is kind of alternating between blue skies and quite hot and actually overcasted, which probably is a little better for the runners out there.
An update on the front runners. They have gone straight past A2 while we were being fed. And now when we're back again, they are only about 45 minutes from A3. And the order has changed a bit.
แต่ตอนนี้เป็นสาวๆแล้ว
We
นะครับ
have Gigi coming up first.
JD Minas Great News, if you were with us just earlier in the first aid station, it was super interesting to watch. The two front runners, Thomas and Francesco, were kind of going back and forth together, and they both stopped at the aid station to drink and refill. And Gigi just stormed past them and actually took the lead. And so that was quite impressive and almost surprising to see him actually not even stop at this point. But like I was saying, he has been here for over a week. So he has checked out the course, gotten familiar with also the environment, the weather conditions. And I mean, Gigi is Gigi. Like, he's been in the ultra world for so long, so he knows what he's doing, and this is definitely planned and not a rookie mistake. So we'll see if that plays out, how that plays out. And who do we have after that?
Well, after that we have Thomas still in the contention. He's only 2 minutes behind. I think he's still staying with Francesco Cuco for now at A2, and followed by Lu Kenhao from China, and Jordi stay at the 5th.
There
right
we go.
Behind. Yeah.
Jordi moving up, that's good sign, and that's very smart move from the Spanish runner. Another one who has a lot of experience, and depending on what he's going for, most likely will be chasing an automatic entry into UTMB, the final in Chamonix at the end of August. And in this case, he just needs to be either top 10 or top 1, 2, 3, who knows, in his age group. Because again, Inthanon Thailand by UTMB is the Asian Continental Championship, which means instead of top 3 men and women in any other races, it is the top 10 men and women in each of the distances who get their automatic entry into the UTMB World Series final in Chamonix. And now there we go, we got images here on the far right, so I'm going to take us out, go full screen, and here he is, talking about him, Jordi Gamito, see what he's saying. No, we can't quite catch what they were talking about, but this is here on your screen, Jordi Gamito. The Spanish runner currently sitting in 5th position. And he says like we're trying to fix something. I don't know what that is.
You can only hear the word problem. And right behind him would be Cedric Chavez in 6th position.
There we go. Yep.
Hot on his heels. Less than 1 minute behind at the aid station, so he might just as well be behind the camera.
Yeah, we'll see if we see Jordi from the front. And you see here, like, this is quite a long, gradual downhill. So we'll see on the course profile exactly where they're at right after A3 and
A2 rather.
Yeah. Have they not gone through?
They're heading to A3.
Next point, yeah. A3, indeed. Thank you.
So they're about to hit the small climb. Actually, 2 more climbs before they can get to A3. And last year champion, Jia Jusao is currently in 7th position. Pretty much in a bunch with Cedric and Jordi.
Yeah, and at the last aid station, at the last checkpoint, he went through only, let me do the math quickly, only 6 minutes behind the lead. So
Right.
it's really nothing. It's all in a nutshell for even the top 10, really. It's just about 10 minutes altogether.
And there's 17 minutes separating the top 10, right? So it's pretty tight, still pretty tight. They're hitting a concrete road now.
Yeah, and you see the weather is very, very different from what we have here in the start and finishing area. They have blue skies and a beating sun, which will definitely be a different ball game than what we are experiencing here on the start and finishing line. This is where we are located. This is where we are providing you this live commentary from. And over here, when you get images of this area, the Ultra Trail Village, you could see a lot of clouds in the sky.
Yeah, and you can see they are going out in the sun and then come back in the shade again. But they're only around 4 or 5 kilometers in a straight line from us. Now they're hitting the trail once again.
Yeah, which is interesting because there you really have to be aware of the trails, because in that descent, in that four-wheel drive track, you'd be tempted to just keep going, and you really have to look for those ribbons so you don't miss the turn, because then they will take you all the way down the hill for nothing. And you do not want that. So our camera runner is catching up with the 4th place runner in the men's field. So that would be Luo Kanhua from China.
Yeah,
looking back worried. No, actually it is Thomas. It is Thomas here who has fallen back a little bit in the rankings. We can recognize him as his now infamous fanny pack. And just ahead of him, I would bet that is Ji Jiao, last year's winner in a time of 21 hours and spare. I can remember it by heart. 21:56:28 precisely. The runner from China, who's now gradually moving up the field. He knows the course. And his performance last year was really outstanding, even though there was not as much as an international field as there is this year. He certainly showed that he had everything to compete with that new depth in the men's and women's field. And showing here, Thomas, early leader in the race together with Francesco, is now falling back a little. Hopefully that's just momentarily. And he'll be able to still keep up. We said that was most likely his first 100-mile race. So hopefully he didn't do a too fast, too strong of a start. And he's going to start paying the price now. So where we write about Sao Jijiao, we'll see in a moment. But the outfit seems to match the man representing Hoka from China.
Could be Lu Kanhao. I think it's Lu.
You are right, because I remember Zhao's face, and that is not him. So either, oh, now that's interesting. So you are right. This is most likely Luo Kanhua, another runner from China, also representing Hoka. That's why I was getting confused.
Let's get a bit more tricky.
Yeah.
Well, usually when you see the corn or maize being grown, it means it's pretty much kind of the land where it has been cleared for the plantation, so it's fairly hot around here.
Oh, and here he comes, storming past.
Yep.
Thomas has not said his last word. And he's
So
once again attacking the hill.
Yeah. It's doing pretty well in the heat with his singlet.
So far, so good. And so here we're most likely looking at fourth or third, now in third place again.
So probably taken his third place back from Lou. This is interesting. This is a really dry part of the dry section of the course. Completely exposed. Very dry. There's one type of vegetation. If you see the flower of them, it means it's actually drier than the rest, because if you see them around here, there's no flowers yet.
Yeah.
Which means they are drier because they have flowers when they're about to die. Right, so you can tell that section is much drier than where we are now.
And so he said earlier in the indication on the screen that was our second man. So then should we assume there that Francesco Cucco has fallen back a little bit, or this might also be an issue from our screen? So just keeping things exciting, keeping the intrigue going, but in the lead from Litrina, the infamous Gigi Gediminas Grimius.
Wow.
And now, Thomas is really putting in an effort and opening the gap again onto Luo Kanua.
No, that's a big gap. That's a big gap. Slow down a bit now.
And hopefully this camera runner has a bit of water with him, because otherwise it's gonna be a brutal section in the heat. Like we were saying earlier, so obviously there's a lot of them scattered across the course, but still those camera runners run between 30 and 40 kilometers throughout each day. So this is quite an achievement, as they're carrying about a 4 kilograms pack to allow the sending all the images. And you were pointing out the trees on the right side of the screen now. What is it?
That's papaya.
Ooh.
There you go. And that's ripe.
Oh yeah,
Ripe
I can see that. Yeah.
So instead of 8 station, you can pick some of that.
And then you get shut in the ass by the owner.
No, usually they are pretty kind, and they let you have whatever you need. Sometimes they're actually offering it to you.
Oh, okay. In that case, I think it's better. I would feel bad taking it from a field.
Usually papaya is, what you can actually take.
Okay.
No, people actually grow them so that it's almost like near the public path. And if you're around, you need it, you just take it. And in some of our races, the villagers actually put it on the side of the road with a knife.
So they can literally help themselves.
So you can help yourself as well. So papaya is kind of
it's a green light. If you want to go for it, it's it is for you.
It's moving well still. Now they are going to keep us in suspense until they get to A3, because we honestly do not know who's in the lead. From the camera, it's supposed to be Thomas supposed to be in second now, but we don't know who's actually got overtaken. I guess it was Francesco that got overtaken, because earlier the camera was with Gediminas.
Yeah, and so if you were with us before the break, before we lost reception, I said that there were two things I actually wanted to point out in the females ranking. And so I'm going to go for it. And it's Xiang Fuchao, last year's winner, who's currently running in 6th position. So it is, just like in the men's, a bit further back. So is this because they're just managing their effort better, because they know the course and they know how brutal it is, especially the climb to the highest summit, the Inthanon mountain? Or just the field has gotten so much deeper this year that it actually challenges them a little more? So that's a question mark that I'm just putting out there. And then the second thing, and I'm going to give it to you, Natty, is that who do we have in 9th position and therefore, actually, no,
Thing
in
has
7th
changed.
position. It just
Exactly.
changed as I was speaking.
So through the second aid station, we have 2 Thai female runners in the top 10. Both of them representing Thailand in last month's World Mountain Trail Championship as well. Both of them did 80 kilometers.
That's exactly what I was going to ask. In which distance? So they did 80 kilometers,
80.
and now they're into the 100-miler. Whoa, that's a bit of a stretch, but they're doing great so far. And you were telling me so far there's been no Thai runner who has gone to Western States. So should they move further up into the top 2? Who knows?
It would be great for them. Would be great for the country too. I think the girls are outdoing the boys at the moment. We have 2 in the top 10 right now, and I'm pretty sure, all the supporters outside are watching the screen intently.
Oh yeah. Or hopefully some are out on the course to cheer them on.
In fact, they are hitting the main road, which up to the aid station A5, which is about 50 kilometers, and that I'm pretty sure there'll be a Thai corner around there somewhere.
All right, so we'll be there looking out for them. That should be later this afternoon. Now we are just over 3 hours elapsed in this 100-mile of the Continental Championship Asia of the UTMB World Series. Inthanon by UTMB.
That's where the bamboo came from.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Yep.
Yeah, those are massive. On the run this morning, I was looking out, and they're like so big and high.
These are kind of medium size.
Yeah. Whoa.
You have the giant ones as well, but these are medium sized.
Wow.
It's getting rocky. These rocks can be slippery, very slippery as well when they're wet. You can see they're actually covered in lichens, but they're brown now. But when they're wet,
it must be lethal.
Nothing can grip them.
You just have to be careful. But I can't help but say that this is really like an aggressive pace right now, at which Thomas is going up that hill, and I can't see it like be able to manage such pace consistently throughout the whole 170 kilometers. So it'll be interesting. We know now for a fact that women start much more conservatively, and then usually they can actually finish at about the same pace. Well, usually in the men's field, they go out way harder and then eventually fade a little bit and then slow down. And this is why we see in the later stages of the race, especially in 100K, but even more so in 100 miles, women's creeping up and moving up the field and sometimes to enter the top 10, top 5, and sometimes first overall. We've seen that a couple of times.
Yeah, outright winner.
Yeah.
Courtney did it a few times.
Yes, indeed.
In fact, the longer the race, our female athletes usually kind of perform better. I think the world, the long distance swimming record holders female, if I'm not mistaken. So now this path is interesting. We're getting into a real single track. We have thumbs up from the camera. This single track saps your energy like nothing. And at night, they're pitch dark as well. So hopefully they'll have to go through some of this during the night as well. So usually they have a respite when they get to the road. And from time to time when they get back into the single track at night, it's completely dark. When you look around, sometimes you see eyes everywhere.
No. You were talking about obviously in a different region, but that not so far actually geographically from here. There are wild boars and even bears out in the woods. So that will make you run faster if you see one of their pair of eyes.
But if you know what you're looking for on the trail, you can see traces of them because they come out and eat roots and nuts. So they're digging things usually. So if you know what you're looking for, you will know exactly what lives around here. Usually some porcupine lives around here. You see there.
Certainly don't want to step on one of those.
No.
That would get messy. And so here we get Rachel asking us about where to see the full live ranking. So your best shot is going on to the official platform, which is live.utmb.world. And then you select the event and you will find exactly what we are currently watching ourselves. And you'll find all the details. I'm just going to send the link.
I just did.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, yours a link, mine's not. Don't. Okay.
I got lucky. And so we've got a short commercial break while Tama is climbing up this climb, and we'll catch you in a couple of minutes. Stay with us.
And we are back with Thomas. And not quite back. I think we lost the signal for a bit.
All right, we seems to have a scattered image of Thomas going up the hill, currently sitting, as we believe, is either second or third, because as per the ranking, Gediminas Grimnius was ahead of him, and so was I've lost the ranking for a second. So many tabs open right now. It's a bit crazy. Yes, Francesco Cuccio from Italy seemed to be in second place at the last checkpoint. However, here on your screen, we're being told that Thomas is sitting in second, which would mean that Francesco has fallen back. But again, this is assumptions, suppositions. We are not 100% sure of that. What we are sure about is that the sun is shining pretty hard on these runners on that very narrow single track. So that's going to take a lot of attention and energy to focus on their footing while the shadows of the trees are hitting the trail on that single track.
Now the elevation is pretty low. They have descended a fair bit. Yeah, so you can see the vegetation's different now.
Yeah, we've left the pine trees for...
You can see like orchids on the trees as well. So we are down to the level where there's no pine trees anymore, and you start having bamboos. So this is much kind of drier part of the trail.
Yeah, it surely looks pretty hot.
Yep, the trees will shed their leaves in kind of summer, well, our summer, which is like March, April, May. Not your summer, by the way. So,
depending on where you are, which hemisphere, in which part of the world.
But yeah, they will shed all their leaves, so it's a good timing to run in December here.
Yeah,
you can start to see leaves on the ground, but not a lot. So you still have some shade. So this section we call it a deciduous forest. It's kind of comprises of lots of different types of trees, hardwood trees usually. So sometimes you see teak as well around here.
You mean the insect?
No, the teak trees.
Oh, what?
A lot of teak trees are now on boats and yachts and furnitures around the world. But this is where they were. That's a teak tree on your left hand side there. Yeah. This is their habitat.
Those images are getting pretty trippy.
They're heading to A3, just at the 35 kilometers mark.
Yeah, and it looks like we're losing reception a little bit again, so we're back at the Ultra Trail Village at HQ do Inthanon in the National Park, where runners are starting and finishing every race.
People are collecting their bibs. Probably racing tomorrow. Wow, tomorrow and Sunday.
That's right. Yes, there's over 5,000 runners who will compete this weekend at this event, and now it looks like not only we're getting better reception, but we've hit the road as well. So they might change over or get at the. There we go.
There you go.
Get at the back of a motorbike to give those camera runners a little bit of a break, a little bit of a breathe. But yeah, it seemed like that transition either was purposely not filmed, or maybe there's still a location on the side of the mountain that actually does not have reception.
they are going to be on the road for a fair bit. That's why they switched to the motorbike now.
And so what kilometer are we at, roughly?
I think we should be roughly around 31 maybe, or 35 to the aid station. Only guessing from the graphics, which is not very accurate, but we seem to have the estimations pretty. Sometimes, well, when things are not too technical, the estimations are pretty good. So now we see them. We can actually tell from the section of the road as well. They're hitting the bit where they can run on the concrete road for a bit, which means they're close.
And as the first runner overall in the men's category, Gediminas Grenius is expected to arrive at the next aid station at the A3 Meitschheim guard unit at 35K in 13 minutes. We'll have a very short commercial break, and hopefully we'll get back to you with more images from the field. Stay with us.
M. M comme Morgane. Ouais, vous avez mon image. Allez.
We're back with the first woman.
Yep.
She's on the phone.
But she's speaking Romanian, so sadly I will not be able to translate that.
She's smiling. She's probably calling her mum. Mum, I'm racing and I'm leading. And Courtney's still there.
Yeah,
no, it's probably Killian. Hang on, I can't see.
Yeah, if you're joining us, you've missed a pretty good dog banter. Chatted about like the local street dogs who are actually following the races, and there they are. We had a male and a female dog in the lead of the race earlier on, and I think this is one of them, so we decided to rename them Killian for the man and Courtney for the female dog, so we get more competitors in this race, and we've been delighted to see them still there, looking strong and keeping up in the women's race with our current female leader. She's from Romania and actually has been living in France for the past 5 years.
Ah non, 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 non.
So do you speak French? That's
And
Oana.
she just did, and she's like, nope, we're still early. We haven't done more than 30 kilometers yet, so she's well aware of where she is right now.
She's probably talking to her crew as well. I keep forgetting that we can have crew.
Yeah. I
keep
was
her crewing.
I was actually like secretly assuming that I was like, maybe she's talking to her crew and like, hey, next aid station, I want this and this and this. And while there's some trail chatter, this is usually very, very good to be able to do that and have a runner to actually keep your mind of the race, of the pacing as well, and you just kind of run it a little more naturally, and the kilometers are ticking way faster and you don't have to worry too much about it, so your mind doesn't actually work so hard. We've seen that in many races, and runners who manage to do that with their competitors or some other athletes in different categories benefit from this tremendously. And so if these two are getting along and are running about the same pace, that's a really good way to get it to the finish line in better mental state, let's say. And Courtney coming back to the lead. Actually taking the lead. Woo-hoo. That was a big surge.
I think it's Killian.
It's hard to know.
I think it's a boy.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's a big long tongue as well. That dog is hot.
It's getting hot. Just trying to work out who's running with Oana right now. Oana is really smooth on the road, so that could be a game changer. There's quite a fair bit of village road like this, so you're also strong on the road, or on the flat section. I think you have a bit of an advantage there. Let's see. Anna's lying 30th in the overall standing. So
And I think it would be a safe bet that she will move up gradually as time goes by. And so they're going to branch out to the right. Hopefully they'll see the ribbon. There you go. See, he was pointing at it. She might have gone straight down like I was worried about. So good on him for putting her in the right track. But our camera runner surely would have picked it up anyway.
Up and down, stairs, stairs, stairs.
yeah, it's good to run with company, and you have more eyes.
Yes. Yes, that's another reason to stick with the group. We see runners do that usually through the night during UTMB Mont Blanc. And they come in together in Courmayeur, which is about the halfway point. because spending the night on your own not only it gets lonely, but the risks of taking the wrong turn is tremendously higher when you're on your own.
I think one of the guy behind Oana is a Thai runner, the first of the guy. Oh,
Could it be
we have a drone shot.
Criseda?
Yes, Grisada Thongjip.
There he is. Yeah.
Grisada is at CCC this year. Did pretty well. I think he's wearing yellow. Saw him earlier this morning.
Huh.
So yeah, I think he's right behind in yellow. I hope someone give the water to the two canine friends we have, Killian and Courtney.
There they are, together. And then on the right side of your screen, so that confirms our assumption. It was that Thomas was actually not in second, and this is our second man, Francesco, still in second, most likely still behind Gediminas Grenius. So camera runner has moved up, probably with the use of that road section, getting on the motorbike and gotten speed up past the runners to catch up with second place right now, Francesco. Looking pretty strong, and actually on all the climbs he was pulling away from Thomas. And on the descent, Thomas was actually a bit faster and a bit stronger. So it is interesting to note already that like three and a half hours into the race now, all the front runners are actually spread out, and should they not catch each other, that's going to be a long bottom, like almost lonely rest of the race. They're in for probably just under 22 hours, so that's still an awful long way to go, including a night. And as we were just saying, through the night, especially on those narrow single tracks, if you can have company, that's a game changer. For the mind, and also for kind of safety and making sure that you stay on course. And as we see a drone shot of a beautiful village.
I think that's near A3. I think the front runners are probably approaching A3 now. Seems like they're pulling away, because at the junction we see these two earlier, the front runners, the front guys, went past that section a while back.
Yeah, it was just when Thomas actually regained his third position over Luo Kanua. And then at any second now, we should be having Gediminas Grenius going through the A3 aid station at 35 kilometers.
I think we saw a drone shot earlier off the aid station.
Oh, right,
kids running around. So I guess the connection there is good. So we should see them coming in.
Well, that is one good-looking school, surrounded by mountains. And so those clearings that we see, is that like purposely cleared to put like some crops or flowers?
Usually maize, corn.
Yep.
It's too steep to grow anything else really, and you rely on the rainwater only. There's no
irrigation
system there.
Right.
No running tracks though. Just a football pitch, but it's fairly flat. Kids are running around with a football. There you go. World Cup fever.
And there it is, as you were mentioning, the 838 station, and all the volunteers all the kids actually, are all waving. Yeah, I'm mistaken. That's a really cool shot. So we'll hear some supporting screams from all these kids. Well, oh, what?
Yeah.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I've got a very sad news. If what I'm seeing is actually correct, Gediminas Grinius is at A3 and has withdrawn.
No.
So this is what I'm seeing on my screen. So take this with a pinch of salt. But right now is Francesco Cuccio, who is at A38 station. He was expected there in 2 minutes, which means that he's had a really good section in between A2 and A3, because our estimated software is usually pretty accurate, and so he is now at the A38 station. And should what I read be true, which technically I would really hope not, but it would mean that Gediminas Grinius from Lithuania, who was leading that race, is now marked as withdrawn at the A38 station. So therefore, Francesco Cuccio from Italy would automatically move into the lead of this 100-miler of the UTMB World Series. And he's now actually out of the A station. So, yeah.
I think I just saw someone just went out of the A station. I'm not sure if this is a mistake, but they were.
Let's wait and see and get the confirmation. But there it is. No, we are with Francesco Cuccio, the runner from Italy, and then now has he become the race leader? No, this is Gigi with the Vibram team. This is Gediminas Grinius. I am so relieved to read that this was a mistake.
He left so quickly earlier. We saw Francesco Cuccio at the A station.
At the A station, that's right.
Gigi just stormed past in the distance. You can see the staff pointing him directions. So so we don't know what's going on there. He's probably asking for exit, and and people think that he was to exit the race. He probably just want to exit the A station.
Yeah. No,
anyway.
so this is good news. This is good news, ladies and gentlemen. I was a bit worried, but no. Even though here on the ranking he's marked as withdrawn, that is not the case. And who we just saw on the screen, confirmation: Gediminas Grinius is still running in the lead. Therefore, Francesco Cuccio has left the A38 station in second place. No changes there. And right here in the women's field from Romania, and has, again, lived in France. This was why she's speaking so many languages. Earlier we saw her on the phone speaking Romanian. Oana Mialcea is still leading the women's field with already a 6 minutes gap between her and second place runner from China, Che Wengfei.
That was the last aid station. Actually, at the last aid station, it's only 10 minutes separating the top 5 women. So we still have to kind of keep our eyes peeled. A3 might show us a few more things. Yep, still moving well.
Yeah, and when we look at this pace, this looks like the pace a 100-mile runner could finish at, and therefore keep it consistently throughout 170 kilometers. While I was a bit doubtful about Thomas Surge when we followed him on that last hill into A3. But we'll see how he keeps it together. And let's see also, Chian Fuchao has moved into 5th at the 828 station. So moving up the field, but still in 5th place. Last year's winner, she had covered this 170 kilometer course in 26:01:23. So a solid 4 hours difference between the first man and the first woman on that course last year, and that gap will most likely shrink a little, but the only way to find out is to be with us tomorrow for the finish of the 100-mile race, men and women, which local time is estimated somehow around 7:10 to 8 local time for the men's race, and the finish of the 100-mile in the women's race should be between 9:15 and 10 tomorrow. But as we explained earlier, tomorrow local time we will be starting at 4:45 a.m. to cover the start of the 100K, and then we'll cover the start of the 50K and cover the 50K race, then back onto the 100K, then finish of the 100 miles, then throughout the 100K race, finish of the 50K men, finish of the 50K woman, and all the way until 5:30 in the 100K. That will get us to the finish of the 100K and just over 26 hours of live coverage for the in 2 days. So not a bad streak.
No, not a quite a fair bit of work there, but it should be interesting. I think we're quite happy to be following this race this closely. And the next section after A3 is definitely the killer section. They are gaining.
That's the climb.
Yeah, it's a climb. They're gaining 1,100 meters in 10 kilometers. So on average, a 10% gradient.
So not only like a 10% gradient, which will be challenging over that distance, but also the elevation, getting above 2,000 meters and up to 2,565 meters, which again is the highest point in the whole of Thailand, and therefore the highest point of this course.
Yes, the starting A3 was only at 1,000 meter above sea level. So now they're heading up to 2,500, basically straight up, 15 kilometers straight up, 1,500 meters.
That will slow down the pace, and and this is like the hottest kind of part of the day as well.
And the road is going up to the pagoda, which is the next section, is a real killer. I'm not sure how. I really want to get you to try it, but yeah, maybe we should just go and do a short section there. It's a real deal. You see it from the camera because we have good coverage there.
There we go. So if I can't get into the 24K on Sunday, maybe that's our run.
Yeah, go and do the section. It's a good point to see the sunrise and sunset too.
Oh, that would be beautiful.
It's really exposed. And then after the pagoda, after the 45K mark, it's going to be on the road up to the summit itself. Here's a top view of our A3 once again. See the paddy fields. These are all rice field.
All right.
It's being harvested now. It's a bit late. Usually around early November, where we harvest all the rice. Can be kept for about a year in the husk, so people can actually keep it year round. As you can see, they're making terraces.
Right. So the water just kind of flows all the way down.
They need a lot of water.
Oh, here we go. GG, Gediminas Grenius in the lead of the men's race after 3 hours and 43 minutes. Our Lithuanian runner, extremely experienced. He means business. and you can never rule him out when he lines up on a 100-mile race. And like I said, he's been here for over a week, and certainly has in mind to either go for the top 10 and obviously be able to come back to UTMB Mont Blanc. But again, as we said, it is a golden ticket race, which means top 2 men and top 2 women get their ticket to Western States as well. And we're talking about this with Chris from Hoka just earlier. And he said, yeah, these are 2 different race strategies depending on what you're shooting for. Because if you're shooting for top 10, if you're shooting for your entry into UTMB, well, then it's a very different approach securing the top 10 than if you're shooting for a golden ticket for Western States. Then you really have to be way more aggressive and take chances. So it'll be interesting to see what they're up to. I haven't talked to Gigi before the race to know whether or not he was shooting for that Western States, that golden ticket entry. But one sure thing, he has, he was in the top 5 at the start, and eventually made his move, and now is in the lead and looking extremely strong, extremely solid. And having been here, I trust that he's gotten used to the heat and he would know the course and he would have studied it.
He's pulling away from the camera.
Yeah, even from the camera. It says a lot.
The poor camera person, he cannot use the pole.
Yes, indeed.
He has to
potentially
hold the camera
potentially one pole. Which we've seen with some Chinese runner actually at UTMB Mont Blanc on the CCC and OCC actually.
Actually, Luana's using one pole.
She must be eating a gel or something.
Yep, power down again.
And there we go. Yep. Yeah, that's the thing with that heat, like hydration and fueling are essential. You cannot miss a bit, because especially so early in the race, that could cost you a lot. And when the weather's hot, it's also harder to process food. So you got to make sure you eat a little as often as possible, because if you fall behind, it's not like you can chug a lot of like energy drink or like eat a couple of gels at once. It becomes a bit more difficult, and having so many calories at once, it also create additional stress on your GI, which could lead to decent trouble. So yeah, you really have to be on top of that. The harsher the environment, the weather conditions are, the more you have to be on top of your nutrition and listen to your body, see how you feel, and potentially like step off the gas pedal if you're not feeling 100%, because if you just keep pushing, you'll just put yourself in a hole, and it will make it much harder to recover from that if you manage to. So
yeah, another thing is about the thermoregulating, with the hydration. It's pretty humid around here, so it's fairly difficult to get, to cool down by your sweat. Yeah, it's tricky.
All right. Well, if you have any question about nutrition, hydration, heat management, just fire them on the chat of YouTube or on the UTMB live.utmb.world. We have a short commercial break and we will be back right after. we're back live. Finally catching like non-blurry images of our lead female athlete in this 100-mile race. And as Nati was saying, they are now on their way to climbing up to the highest point of the course, 2,565 meters of altitude. And it's a 1,500 meter climb over 15 kilometers, so about 10% gradient at what is going to be the worst time of the day in terms of heat, and the sun is beating on them. So luckily, they are shaded by those trees. But that will certainly require perfect hydration strategy. Try to cool themselves off as well when they get through the aid stations. And it's also interesting to see that on their side of the mountain right now, they are really under the sun, and there's not much clouds cover. While where we are located here at the start and finish area at the Ultra Trail Village of the Inthanon National Park, we are completely under the clouds, and the temperature is actually quite bearable, if not comfortable. So yeah, it's interesting to see from one valley to the other, the weather can actually change dramatically. And so there she is, Oana Michalcea, the Romanian athlete living in France, and she had come here to chase a top 10 spot for her guaranteed entry into the 2023 UTMB Mont Blanc, the UTMB World Series final in Chamonix, taking place at the end of August. And we're back with those drone shots, and there you go. So confirmation, if you had been looking like us on the live.utmb.world, you must have been confused for a bit, because Gediminas Grimius seemed to be marked as withdrawn, but we are now reassured he is not, and he is still moving extremely well in first position, followed by Francesco Cuccio, who was also very strong right from the beginning. They were racing together with Thomas, going back and forth together, and this is where we were a bit not surprised, but we didn't know Thomas' name because he doesn't have a UTMB index score yet, because he probably hasn't done any of the races. Yeah, that was a quick transition with the women's top 10. We actually didn't get much of a chance to give you some comments, but luckily this is the kind of details you can find on the UTMB, on the live.utmb.world, sorry. And let's give you that update now. Oana Michalcea still in the lead. Chao Wangfei in second place for Shannon, China. And then from Canada, moving up, she was fifth. And now Jenny Quilty is running in third position. The Canadian fans will definitely be stoked about that. And right behind, three Chinese female athletes, Chen Rongrong, Xian Fuqiao, who is last year's winner, and she's slightly moving up in the field. I think she's moving consistently. And Wu Yuan, in sixth position, and coming right behind, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm gonna give Natty the floor.
Nice. Wow, they're moving well. We've got two female Thai athletes in the top 10. That's Benjamin and Pichanan Mahachod. They're moving well too, moving up the rankings consistently. There's only 10 minutes separating the top 5 women.
That's nothing. That's nothing. Like almost 4 hours into the race. Anything can still happen. Oh, and we've got Courtney back on the course. Right on... Oana still.
Wow, right on her heels. Corinne would be very happy with this.
Oh yeah, definitely overwhelmed.
Yeah, so Team Jenny out there, Team Quilty would be happy. to see Jenny still in striking distance in third.
Are there any Canadians left on the field? Can we get a comment? Can we get a "Oh, Canada"? Oh, and we've got Giuseppe, who's here with us, most likely from Spain, but probably there. He's like, Dales Cañá, Jordi Gamito, mucha fuerza para Antonio Del Pino y Antonio Aceituno. So he definitely has some friends racing as well as Jordi Gamito. A lot of people are a fan of Jordi. He's always smiling. He's such a great guy. And yeah, it's really cool to see him make such a smart race so far in the top 5. So definitely in perfect position to not only punch his ticket for UTMB 2023, but potentially move up, because there will be a whole night to spend out there, and whoever is not necessarily experienced could lose a bit of time, but Jordi Gamito has that kind of experience. And in Val d'Aran earlier this year, he showed that he was extremely strong on those sections. Back in second place with Francesco. Also moving well. We don't have the splits quite yet with Gediminas Grimius. See if the gap between the two men has opened up even further or actually shrunk. But last time we caught a glimpse of Gediminas Grimius. He was moving extremely well up the hill. He was actually dropping Air Camera Runner, who has now gotten to second place in the men's field. And we're still, as you were explaining, on that climb to the highest point on the course, about 10 degrees gradient.
On average.
On average, 10%, not 10 degrees, sorry. 10 degrees would be pretty easy. Oh yeah, we still have Canadians in the house. That's what we like to see.
Hey,
again, Marisa, Carly, and Sally. Oh, Sally, that's like the same name right there. Yes, parents are always the best supporters. Kudos to you for being there, and we love having you there.
So we have Jenny's mother on YouTube right now.
There you go.
You should really stay up all night with us.
That sounds like it's going to be the case. I mean, not quite all night, essentially, because as soon as it'll get dark, we'll struggle to offer you clear images, obviously. However, there will still be the live tracking, so you can know where the runners you're following are, aid station after aid station. And we will be back here. Again, it would be 4:45 a.m. local time. And look at this, our camera runner is getting a ride to catch up. As we were telling you, we have a lot of camera runners and mountain bikers, and they're getting moved around the course to be able to offer you those images. And here, look at that. First woman, second man here simultaneously. And you see that the gradient gets steeper and steeper. Oh, and sorry to hear about that. Ialun, who was supposed to be in the race, but actually couldn't quite make it because of work. So it's good to see that despite you having to be at work, you're still following the live. So just remember those shortcuts. Command W to close the tab in case your co-workers or your boss is standing behind you. And then if you close that tab, you can actually reopen it by doing Command Shift and T. There you go. Those are the quick hacks to follow the live coverage from work. And it's good to hear that Sally will be back with us as soon as we will be back live at 4:45 a.m. local time, and to check in on all the runners, and most especially Jenny, who currently is sitting in third, and most likely, hopefully, fingers crossed, will be still moving up the field.
Yeah, there's not a lot of minutes separating the top 5 women. So I'm pretty sure.
So in nutshell, there's
Yeah.
about like 8 minutes. 8 minutes at this point.
And of course and Xiang Fushao is also there in 5th, striking within a striking distance as well, 10 minutes. And she was, last year, I think she was moving, I don't think she actually paid attention to a lot of runners. She was just kept going at her pace.
Oh, and I think this is the first. We've had the camera runners, camera mountain bikers, and now we have camera dirt bikers.
On the motocross.
Yeah.
On the dirt bike.
Oh, and is this the? Was it the?
This is the twin pagoda. This is the one on the top. And there's another one down further below.
And so it is where the King Inthanon.
It's no, this is for the King Bhumibol, the King Rama IX, and the Queen. And the one on the right-hand side, which is going to appear in a bit. So this is to commemorate King Rama IX. So just the previous king.
Beautiful.
Right, the late King Rama IX, the late King Bhumibol. Has a long name. Do you want to hear the name? This is Noppa Methanidon and Noppon Phumsiri.
Yeah,
pagoda.
I am glad you're here because I would not be able to pull this one off. And so these are the two temples that are sitting at the top.
This is near the top.
Near the top.
They still have a way to go to the summit.
And at the summit is where they are the remains.
The stupa of the former king of Chiang Mai.
All right. We got a bit of a train of runners here as we're moving from first woman to potentially up the men's field. So let's see who we got here. If we can guess somehow.
This is tricky.
We're probably in the...
I'm guessing this is like right behind Oana, because we have a bunch of guys
ahead
right
of Oana, I believe.
Right ahead or behind?
I think they pulled away from her.
Ah, okay. Here the twin pagodas once again.
What a view. So there was some rain forecasted for about that time, and it doesn't look like it's gonna happen, at least on them, because I was saying earlier the difference between where we are standing right now, which is very overcast, and where they are right now. And as you can see right on the images, the sun is out and definitely not covered by any clouds.
Looks pretty sunny there.
Yep. Oh, that camera runner has drawn the lottery winning ticket. Just sitting at the back of the dirt bike. As long as you don't put the...
Mind you, it's actually much harder to sit on the bike when the road gets really rough.
Yeah, you get thrown around a little bit.
So the runner will go past the top path here, just near the pagoda on the top. The purple one here, that's the path.
Oh wow!
So you should see runners here later. It'll be a while,
but they will get to experience and run right past those temples.
Pagoda.
That's going to be quite a special moment. And hopefully they'll turn around and look at the views behind them, because that's definitely something special. And that's also
that emblem is for the Queen Sirikit, right? And the other one would be the King Bhumibol Rama IX.
Am I correct? I feel like I have seen that on the side of the road on big metal things. So that's what it means?
Yeah, the emblem for the royal families, the king and the queen.
Oh.
Actually, everyone in the royal family will have their own emblem.
Okay.
It's a Thai kind of character. And their names.
And the fact that they're on the side of the road, does that mean that it's a special path to...
it's probably because they're visiting.
Okay.
Yeah, so some of the member of the royal family probably visiting Chiang Mai if you see them on the side. Or maybe it's a birthday.
Oh, okay, okay. Oh, and there we go, back with Francesco. Oh, no, that was quick.
Yeah. So we've got the relic of the Buddha here, the twin pagodas.
And our dirt biker has most likely passed that train of runners.
Yep.
And he's moving up the field nice and slow. Good thing is here in Thailand, you're not asked to wear a helmet when you're on a motorbike, so they can jump in and out without breaking the law. another plus.
They are, but then no one is going to enforce it in the national park. And they're on the dirt road anyway, on the path. So
Right.
Guess they have a special permit to get into the national park in the first place.
Right.
So the summit's over there. You can see kind of
On the far back.
out on the far back. So the runners have to run from there to the summit.
No, there's still a couple of 100 meters of climb once you get to those temples. And here we go again, and I think the image is stable now with Francesco from Italy. Also looking pretty strong. And it seems that he's pulled away from Thomas now. He had shown in the early hour, 90 minutes of the race that he was stronger on the climb, and this is the longest climb of the race essentially. So that's his chance to pull away and potentially even close the gap with Gediminas Grimius, who is currently in the lead. And well, that track is not obvious at times. And there you go. If you're joining us and you haven't heard talking about the majors, here's a little bit of details on the right side of your screen. There will be 3 different majors in the Americas, in Europe, and in Asia. And for 2023, the one in Europe will be the same. It will be Val d'Aran by UTMB in the Spanish Pyrenees. In the USA, it will be Canyons in California on the Western States course. Essentially, most of it. And for Asia, it will be the Inthanon Thailand by UTMB once again. So there you go. You've got images of these 3 races, and those 3 majors for 2023 once again will offer 10 points. Oh, sorry. We'll offer an automatic entry into the UTMB World Series final in Chamonix, Mont Blanc at the end of August for the top 10 men and top 10 women. And for whoever is competing just to get into the lottery. So that's the thing. It's not only for elite athletes. Any finisher will get twice the amount of running stones to get their name in the lottery and to try and get drawn for any of the 3 races of the final. So OCC, CCC, and UTMB. So essentially, if you run one of the continental championships, then you get twice as many stones if you become a finisher. And it looks like as runners are climbing up, the clouds are starting to build.
It's looking ominous over there.
Yep.
You can see the clouds are building up.
Which I'm sure runners will appreciate at this time of the afternoon when the sun is beating pretty hard on them. So if they can get a bit of a cloud cover, I'm sure it will be welcome. Even a few drops of rain, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't complain about that.
Until they hit the slippery stuff afterwards.
And they start to regret it.
You have to be careful what you're wishing for around here. Oh, dear.
Yeah, it's like, hey, I got good news and bad news. Good news is raining and it's going to cool you down. Bad news, everything's going to be slippery. And here, still with Oana in the women's race, leading the race. She's been leading the race since the start this morning at 10 a.m. local time. And still moving really well. She shared a few words with our camera runners earlier today, and she was all smiled and looked pretty controlled. And it's good here. She's kind of alternating between hiking and running. As long as she shifts back into running when it gets runnable, it's all good. But I'm sure other the other ladies will be pushing. And again, I think, I mean, that's just my prediction, but I'm sure for the very few hours that we will not be live, a lot will happen. And this is usually the case during UTMB Mont Blanc. What happens overnight between Courmayeur and the early hours of the morning when they get to Champelac. There's been so much happening because that's like the hard hours of the night. The body gets tired, and this is where runners can actually make or break.
Yeah, Courmayeur seems to be the place where things are happening, like either dropping out or.
This is the first place you kind of look at people and start predicting what's going to happen next. But this is only halfway, and this is a different angle where we could see now the trails better, the little pond there. It's beautiful. And yes, you were pointing out.
Yeah, they're coming up from the right-hand side. You can see the
bottom
tape.
corner, yep.
Yeah, that's really steep coming up there. Like where you can see there's a drop, right? So they're coming up that drop onto the
up and
the
around
lawn.
and back towards us.
Yeah, so onto the lawn. So before they see the lawn, they'll see nothing apart from this a wall in front of them.
Oh, and it looks like somebody's rehearsing the bridge crossing. Been going back and forth, up and down. Be doing a photo shoot right there.
For YouTube. They have to go. I think the athlete will have to go across that bridge.
All right,
you can see the the tape, the ribbons. Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Joanna's catching up with someone.
Oh, is that the runner she was with earlier? It might be. You know, they were chatting.
Right. Okay. There's a gentleman. Talking to her
when they were through the cornfields.
You can eavesdrop on the camera person.
And it's so early in the race, it's crazy. We're like over 4 hours, but essentially the woman's winning time last year was 26. Yeah, 26:01. So they just still another 22 hours to go. It's insane. It's insane. Who's listening right now and has already run 100 miles? Let us know if you had like any crazy experience, whether it's fueling, whether it's positive, negative. Oh yeah, we've got the whole Quilty family right there. Gordon is in the house. Oh, this is so good.
Is there any way to let Jenny know that her dad and her mum's actually watching every move? Actually, are listening to her move. Right, we have not seen her yet.
Oh wait, she was catching up with the woman.
Probably the guy, Jim Wormsley.
Oh no, sorry, my bad. This is not a woman. Oh, this is actually a Frenchman. Is this Christophe Leusseau?
Oh, Christophe Leusseau. Okay.
Powering up the hill.
Oh, and I gave him a quick pat on the butt.
Yep.
Not kicking his butt, but they're together.
And we have Guillaume in the house. Good job, Martin. Thank you. Merci. I ran once 2 kilometers and now I have to rest for the rest of my life. Oh, this is gold. Thanks, guys. Keep it coming. This is what we'd like to hear, to read, and to share with all of you. This is how the live coverage is fun, and this is how we keep it entertaining, really. To share that all together, keep it interactive. And now this is the road section. It almost feels like it's downhill.
I think it is for a bit. I was trying to look at the map here.
You're trying to pull out all the tools we have. We have like 16 tabs open to provide you with all the details we can. And yeah, we will have a quick commercial break. But stay with us, because obviously we'll be back extremely shortly, usually nothing more than a couple of minutes. And we'll keep covering those races live. And yeah, we'll be definitely back before they hit both temples. We'll be back shortly.
Tu me rejoins là-bas, hein?
And there we go, into the aid station. That is A3, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. Because we saw GG kind of sped around.
Sprint
that corner,
out of it.
Yes. Iona's taking her time. Have a few guys around.
Yeah, it's always a challenge at the aid station, making sure you get everything you need, but then not spend too much time there as well. It's a fine balance. And usually runners will have their hydration plan, nutrition plan, and they'll know how many calories they would have had in by then, they would have needed. So it's also always a good way to keep yourself in check and be like, okay, did I eat everything I had planned to eat? Did I not? And in which case should I catch up? We just saw Killian just running down below. Hopefully there's going to be a dog bowl so he can drink a little bit as well. We've got a North Face runner here, maybe part of the North Face team Asia. Always pretty strong on ultras when they come. Good contingent. Ryan is the team manager. And yeah, I believe that's Christophe Lesso right there. Good Lord, and I called him a girl. What a no bueno. And everybody trying to follow, have, see what's going on.
We have a North Face adventure team in there somewhere, I think.
That's right, that's the name.
Guy. Yeah. Ryan should be pleased. David Simpat, the Malaysian runner from the North Face Adventure team, is lying 14th. Yeah, that's him, I think.
Yeah, and get some short shorts being displayed here as well. It's always good. Short shorts are not dead. Love that.
Anna's taking her time, filling her hydration pack. I think that's Thai runner there, Grisadar, on the far side of the camera. He did well in the CCC this year.
Right, that's the runner you were talking about earlier. Oh, and we got Supasit, who's been watching since the beginning. This is awesome. Thank you for being with us. and then more supporters or of Team Canada with Jenny Quilty moving up into third. And so technically, if we still have images at the aid station, we'll be able to see Jenny come through. If not, we're still following Oana Mialcea from Romania, who's been, again, we'll keep repeating that, living in France for the past 5 years, in Montpellier precisely, in the southern part of France, close to the Mediterranean Sea. There's not a whole lot of mountains over there, but they have pretty good feria. In case you're a sangria fan. And there she is, back out in the lead of the women's race after 4 hours 20. That's a good number, 4:20. Heading onto a quick road section and still climbing to the 2 pagodas that we had on the images on our drone shots earlier. Let's see if we can hear something. Nope.
Oh, she has company. She's leaving with there's two more guys leaving, just right in front of her. That's a smart move.
Yeah, it looks like she took a bit more time than the men's to refill everything. She even took out her pack.
Yeah, completely took out her backpack and put it back on again.
I mean, if there's a time to look after yourself, it's during these early stages of the race. About 35K in out of 170. So another 135 to go.
Now they're around 1,000 meter above sea level. And they have another 1,500 meters of climbing ahead of them from A3 to A5.
And so we're going to have a guest here, and a pretty famous guest. You won't recognize her, and she will be jumping. So I will stay on, and so you can have a quick break if you want to get another coffee or something.
Right.
I'm going to put us live in a minute as we are following the first woman. Another woman will actually come on the live show with us. She is the co-founder of UTMB Mont Blanc, as well as UTMB World in UTMB Group, and part of the UTMB World Series. Ladies and gentlemen, this will be Catherine Poletti joining me, and I'm super excited. We've been spending the last couple of days together, getting acquainted with Thailand, with all the locals, and with a lot of ceremonies. So let's use images. Hey everyone, and there she is with me, Catherine Poletti. Welcome, thanks for being here.
Yes, it's a pleasure to be here.
So, how's been your day so far?
My day was very exciting because I see so many persons who are happy to be here, and it's a beautiful race, a beautiful place, a lot of ambience, very beautiful animations also.
Yes.
Specifically authentic, and it's the spirit of UTMB World Series. It's to be able to stay authentic with the same rules about the sport.
Yeah, we saw that earlier, and indeed we were mentioning that they have specific, the mountain people, they have specific outfits, specific dances, like even from a cultural perspective, within Thailand they are different, and we were able to see that at the start this morning when the top runners were coming through, and then yesterday at the opening ceremony. So that was quite amazing. And then we saw all throughout the morning different landscapes, different weather conditions, and even the vegetation. It really changes.
And the ambience is not, the spirit is very different, and you don't imagine that you are in the same place than in Chamonix, of course, but in the same time, it's exciting to be able to make tourism and to visit and to meet some different culture and so many difference, and I think all this diversity is really, really important to have a complete life.
Yes, 100%. That like really widen your horizons. And talking about cultural experiences, the runners will go through the two pagodas for the king and the queen, and they will be running right on in those gardens. And if we get a different angle, we see the views down below. So that is definitely a unique experience. And as you say, as much as we have the Mont Blanc in Chamonix, we don't have those kind of pagodas.
No, but it's interesting to have a lot of the different point of view, and I like that. And for the runner, I imagine it's really exciting to be able to cross these places, because I think it is the first time they are able to cross this place. And to climb on the summit of the Dine Inthanon
the mountain
this year
Yeah.
specifically, and I think it's a good thing, a good adventure, and it's exactly what we say when we say you can travel less but travel better, and to be able to meet all the other person who exist all around the planet.
Yes, yeah, and we were saying already there's twice the amount of runners compared to last year, and we were saying, of course, by seeing those images, seeing the course, seeing the mountains and everything they run through, including the highest mountain in Thailand, next year for sure there's going to be more people wanting to come, wanting to experience this culture. And as you said, this is what UTMB World Series is all about. It's like having a UTMB event, but in all different places, and having the local flavor that is shared to the runners.
Absolutely, and for us, I think it's the proof that we needed to have these majors, one in
every big continent,
Asia Pacific, and all the Asia Pacific runners are able to come here easily. And you have so many Japanese, Korean, Chinese,
yes.
Malaysian, from Vietnam, from everywhere. And we had also to give an answer to all these runners.
Exactly, and so we were explaining the concept for the Continental Championships. It's not the top 3, but the top 10 in the elites who get their ticket directly to UTMB Mont Blanc, the final of the UTMB World Series. But then also in each age group, there are runners who will get their entry depending on how many people you have in each of the age groups.
And not only that, because it's interesting for all the level of runners.
That's right.
Even if you are a regular runner, you have a double number of running stones. So you double your chance to be in the lottery. And as we said, if you are not in the lottery directly, you keep your running stones, and the next time you are sure
you add even more
running stones, and all you have, if you don't spend them because you are lucky in the lottery, you keep them, and so you can play again with them.
And it increases your chances to be drawn.
Absolutely.
So here we have Oana Mialcea from Romania. She's leading the women's race. She's been leading since the beginning, and she actually lives in France, in Montpellier.
Yeah.
So she was talking with our camera runners, and here we are on the ground at one of the two pagodas, and we can see from the ground how beautiful it is with those waterfalls that are so emblematic of this area. There's many waterfalls in the Inthanon National Park, and this is one of them up here, close to the summit, but not quite at the summit yet.
Yes, and I'm excited because now I will go on the course just in this place to be able to visit this place and the summit of it. I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. That's great.
But
well, when you see the camera, just wave at us.
But you know, I know I am a lucky girl, and I take the opportunity to be a lucky girl.
As you should. As you should.
So.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much for coming.
Yeah.
And we'll then enjoy the views from up there, and then give those runners a big cheer. They will be needing it because they'll be into like 5-6 hours into the race, and the men's was about 22 hours course record for the first, and just on over 26 hours for the women. So there's still going to be a lot of time for them to run.
So.
All right.
I take the opportunity to say hello to everybody, hello to all the person who are looking to us.
Watching the live, yes.
And continue and take pleasure. Have fun to see that.
And enjoy indeed. Thank you, Catherine. Enjoy the views for us, and we'll be seeing you very shortly. And we're still up there at the pagodas, probably another 30 to 40 minutes, I would say, but that might be a very wrong guess here. I'm taking a wild guess on when we will be seeing those runners at the two pagodas. We'll call it the replica of the Buddha, and I got details from Nati that this is actually not a statue, but a drawing, a picture of the Buddha that is at the bottom of one of the pagodas. So we'll see that. Hopefully we'll get that on the images. But as for now, we are still following the front runner in the women's race, and she's looking extremely strong still, not fading away. Taking her time at the aid station, A3 that we saw earlier, and now tackling the rest of that longest climb. Nati's back.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Where are we? Where are we?
We've seen the pagodas quite a bit. This is still the climb, and actually, Oana, I was saying she's still moving well, but she's slowed down a little bit, and then on that climb, she's taking advantage of that to fuel quite a bit, and yet she's not using her poles, so it's hard to gauge the grade here. She's still moving at a decent speed, and it seems like it's flattening out again.
Could be because he needs to eat.
Yeah. Oh, and there you go, onto the trail.
Putting the poles away to eat, and then come back again.
Yeah, it's hard to do it all. I don't have two hands. There you go.
Yeah,
poles are coming out.
Yeah, poles out. Steep bit coming up next. There you go.
Unfold, click out.
Yep, pull, tighten, done.
And there you go.
Back in business.
Yeah, so Catherine Poletti, who was here with us just earlier, she said she was actually heading to the two pagodas. She was like, lucky you. We're stuck here. So we'll get the images through the screen, just like you all, following us. Again, and thank you for following us. We got a message from Richie, but sadly I cannot read what's going on, but I'm sure you will.
Oh wow, we have quite an international.
Yes, that's Japanese. There's Chinese.
Dude, that's Korean.
Oh,
well.
Oh yeah, I had missed that.
Yeah, these are Korean writings.
Oh, and we've got Teresa Sanchez. Good friend. She is usually covering the races live with another good friend, Depa runner, who I believe was El Cruce recently. So he's always somewhere in the world, being the MC for a race. And Tele is working together with Depa on the Spanish channel to offer a live experience to our Spanish audience. I was hoping I could catch a glimpse of what they, or catch a few words, not a glimpse of what was being said, but I missed that. Let's go full screen.
Yeah, she's speaking to the camera. Can't quite hear. Probably in French anyway, so I have to get Martin to listen.
Jusqu'à Pagoda. C'est pas le sommet.
You can hear the word pagoda.
where was the next aid station, A4, and I think she was expecting it to be at the pagodas, but is it at the pagodas or is it at the? I think it's further than that, isn't it?
I think it's right after.
It's right after.
Probably just the entrance of the pagoda or the exit. Oh, it's the same thing. But I think they have to see. They hit the pagoda and then go down the stairs.
Oh yeah.
It's kind of just below that. But what's coming after that is pretty brutal as well. It will be a fair bit of section on the road.
So Oana still in the lead in the women's race, but she has actually spent quite a bit of time at the aid station, and she was in 30th place overall. She's now 36th overall, coming out of the aid station. And let's see.
But I'm not sure what's happening here. The scoring, the live tracking actually putting her second. So her A3 timing was not registered. So C15 went on top of her now. But I guess there's something missing there. It's still reporting as imminent.
Right. Yeah, no, good catch. So again, if you're just joining and you were on the live.utmb.world, looking at the Inthanon 160, which is the 100 miles, and actually 170 kilometers, another 10K for free. We have right here on the screen from Romania, Oana Mielcea, who is indeed in the lead. And now we have Jenny Quilty, who has gone out of the A3 aid station as well, so in third position. And Tsai Wang Fei, as you were saying, in second place. Well, I don't think this one needs translation. She's feeling that climb. She was asking like how long until the summit, and I think he answered about 9 kilometers. Whether that is true or not, I cannot confirm that because I don't know exactly where they're at on that climb. But yeah, that when she heard that, she nearly fell backwards.
Well, if she has just left A3, there's 14.5 kilometers waiting for her.
Okay, so yeah, since she's left, that's about right. Yeah, that's probably about 9 Ks to go.
Yeah.
Oh, and you just told her like you have an hour, like it's going to be about an hour to get to the top. I think he's being very optimistic because I don't think she's moving at 9 kilometers per hour right now. She's in the steep section that you were talking about earlier, like probably the steepest of the whole climb. And well, as long as she keeps talking with our camera runner, it means like she's still somehow there and not completely checked out. But yeah, that's going to be a brutal climb for everyone. And we knew this because looking at the course profile, you can see like it's the biggest climb by a long shot. And so, yeah, we'll see how she does. In the meantime, we'll have a quick commercial break and we'll be back shortly after.
ผมพร้อมแล้วเริ่มได้เลยครับ
บัดเจ็ตโปรโมชั่นปีนี้ครับน่าจะปรับเพิ่มอีกหน่อยครับ
อยู่ที่ไหนก็ครอบคลุม AIS 5G
วันนี้พาวินนี่มาว่ายน้ำครับผม
ดูสระด้านหลังใหญ่ไหมใหญ่ไหม
กว้างแค่ไหนก็ครอบคลุม AIS 5G
สวัสดีค่ะแม่ได้ยินไหมลูกโอ้โหชัดแจ๋วเลยค่ะแม่นี่หนูกำลัง
ลึกแค่ไหนก็ครอบคลุม AIS 5G
เช้านี้หนาวมากอ่ะ
เฮ้ยที่ไหนอ่ะ
นี่ดู
มากเลยนั่นน่ะ
สูงแค่ไหนก็ครอบคลุม AIS 5G
And we're back with Oana, still in that monster climb. And this is the hottest part of the day as well. You might as well combine everything to give a hard time to those runners. It's still in the early stages of the race, like we said. And if you look right below the clock at 4:40, you have the course profile. And it's not quite accurate because she is about a third, just past a third of the whole climb. And so you see that this is by a long shot the highest climb and highest point. They're going to be running 2,565 meters precisely. And hopefully we'll get images of the male runners going through the pagodas. And I mean, I'm saying hopefully, but I'm pretty confident we will, because we had both drone shots from those pagodas as well as shots on the ground showing us those beautiful waterfalls. And man, running past those waterfalls is going to be tempting just to go for a dip. I don't know if it's allowed, but if you can have a chance to do that, I'm probably the first to go.
I think it's on the other side of the pagoda. I don't think the runners will go past it.
Ah, damn it.
It's a pity.
Yeah, that would be a tempting situation right there.
Well, at least they're in the shade right now. It's going to open up a bit when they reach, near the top. It's a bit more exposed at the top. But you can tell from the vegetation, they're around 1,000 meters above sea level, not so high yet. They have 1,500 meters to climb.
Oh boy.
I think she's done about 200 meters.
Not more than that. You reckon she still has 1,300 meters of climb?
Yeah, a fair bit to go.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
I don't think she wants to hear that.
No, don't tell her that. She would just snap her pole and throw it away.
Turn around, was like, all right, stuff this.
Yeah. And like even on the road, because of the altitude makes it hard going.
Yeah, the higher they're gonna get, the harder it's gonna become.
I remember going up on my bicycle, but every pedal stroke just a struggle.
Yeah. So you do have a road that goes all the way to the top, or
all the way to the top,
or to the pagodas.
It's to the top. From pagoda to the top is probably the steepest section.
Oh wow!
So it's if you're a cyclist, this is one hill to climb.
Wow. Well, that must be beautiful and definitely worth it. And then it's out and back, or you can go over and then...
It's out and back.
Out and back.
Out and back.
It's one single road up. Okay.
It's pretty dangerous going down.
Yeah, you don't want to lose your brakes.
No. A couple of people get killed already coming down too fast.
Dang. Like getting off-road or...
No, just head on with the car.
Oh, that's pretty sad.
Not great. Not nice.
That's not a way to finish a bike ride. No. That's for sure.
It's very sad. Right, she's catching up with someone we can see.
Is that our camera runner?
It's probably the camera. Yep.
Might very well be. Oh, and I don't know if you can hear in the background, but we've got some music going on. We are indeed very, very close to the start and finish areas. Look at that. You got a few fallen trees you have to dodge.
She just went over one fallen tree and then just ducking under another. It's like adding insult to injuries. It's steep, and then you still have to duck and climb and go over that one, for example. There.
Yeah. Good thing they're not going downhill, because that would be a bit more of a challenge going over that at speed. And so, yeah, we've been with the first woman for a while now, but in the men's, Gediminas Grenius is still in the lead, just ahead of Franco, and followed by Thomas. Thomas from Great Britain, who's tackling his first 100-mile, as we've been told this morning. However, he's got tremendous experience over 100 Ks, as well as in Ironman discipline. He was in Kona earlier this year at the Ironman World Championship, so clearly that man has a very, very solid international level to qualify for this kind of event. And now he's crossed over and decided to take on the Doi Inthanon in Thailand by UTMB, the Asian Pacific major. And so far sitting in third, which is an excellent position for the British runner. And
we have lost a connection. But having seen the A3, the timing at the checkpoint, A3, only 10 minutes separating the top 6. So everyone's there. Everyone that should be there is there.
Yeah, and you know who's also in the mix and moving up? Is Zhao Jijiao. Last year's winner coming from China. He's slowly but surely moving up the field, and I was predicting good things for this runner, because the way he won last year was really, really impressive, and the way he was also running was definitely predicting something very, very good for this runner. On the other hand, you're pointing out that Jordi Gamito could be withdrawn. So hopefully that is another issue from our system, just like Gediminas Grenius was marked as withdrawn earlier at the A38 station. So maybe that's the same issue that's happening. We will follow up on that. Hopefully that is wrong, because that would be a very sad news coming from Jordi. Yeah, let's keep an eye on that.
Yeah, we won't know until Jordi hit A4. Because last time it was a camera that confirmed that GG was still in the race. But this time around, Jordi lies around 9th or 10th. So we definitely cannot confirm that with the camera. So we have to wait until A4 to know that. You can see a camera person running around.
Yeah, look at that trail.
Yeah, and that's, who's that? Is that Francesco or Gigi?
I doubt this is a runner. I think those are just people out on the course waiting for runners, like
sitting
spectators. Yeah. Or maybe he's stopping for number 2, didn't realize there was a drone up there. But no, I think this is above the pagodas.
Just below.
Oh, just below.
Yeah,
so as they're climbing through on that, oh wow, that ridge will be spectacular. Oh, man, I wish I was there. Is that the trail you were talking about? Oh, now I understand better why you say it was definitely a must do.
See, after this be a dip and then a climb straight up.
Wow. So I think if I were to run that, I would actually try to get dropped at the pagodas, visit it, and run it down. That'd be a much easier way to
see this trail, right?
To see it all, and I will just claim use the excuse that I'd rather run downhill so I have the views.
Oh, hang on, I must be mistaken. I think they're coming down from the right. They're coming down from the right to these people, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it's actually
they
that's
don't
the
climb
straight up. They climb straight up on the other side. See those people and then come down. After this, it will be a dip down to the pagoda.
Okay.
All right, I mean dip down and then up to the pagoda. Yeah. So that's how the runner should be coming. So interesting.
And so that's going to be the about 45K mark, if I'm correct. like with that little dip before
Yep, just
climbing
before the climb.
further up. Yeah, so it's hard to actually see on the course
it's
profile.
It's not 5k away from the... Oh, it is. Yes. That's
Is that?
That's
Yeah.
the dip. Yep.
There we go.
That's
Yep.
exactly the
At
dip.
45k.
So the runner's coming from the groove just beyond this ridge,
Right.
to the right, and then hook back,
Looping back.
looping back.
Oh yeah, so if you're wanting to play, you can get actually still on the live.utmb.world, and you scroll down a little bit to get to that point that says profile map and 3D map. And so if you actually select 3D map, you go to A4 Relic of the Buddha at 45k, and that's where we're right now seeing those drone shots of. And back with Oana, our female leader so far, who was having a bit of a tough time on that climb earlier, but still...
Just moving strongly.
Yeah, still moving and shifting into running mode. That is a very, very good sign. It means that she's still in control and aware, not like kind of letting the climb dictate her pace, but she's actually picking up the pace on the flatter sections. But man, it looks like a tough climb, that's for sure. And hopefully she's not bonking or anything, because that would be the wrong place to have that happen to you, because you still have a lot to climb and the sun's hot. So we'll see how that goes, and we'll see if anything changes in the women's field. I know there's a lot of people out there from Canada, yes, I'll say it again, from Canada, hoping to see Jenny move further up in the rankings. So we'll see how that goes. Oh, what's happening? Oh.
Telephone.
Nope. I think it was...
ants.
Is that ants?
Ants.
Oh, that was a bee or something.
No, that's not good.
Oh, that's good. She was really quick to take it out.
She needs to move away from that.
And you see our camera runner is always here to help and always mindful not to film that kind of situation. Just here to help. Hopefully she didn't get stung. That'll be interesting to ask if we can know what was that bug, whether it was... Do you guys have big spiders?
Not really. They're usually harmless, but I'm
and they stay in their webs?
Yeah, I'm suspecting maybe ants, kind of orange ants nest. They usually on the leaves hanging, so she probably just brushed them. But they're pretty harmless, yeah. But the first initial bite kind of shocked you, but it doesn't no lasting damages. Most people don't get allergic to them, but bee sting or wasp are pretty nasty. You get a lot of people are allergic to them, but because she's not running away, I guess she was bitten by. She just hit an ant nests. Hopefully.
Yeah, and plus, like, when you're, like, we said it, she lives in France, she's from Romania, so when you're in an exotic country like this, your mind also plays tricks on you. It's like, oh, what could be around here and, like, bite me or sting me, so it adds to, like, the freak out moment, for sure, but hopefully she'll come out of it with nothing but a fright.
Yeah, those ants are pretty, they're not nasty, they just give you a shock. Because it's quite painful. The initial thing was
it's like a sharp, but like short-lived.
Very short and no kind of long-lasting effect.
All right, well,
hopefully it's that kind of ant.
That would give the adrenaline pump a big boost. So she might pass her camera runners now for the rest of the climb. But yeah, fingers crossed everything is going well with Oana, and it was just a fright.
Because it's just not kind of brushing and running away, because that's a sign of like wasp or bees.
Something flying around.
Yeah, so it's probably just ants, hopefully.
I bumped into a pretty mantis just out of here. It was like a brown one, just minding her own business.
Yeah, there's plenty of them around. So yeah, that's another thing as well. Some people just like enjoy being around critters, and some people just don't.
Yes.
So, but you have to be mindful there are critters around in this kind of forest.
Oh, I think I'm going to get an update on what happened there.
Yeah, Martin's checking on the checking with the camera person. Okay, Oana has her top back on. Ants will be still on her legs.
Well, Nati, I am delighted to say that you were absolutely right. It was an ant's nest.
I'll just show you
there we go.
Some picture.
And so I just got an update, and so she said yes, and dozens of ants just there you go. Yeah, fell onto. I don't know if you can actually show it here on this camera.
Oh, okay.
Let's put it there.
Right.
I'm going to show you what it was.
It's
closer.
you can see.
There you
go. These kind of ants, they roll leaves around, and they have ants and eggs inside. In fact, people eat their eggs, so it's
Oh wow!
So it's a bit of a kind of.
So she could have had fuel. But so bottom line is Sébastien Chéniaud, who is here centralizing all the information and coordinating everybody on the field, just grabbed me and was like, hey, so this is what happened. And he said, indeed, those were ants. So perfect guess. So we have the perfect local knowledge here coming from Nettie. And this is, he said there were a dozen all over her, but she's brushed them all off, and now she's back out, and it wasn't anything long lasting or that could have jeopardized her whole race. So good thing. And if you're listening and you're racing tomorrow, well then just have that in mind. Be mindful. Look up if you get close to bushes or to those kind of leaves, and if that happens to you, no need to freak out or to run off the cliff. just stop, brush them off, and like Nati said, it might bite you, but it will be short-lived and you'll be over in no time. So if anything, you'd get a good blood flow, and you'll be back out. So it's good to hear that Oana will be safe and sound and will be able to carry on racing. Well, that will add a little bit of experience to her race and a story to be told.
Give her a bit of a kick. I think she was kind of half asleep at the time.
Yes.
The
universe just threw her a curveball and like, all right, let's see how you can take that. And there we go. Get a little bit of a live show going on.
That was a bit of a...
Also short-lived. And we're back on that ridge waiting for the first runners. That would be Gediminas Grinius, who would most likely pop up in first position on that last descent before a final kick up to the two pagodas. Yep. So we're waiting. And how you guys doing? Okay. Oh wow. There's a bunch of things that we've actually missed. Yeah. So, Quang Nhat Pham How can cameramen run faster on trails than top elite runners? That's a very good question. We answered that this morning and we'll answer it again. There's no wrong question, and we can't expect you to be with us the whole time. But basically, it's just that there are several different elite, different camera runners all throughout the course. Sometimes there are mountain bikers on e-mountain bikes, so they have electric assistance to be able to keep up without too much effort, and so therefore give you a little bit of comments as well.
Yeah, but they're still human. They got pulled away. I think the runner is actually pulling away, like this one on your right-hand side here. I think the athlete is like kind of slowly pulling away from the tiring camera person.
Yeah, it is a long climb, and because they already have a backpack that's about 4 kilograms to carry on their pack to essentially broadcast the images that they're catching with their camera. Oh wow, that looks extremely steep. That's Gediminas Grimius here in the lead of the men's race, going up what doesn't even look like a trail. It's just off track, straight up the mountain. That is brutal, and he's still moving really well. Those drone shots are absolutely fantastic. That's the GG of the good days. He's moving strong. This is impressive. This is exciting to see him come back at the top. And then quick look back to see where the chasing runners are, to see how much further he's going to have to push, or if he's going to save for a while. And then, Guillaume, always a keen eye. The camera's always got his band for nudity. But yeah, definitely good job on the team on the ground to help the woman in struggle.
Quick glance looking back. But for someone of his caliber going this slowly, it means one thing.
It's extremely steep.
Really steep. Oh, the weight to the front. Oh, the weight on the arms.
And so essentially for a runner who is using poles efficiently on the slope that is between 15 to 20%, and that is definitely closer to 20 here, while assuming they're moving at the same pace, they'll be saving 30% of the effort from their legs. So essentially moving at the same speed, 30% get taken on by the poles and the upper body, and that will relieve the legs from working so hard. So in terms of energy expenditure, it is about the same actually. So you should plan on eating and fueling just as much, if not slightly more. But you know that you're saving your legs from such an effort, and which means in ultra running, you're going to have that energy available in the later stages of the race. And actually that works both for uphill as well as downhill. You will reduce the amount of pounding that you give, like you put your legs through, and that will allow you to break less muscle fiber and therefore be in better shape for the later stages of the race. So that's why now in all the ultra races that are in the mountains, there's no way that athletes can perform just as well without poles, except in La Diagonale des Fous, where no runners are allowed with poles, and everybody is on the same page. On those beautiful images, we have a short commercial break, and we will be back just after that. All right, we're back, and we're back at the Ultra Trail Village, right at the bottom. Not just further down. We're still at about 1,200 meters of altitude here at the start and finish area. Still buzzing, a lot of runners. Only the 100-mile runners have started, and tomorrow we'll have the 100K, 50K, and then on Sunday we'll have the 24K and the 10K. And this is a replay of this morning's race with already Oana in the lead in the first descent, quite technical, and we saw that she could move extremely well on that technical part, like a little bit of a single track, barely have enough space to put both your feet side by side, so you gotta juggle around. And she was moving well as Thomas at the time, who was moving in first position, who's now in third. Behind Francesco and Gediminas. And there we go, we get the official news about an ant nest fell on the first female runner, Oana Mihalcea. And but she's fine, she's all good now. She's back running on that climb towards the pagodas. And that was when she was having a bit of a chat with our camera runner, because most of them are actually from France. And even though she's coming from Romania, she's been living in France for the past 5 years in Montpellier, so therefore she speaks the language and was able to have a bit of a chat with our camera runners. And yes, it is a festival, especially last night at the opening ceremony. There was a lot going on, big crazy show. Yeah, it was quite fantastic, as Catherine Poletti was mentioning earlier. This was a really great way to experience the local culture, and you were telling us about the different outfits as well, ceremony outfits.
We're almost there. We're almost there. We're almost at A4.
Oh yeah, good spotting, right there.
Yeah, that's the last section. That's the last part. Steep climb. Yep, Gigi's
in the house.
About to hit the lawn of the twin pagoda. This is the top pagoda. It's going to cross that bridge in a bit. He can breathe. At the moment, he can't see.
And then you look up,
and then you look up, and oh, great, I'm here.
That must be quite a change. Woo! You're coming out of like a narrow single track in the trees, like completely wild, and you come to these well-mown lawns in manicured gardens, and two beautifully built
Oh no,
pagodas.
they're not crossing the bridge. They got rerouted around.
No, you're right. I think he is going.
Yeah, is he? Is he?
Yeah,
Is he not?
they're making them do the whole.
They're going.
Yeah,
oh,
no,
there you go. There you go.
No. You got to go over the bridge.
Yep.
There you go. You do the full like kind of maze.
Figure of 8.
Yeah, all the way.
Yeah, all the way
around, making sure that you get plenty of time to look at your surroundings.
And now it's going down a few flights of stairs. Longer flights of stairs waiting for him around the corner. I'll be out of breath walking around there. It's 2,100 meters above sea level, around that.
Yeah, and
that's the pagoda.
That's about the 50K mark, right? Yeah. Oh no, actually 45K.
But yet he has 5K.
Another 5Ks to go to get to the very, very top. That's the stairs you were talking about. Just straight through. And then, could that be the aid station there, or as the pagodas?
I'm not sure, because last year was outside at the entrance. So there's the souvenir shop. It's going down the road.
excellent job here from our drone pilot, giving us those aerial images. And I believe there's one camera mountain biker who's now joined Gigi, and we're going to transition into that camera to get a closer look at how Gediminas Gremius currently leading the men's race, 45K into the race, 5 hours 10. And no other man in sight. He has opened a significant gap, which is not surprising, seeing how powerful he was going up that hill.
We're expecting Francesco Cucco in a bit. Okay, he's near the gate now. Yeah.
Yep. GG giving high fives. Boom. Those give you such an energy boost.
They're stationed probably by the main road from the look of it.
Gediminas Grenius representing Team Vibram here, looking strong, in control.
He's going to get out and then turn left straight up the hill. Hooking left. Yeah. Up, up, up all the way.
Oh, there's a tunnel.
There's a Hoka tunnel.
Yeah, we remember this one at Notre-Dame-de-la-Combe during UTMB. That was when runners were getting into the night, so Gediminas Grenius was just a bit too fast and is experiencing this tunnel
3 hours
in daylight.
Yep.
And on the left part of your screen is the fifth man, after according to what we could see on the screen. And then if we look,
Cedric Chavet.
Cedric Chavet, that's about right. Yes, Team Globe Trailers from France. And Gediminas.
This is a long tunnel.
It is indeed.
Way longer than the one in Chamonix.
Oh yeah, yeah, that is definitely longer. And look at this, he picked up a little friend here.
At the aid stations here.
The future of the Thai runners, the new generation getting stoked.
Running alongside Gediminas Grenius.
There we go. Okay, let's see how he goes and how he refills what he does exactly. Always good to see an experienced runner.
There's no rucksack either, backpack either.
Yeah, indeed, it's a belt.
But we can't call him a runner with a fanny pack anymore because that's Thomas.
That's Thomas. Yeah, he's claimed that. Oh, that's the naked belt.
Naked
yeah,
belt.
it's those can actually carry quite a lot around your waist. You can essentially get 360 pockets all around your waist.
Yeah, so he's drinking one, filling up.
And it looks like it is electrolytes. Yes, it is not clear water. He's going for electrolytes.
That's,
smart move.
Yeah, that's Porcari Sweat. And he's topping it up with water. That's interesting.
And then, could it be the second runner here? Yep, that's what we were being told. So that would be Francesco.
Quite a bit behind, yes.
Yes.
A fair bit behind. That would be like almost like 10 minutes behind.
Yes, at least. Yes, yes. And then here's a camera mountain biker getting ready, coming out of the aid station.
Yeah, and he's out. Wow. Straight out of the aid station.
And so that was just water.
Yeah.
That was just water. So it looks like he's carrying all his fuel and is just topping up water.
And electrolytes there.
And electrolytes, yes.
And not even pure electrolyte, he's topping it up with some water as well. So, interesting.
And so now you were saying about 5 kilometers to the very top.
Yes, on the road, all the way. Now we're going to see this second. This is Francisco.
Yeah, it is him.
It's a long way back. 10 minutes, maybe? We'll see.
I would say probably a bit more than that. And Gediminas Gremius is still moving extremely strong on that road. That's the road you were talking about for road biking up to the top.
If you started from the city, well, not the town below, 40k below, by the time you get here, you'll be riding a kind of zigzag.
Sideways.
It doesn't look that steep, but when you're on the bike, it just not. You can't just go straight. By the time you reach that point, the power's gone. He's taking his time.
Yeah, well, the power is not gone in JD Minnesgrammis, and it was still really impressive to see him run on that section. Meanwhile, Francesco looking back as well, try to see if anybody is chasing, kind of gauge how much of a lead he has on third place runner. And Gigi is here, still very, very strong move here for the Vibram runner.
Yeah, and that's Ryan Blair running along with his GoPro, talking to Gigi.
So team manager of the North Face Adventure, but obviously he's also another weathered ultra runner. He's been around. You see him at many international events, so he knows Gigi very well. So they're probably having a good old chat.
And he's racing as well tomorrow, I think.
Is he?
Yes.
Oh, he didn't tell me that.
So we'll see how he's doing after all this running around.
Yes, and crowing for all his runners.
Wow, it's moving well indeed.
Cool, you have the time.
Does he speak French? Probably not.
I doubt it.
Yeah, around this kind of elevation, you start seeing rhododendrons, but they're not flowering.
Blossom.
Oh, that maybe. Oh no, not them. Yeah, usually it's around February.
Oh yeah. Yep. And Gigi head down. Still moving extremely strong. That is definitely more than 10 minutes between first and second place. We'll get the exact split when he'll be going. Francesco will be going through the 8th station. But I do believe that's closer to 15, if not more. That is quite impressive already, the gap that Gigi has put on. And it was a smart move. Like, he was not in the lead for the first 2 hours and eventually made his move at the 14K 8th station, went right through, didn't stop. And then just kept trucking forward, and I don't know if it was a plan or not, but he's taken advantage of that climb to really pull away in very strong fashion, and still going up that hill on the road, looking extremely strong and consistent, just ticking along, taking advantage of this more runnable section to potentially pull away even further from second place male in this 100-mile race right now. Francesco from Italy, still moving extremely well. And so, can we say that is that the last kick before getting to the pagodas?
Just before the dip, I think. Wow.
And a question now, Zhao Jijiao, who was the winner last year, is sitting in 4th position. It will be interesting to see. Oh yeah, there we go. He can see the pagodas from there, but as you said, there is a dip before heading back into it. So I guess here they could already see what they're heading into, but they know they're gonna have to go down and back up. Oh, that's a mean move. You might want to keep looking down.
And it's steep going technical downhill.
Right.
River, there's kind of small streams down there as well for you to cross before you're coming back up again. But it's a beautiful trail. Just rhododendrons around you everywhere. Basically, you're going under the rhododendron kind of bushes before you come up here.
Yeah, and we see that last kick. Yep. Indeed, that looks pretty steep from here.
It's like a wall in front of you. It hurts. Yeah, he's definitely kind of more than 10 minutes away. We'll see the timing in a few minutes.
And it will be hard to put time on Gigi on that section. He's moving really, really well. Not letting his guard down. I think he wants to make a statement, open a significant gap. So when the chasing runners will go through and potentially get updated by their crew where they're at, that'll be a crushing news. Like, yep, you're 15, 20 minutes back. He's like, oh no. So he's kind of probably trying to get a safe blanket on his competition before heading into the night. And like we said earlier, like Gediminas Grimius has been in the area, has been in the Inthanon National Park for over a week now. So checking out the course. And he's definitely one of the highest ranked runners when it comes to the UTMB index. But for example, Zhao Jijiao was above, I mean, still is above 900. I think you were saying 904 precisely. And yet so far is actually not in the lead. But it is a long way to the finish. It's a long way back to the Ultra Trail Village where we're commenting this race, most likely taking place tomorrow. It will be for the first men of this 100-mile around between 7:10 and 8 a.m. where we'll be expecting the first male runners of the 100-mile and the first female runners of this 100-mile between 9:15 and 10 a.m. local times. So we'll be going back and forth between the 100K, the 100 miles, and actually the 50K as well, because as soon as the female runners will have made it through the finish line, we'll switch into the start. No, actually not the start, into another section of the 50K. The start of the 50K will be much earlier, around 5:45 a.m., actually precisely tomorrow, from the Ultra Trail Village.
Yeah, we're going to have a pretty hectic morning tomorrow.
Oh, it's going to be full on.
People going out, people coming back in.
And the only consistent thing is Team Canada will be out here with us.
I'm pretty sure they're out in force at the moment. Sally and Gordon probably still around, waiting to see updates on Jenny's time.
Oh, and actually, speaking about Team Canada, Gordon Quill is actually going to try and catch a few sleeping hours before coming back. This is fair enough.
Gordon Kuti had just signed off to have a quick snooze before coming back to...
And there he is. Yep. Francesco hitting the Pagoda Gardens and about to take about 61 turns before hitting the stairs. Hopefully he will figure it out, or will he go around?
Yeah, on the bridge.
Is it going to be a left or a right? Left or right? Oh, yeah, he caught it. He caught it right across the bridge.
No hesitation there.
A little photo, making sure you don't trip. That would hurt. And then going around is good to see a few spectators here cheering him on along the way. There we go. Beautiful. And again, fantastic aerial shots of our runners going through these gardens.
He's probably around 14 to 15 minutes behind right now at this point. Oh, for some reason we have Thomas popping up on the A4 already. Could that be a mistake?
Oh, I don't think we would have missed that.
Or the camera has missed it. Then we're probably watching number 3. We are probably watching the third guy here. Could that be the case?
I would wait to have confirmation, because we have a lot of eyes on the ground, and I doubt we would have missed it. But you never know. You never know. This is first place, Gediminas Grinius, representing Team Vibram from Lithuania. And yeah, now Natty is confused. So am I. Maybe so are you out there, between the images that we're seeing right now and the actual ranking. It looks like there's a bit of a difference. So we'll see when we go through the 8th station, as Gediminas Grimius is making his way on the long road section to the highest point of the course and in Thailand altogether. at 2,565 meters of elevation, and still ticking along, very, very strong, head down, going for it. And yeah, we'll be curious to see if that ranking is actually correct, or if Francesco Cucco has moved into third place indeed. But
yeah, it's quite likely. Quite likely. We'll see. The road doesn't look too steep, but I can guarantee that is very, very steep up there. Especially if you're on your bicycle, and this is going to be the last 3 or 4 kilometers before the summit. The commercial break is coming up, coinciding with Francesco Cucco arriving at A4, I think.
Hopefully we won't miss him.
Right, we'll be back shortly. We're back at the aid station, A4, relic of the Buddha. And what we're seeing here, I think this is Francesco Cucco.
Yes, and I got the confirmation from our eyes on the ground. He is in third. So this is a mistake. Francesco is in third, and they saw Thomas from Great Britain, who has gone in second place. So the ranking was correct, and we just missed him on the images. Thomas is in second position, and on the screen, you've got Francesco from Italy running in third right now. So it'll be interesting to see if there's any camera biker on the road who can go back and forth maybe, or drop out from GG into second place, Thomas. And see, those are the things that show us the kind of state of mind the runners are. And see, he was walking out, and then, wait, maybe I need more. And this is a bit of time and energy wasted here. You're not completely sharp when you get to the aid station. One thing
he had a taste of...
Yeah, it's like, oh, maybe I want more.
Yeah.
When I come back, it's like not as precise, and then grabbing a few things on the way. So let's see what's going on here.
Oh, we have number 4. We have the 4th guy coming in.
Oh, wow. Yes, that's the Chinese runner representing Hoka, the Sage Kennedy double ganger.
Yeah, I think it's Liu Kanhua. It's coming.
Wow, he's made a big move.
Yeah.
So either Francesco is actually fading, like I was just saying, maybe like, not really finding his way through the aid station. So for you out there, if you're like passionate about ultra running and you are actually a runner yourself, definitely knowing the course is a massive advantage. And you don't even have to have seen the course, but knowing your splits and what to expect, when to expect the aid stations. For example, you could see like, okay, I know on the course, you go through the pagodas, a little bit down and then back up, and then you get to the aid station. On that way up, you can already start thinking, what do I feel like? Do I feel hungry? Do I feel thirsty? You can do also the math on what you've been taking. Am I on point with my calories intake? And from there, you can get to the aid station already knowing what you want and what you need and what you should be taking. And that will help you once you get to the aid station, because sometimes it can get overwhelming. You get people, potentially you get spectators cheering, you get a bit of noise left, right, and center. You don't really know what's going on. So if you actually use the peace and quiet before the aid station, then you can get through it and be like, okay, I know I need this. You go straight for it, fill up your water bottles, whatever you feel like you need. So you get that done, and that's how you can get in and out of the aid station efficiently, not missing anything. And those are free minutes, because spending too much time at the aid station because you're faffing around, those are minutes lost while you could have really saved them. So here's like a piece of advice. As well, you guys are following, guys and girls. So if you have any further comments that you could actually share with us about your experiences on how to optimize your time at the aid stations, by all means, share it with us. That's what we're here for. And now Jade Minas Grenius has moved into a power hiking mode. That road climb is extremely long, and as much as he was amped and moving extremely well coming out of the aid station for, I would say, probably a couple of Ks, now he's transitioned into hiking mode, while our runner here from China, Luo Kanua, is taking his time at the aid station. There you go, coming out.
Oh, so he's way ahead. He's way in front. He's 12 minutes in front of Thomas, and
which we missed, and that's where we got confused. And so what's the gap with Francesco?
Francesco came in at 3:29. Yeah, so that's about 17 minutes behind the top man here, Jade Minas Grenius. And he's still moving really strongly. He was really sharp in the aid station too.
Yeah, you can see experience there talking. He knows what he got to do when he needs to take, and back. There he is.
Running again. We can see like Francesco coming back and forth, shopping for, thinking about what he should be picking from the table, whereas Gigi just went straight through that aid station.
Man with a plan.
Yeah, no hesitation there at all.
And he's pulling away again in shuffle mode, making good use of his poles.
You see that sign? That's a sign turning left off to the National Observatory. So he's quite near the top now.
And I'm actually quite keen if this mountain biker, can actually pull away from Gigi and see Thomas, because we haven't seen Thomas in a while. So it'd be good to see like if he's hungry and in hunting mode, because obviously he's past Francesco Cucco at this point, but we haven't seen. Oh, there we go. We're going down. Let's. Yeah. That's going to give us a good indication. Hopefully, we'll stay live. He's just telling us like I just dropped off from the lead. So let's see when we're gonna catch the second runner from Great Britain, Thomas. Wait, yes, our Ironman athlete Thomas Joly de Lotbiniere, or Lotbiniere. I want to pronounce it in French, but like he's from Great Britain, so that's kind of a confusing.
His name has been updated. So he has better kind of, it's been kind of rewritten properly now.
With the right spaces in between, correct?
With the right spacing.
And in French, that would be a beautiful Thomas Joly de Lobinière. But again, being from Great Britain, I did butcher his name. It would be Thomas Joly de Lobinière. Either way, one sure thing, he's in second place and we can't wait to see him. However, that tunnel is right before the aid station, so any runner coming through that is going to be actually in 5th place. Is that right?
5th, yes.
Yeah.
Because we have Lou Canhao as number 4 already.
Yeah,
right behind Francesco Cucco. We probably have missed number 5 as well, because this is like, this does not look like Jie Chuzhao.
Oh, that's our French runner.
Yep. Is that Cedric Chavet?
Not looking the sharpest, with a cab from L'Arménien Diagonale des Fous Grands. So that's not his first 100 miler.
Yeah, Team Globe Trailers. That's Cedric Chavet. He's not very happy with something.
Yep. Or maybe he's just being French and upset by nature. Oh, this is not good.
Well,
I can say this because I am French as well, and I can definitely attest that we can be grumpy at times, but we never mean anything bad. This is just how we are.
I have to keep you fed with
Exactly.
coffee and chocolate.
Yeah. You don't want to see a Frenchman hangry. It's always bad form. So there you go. Cedric Chavet in 5th position. Next runner.
Yeah, hopefully we have not missed the Jie Chuzhao, number 6.
Yeah, well, if this is still in the same order, they were within a minute of each other at the last checkpoint. So Zhao Jiju
has been dropped by Cedric Chavet.
Yep, he's reclaiming 5th position there, the French runner.
Now I'm intrigued to see this Holga tunnel at night. It's really long. It seems like they have the electrical wiring within it. So we are outdoing the Chamonix tunnel here.
There he is.
Okay,
There's Thomas.
Yep.
Finally.
Yep.
So we get a. Hopefully, I don't know if they're going to be talking or anything, but we'll see if we can hear anything. Thomas from Great Britain has moved back into 2nd place, past Francesco from Italy in that climb, and actually pulled away from him a little bit.
And with his family name like that, he probably speaks French.
Very possible as well.
Let's hope. Let's hear when the camera guy is talking to him.
Oh, and there we go. Here's his UTMB index, and this is the first time we actually see it because I think they must have updated it since this morning, because earlier in the rankings he had none.
Yep. They have corrected a lot of things, including his last name.
This is how reactive our team is, even though it is still in the early hours of the morning now in France. And while we're experiencing some pretty hot weather over here, they've had about 40 centimeters of snow over there, and they actually had to go and get breakfast on foot because nobody could drive a car through the night because the road had not been cleared yet.
Oh no.
So there you go, fun fact from the studios back in France, close to the Chamonix Valley.
It's hard to fathom that. We're having like t-shirt weather here.
Oh, yep.
22 degrees. And our second man here, Thomas Joly.
Yeah, also looking pretty strong.
Yeah, running in singlet. Oh.
Thomas, a.k.a. Mr. Fanny Pack.
Yeah, we want to see... it would be interesting because, you know, when he raced Kona or iron distance triathlon, because he's so fast, he'll be doing like 8 hours something, you know, and he's going to be running close to 20 or maybe over 20 hours.
Oh, and when we had family from Canada supporting Jenny, we have Flo here with us, cheering on Tom. Go Tom! And obviously by the look at the family name, this is someone in the family, whether it's like siblings or parents. They are in the house to support Thomas, looking extremely good here. And again, claiming back his second place, now chasing Gigi up that hill and to crest at. And there you go, Mr. Fanny Pack. Love it. Flo, thank you so much for being here and sharing that with us. If you have anything you want to share, like obviously like who you are in relation to Tom, as well as if you have any story or how he prepared, anything that you can share with us without obviously disclosing any secret information or strategy that Thomas might be trying to follow throughout this 100-mile race, that would be fantastic. Good to have you here with us.
Yeah, we can call him Tom now. At least that would be safe. I definitely don't want to call him Tommy, otherwise I'll get killed afterwards if he doesn't like it.
And I'm trying to see what shoes he's wearing. Is that the Zigama shoes from Nike?
Oh, I'm not a shoe expert here, but it looks interesting. At least it's big. He has big feet.
Yeah, it is quite a big shoe.
Chunky,
that's like, even though it was called Zigama, I think it was definitely more designed for ultras than for a marathon distance.
So that is Palmares.
But yeah, still looking really strong here.
Yeah, Sierra Nevada Ultra first. So he definitely has pedigree in running too, not just triathlon. Because as we were discussing earlier, the Ironman triathlon, because of the intensity, would be much higher, and the time would be a lot shorter than this.
All right.
If we can say 8 hours is short, it's definitely not short, but
by no means, indeed,
relatively short comparing to running 100 mile.
But yeah, you said he has experience over 100 Ks and over trails, no doubt about it, because again, remember that first downhill where he was leading the race, we could see him really move lightly and efficiently on that downhill. So
you're definitely flowing down that single track beautifully.
Yeah, Thomas has experience on trails, on technical trails. He is comfortable on that, so that will be an advantage here, because when you can float around instead of kind of get thrown around on these trails, this is a lot of energy you can save. Pick up the right lines as well, and making sure you don't trip, because over time you get a bit of out of focus.
Yeah, thank you, Luke. Hey, Luke has confirmed that Nike Zigama.
There you go, boom.
And yes, Tom has, he won the Ultra World Champ in Slovenia. So he definitely is an experienced trail runner as well as experienced triathlete. Okay, Flo has just dropped in a comment here. Sister here. Oh no. Caught COVID on the way out to Thailand. He does not speak French. I'm sorry, Martin.
C'est pas grave, c'est pas grave. So I think on the right side of your screen you see a start, and that's going to be at 4, so in 15 minutes, and this is going to be what's called the warm-up run. So it's kind of a fun run. Everybody can get involved, just to emphasize the festival type thing, getting everybody involved and run, even if it's only for a few Ks. And yeah, thanks Flo for giving us that information. Hopefully Thomas won't be too affected by that, because we had a few runners, push hard after having COVID, and It's
Wow.
always a bit of a struggle, and hopefully you don't damage your respiratory system, your lungs too badly. One thing you can actually do to help that thing, and this is compliment of Ruth Croft, who I learned so much from. She's becoming a naturopath, and she said that using a sulforaphane actually really helps clean out your lungs and respiratory system, and that molecule you'll find a lot in broccoli sprouts. Either broccoli sprouts are more potent, and broccoli as well, but you don't want to overcook them. And because there's going to be a bit less in broccoli than in broccoli sprouts, you can actually use mustard seeds, and you put it in it, and that will make it more bioavailable. So you'll get much more sulforaphane out of it, and that will help clean out your lungs from any bad things you may have. So if you've been in this situation, and this is 100% natural, no drugs, nothing, always good to have access to that kind of medicine rather than try to pop a few pills.
Yeah, we probably have a trend going here, right? The UTMB, Kilian Johnny has contracted COVID just before the race, and now
well,
same
turned
thing
out pretty
happened
good
again.
for him.
Oh, yeah, exactly. So might not be a bad thing. Helps you start conservatively, maybe.
Yeah. And then you keep yourself in check as well. You kind of more aware of your body or how you feel. So, not saying it's a good thing, but you could get away with it. So fingers crossed, Thomas will be in that position, and certainly at this point still running very, very strong. Have seen moved into parahiking a little bit, but essentially not for long, and he kept moving well up that hill, probably close to the summit. Summit will be at 50K mark.
We should see the timing there again. He was 12 minutes behind earlier at A4, so we shall see what he's doing at the next checkpoint. It's not too far away. There's definitely you can definitely feel it in your breathing when you're going up this 2,500 meters above sea level point here. This area is really pretty if you have a chance. The vegetation is completely different to anything anywhere else in Thailand. It looks completely different. Yeah, he just passed the observatory, the National Observatory. We have, I think we have Sanjay Sherpa there at the 8th station.
Oh yeah, there we go. Nepalese runner who's lived in France.
He's lying 7th right now, doing really well. Actually, we have a guy over 40s, 3 of them over 40s in the top 7 right now.
Again, this is a consistent runner, so we can only expect him to move up the field nice and steady is the name of the game. Sanjay Sherpa.
Yep, orange. He's chopping now.
A few lotties.
Yeah, he was.
Always keeps you happy.
Yeah, he was here last year playing some music for us.
That's right, the flute.
Yes.
Or whatever. The side. It's like a Nepalese instrument, and he was actually also playing at it was the night before the opening ceremony.
Oh, it's a soup station here. Yeah, that's what Francesco testing earlier.
Oh yeah, and the soup is one of the best way to replenish your minerals, because you actually get proper salt rather than salt pills or like electrolytes you get in drinks. And so those guys, these kind of minerals will go much faster in your system. And this is courtesy of sorry, I can't remember his name, but essentially the head medical doctor at UTMB Mont Blanc was there at the live with us and shared that knowledge and said the best way to replenish your electrolytes is actually just putting extra salt in your soup or in your whatever solid food that you're eating. And he said this kind of ramen soup is perfect for it.
Yep. Lots of sodium in there, lots of sodium. And he's moving really well. He's moving really strong right now.
Charging up the hill.
Charging up the hill.
I don't know what he had at the end station, but that gave him a hell of a kick.
Must be that ramen. Must be mama. Cup noodles.
Or maybe it was super spicy and he's like, holy crap.
Gigi is actually reaching A5.
Oh, hopefully we can have...
Yeah, right at the same time as Sanjay Sherpa reaching A4. We don't have the visual on A5 right now, but the timing, the live trail timing is actually reporting that GG is actually at A5. We're back at the first lady again. Seems like the ant has not done any damage to her at all. And she's quite close to A4 now. Looking at the vegetation, you can see the ferns around on the ground. This means she's close to the pagoda. It's kind of a very Jurassic-like.
Yes. All right, so on the left side of your screen, you've got Sanjay Sherpa in 7th position, I believe. And it's interesting because it almost looks like he's going downhill, but he's not. And there we get the ambient sound of the start in still another 8 minutes to go. Sophia is getting everybody pumped up. We've got the official there on the stage about to launch the start of the I was going to say fun run. What is the actual term?
It's a warm-up.
The warm-up run. There we go.
They get really warm. They get warmed up pretty quickly, I think. So, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, you can hear the drum beating. The ground is kind of vibrating right now underneath us. It's a victory drum once again to get people pumped up, ready to go running.
Oh, and you are right. Like with this vegetation, the ferns and the mountains in the background, it's very, Jurassic Park-like environment for Oana. Still in the lead of the women's field, and is she in the last? Is that the last climb up to the pagoda?
I think so. Yes.
Or maybe the climb before the dip.
Yeah, before the dip.
Yeah, getting there, and it's good to see her moving and having shaken off all these ants. If you weren't with us earlier, she bumped into an ant nest who was in a leaf. This is something quite common, and Nati had actually guessed what had happened. So she got a fright a little bit, got the pack and the top off, and kind of shook it all out. Hopefully didn't get bitten too much, but Nitty, you were saying that these bites are short-lived, so she could move on, and just with not much more than just a fright, and still run strong in first place, leading the women's field.
She must be close now because of the we can tell from the vegetation she must be close to it's actually the summit of that kind of ridge line, and then she has to leave that A4 and then back on the road and go up to A5, another 450 meter climb waiting after this aid station. You can see the light is fading quickly.
You probably have like an hour and a half left of daylight.
Yep. The full moon is yesterday, so today we're expecting quite a bright moon.
Still,
again.
yeah. Oh, it's always fantastic when you're out there and you barely need your headlamp. It adds to the magic of the night for sure.
Oh, a fantastic view from the top there. But it's also brutal at the same time. She's pacing herself well. Quick
Taking a look
peek,
at yeah, it's like, oh, yeah,
quick
might as
peek.
well.
It's beautiful up there. Looking back, you can see like clouds, breaking the clouds, and you can see the lights shining through. It's pretty spectacular from there.
Yeah, and I agree with Fam. I wish one day I can run a UTMB event like this. Yes, when you look at these images, this is stunning. And as much as the climb looks painful, those views would certainly make up for it. And what a fantastic course in the Inthanon National Park. And also, it's always a bonus, at least in my books, when you get the chance to tag a summit and not any summit. In this case, this is the highest point. And actually, looking at the ferns here, it looks like it's a bit windy, which I'm sure Oana will appreciate as the sun is still beating. And the Sanjay Sherpa on his way up to the summit as well on that long road section. It says probably like 3-4 Ks, something like that. And you were saying that they branch to the left and back. Is that back into a trail?
Yeah, back into a trail. Well, once you hit the summit, you hit the trail again.
But we haven't had any views of that, and we actually missed Gigi at the aid station. We didn't have visual there. We're slowly moving back the field. So we're with Sanjay Sherpa in 7th position.
Actually, they have to backtrack a bit.
Oh, it's an out and back to the summit.
They have to go out to the summit, up the summit, and then backtrack on the same route again. So they might see each other there. Which actually
that would be something. I think Gigi knows that and be like trying to get out of there as fast as possible because it would break Thomas' spirits. I mean, at least it will affect it to do the out and back and be like, shit, I actually have not caught a glimpse of Gigi. It means like he's already out of there. But if these two men actually cross path, that'll be interesting to see, like, get the stinky eye, the eye of tiger, obviously try to look better than you feel. It becomes a mental game at this point.
Yeah, breathing through their nose,
Yeah, it's like, hey, how you doing? Casual run, And there we go. Oana out in the open on that ridge.
I think they're going to go up to the summit, come back down, and go through the quite a sensitive part of the national park where they are not allowed to use the poles, if I'm not mistaken. They're going to go through a very swampy area.
Oh, hopefully we get images of that and a few slippage.
But they have a wooden bridge along there,
so
it's fairly safe. But yeah, there's a wreckage of a helicopter in there. There's a kind of a tragedy a long time ago where the helicopter trying to land near the summit, and of course because of the experience of the pilot has never landed anywhere at this altitude before.
Right.
So I think he kind of misjudged the power that he needs to stay afloat, to stay like hovering. So the helicopter kind of crashed. So there's still wreckage and an old wreckage there. It's kind of a tragedy when they were trying to kind of do a survey and build a road up here. The
So
trail.
they were actually working. It wasn't like tourist or just a scenic tour. They were actually people.
I think it was the Air Force, the Royal Air Force of Thailand.
Right.
Like scouting and looking to build the road.
The road to get to the top.
Yeah, to get to the top. So that was before the road.
Oh wow! And if you hear in the background, that was the start of the warm-up run. It is going mental here. Everything is vibrating. It's crazy. And on the left side of your screen, we've got the aid station, and most likely a run from China, Kwang.
Yeah, we're trying to work out who that is. It's quite a few.
It's Tran Quang from Mute Sports Team.
Yeah, he's from Vietnam.
From Vietnam.
Yeah,
Oh my bad. Terrible.
You see the yellow star on a red background. So he's a top Vietnamese runner right now. Quang Tran, doing really well at the moment. He's 9th.
Yep, still in the top 10, and so far still has his ticket straight to UTMB Mont Blanc to the final. Also looking pretty efficient here at the aid station.
Yep.
He knew what he wanted, filled up his 2 surf flasks already.
Yep,
and then out the aid station, probably will grab a few things on the way.
Yep.
Always take advantage of that.
Yep.
There we go, bananas. Oh, yep. Don't miss out on those special bananas, extra proteins there.
That seems like the usual banana. Yeah, and that's the ramen station, the mama station.
Yep.
So
if you feel like you need electrolytes or a bit of warmth.
Yeah,
it is getting windy here, right?
It is,
see, the flags are waving.
Yeah. So it's getting breezy up there, and because the light's fading fast. Joanna's taking her time. She's on the ridge line now, so she's definitely not far away from the 2 pagodas. It's getting dark pretty quickly for us here. 5:30 around, 5:15. The sun is setting at 5:48.
Oh, wow, and we've got a Vietnamese supporting team here. Yes, sorry, I was wrong indeed. He's from Vietnam, not China. We've corrected that. Thank you, Quang Thang. We looked at indeed, it was not his bib number. That's why I was a bit confused. And yeah, there's a lot of you watching from Vietnam, so welcome Vietnam. Thank you for being here and sharing your feedback in the comments, helping us out to get things right. Luckily, Natty had corrected this when we looked on the rankings. So big shout out to all of you from Vietnam.
Yeah, he's number 1 apparently, the Vietnamese #1 runner, top runner. So representing Vietnam, he's in the top 10 right now.
Allez. Allez. On y va. C'est bien.
All the way to Chamonix Mont Blanc in France, doing a UTMB Mont Blanc. This crazy, legendary loop from Chamonix and then into Switzerland. Actually into Italy first, into Switzerland, and back in France in Chamonix, 167 kilometers around the roof of Europe. And here we're doing 170 kilometers around the roof of Thailand.
We're waiting for the male number 10. We're expecting to see Rod Favard. If Rod coming in at number 10, we are going to have 9 countries represented in the top 10, would you believe? We have 2 from China, 1 from Lithuania, 1 from the GB team, 1 from Italy, 1 from France, 1 from Nepal, 1 from Japan, Takechi Doi, 1 from Vietnam, and 1 from the US.
Yeah, Rob.
That's amazing.
Rod, who was like in the top 3 in the early stages of the race, is now just rounding up the top 10.
Hopefully, we're waiting for him right now to get into A4.
Oh, we've got more doggies. There we go. Hello. waving his tail, super happy to see more runners coming in. Is he going to join? Nope. He's just here to watch, hanging out.
Are you sure that was not Killian? No.
Nah, it looked like a different one. Oh, and we also have the supporting team from Malaysia. Everybody's here. This is awesome. Thank you so much for being here. And let us know also which runner you're supporting. Oh, thank you. We're getting a refill of coffee just to keep up with you. And we actually, on those images of the lead female runner in this 100-mile race, we're going to have a quick commercial break, and then we'll be back with you shortly with all the runners, men's and women's, and most likely to catch Oana go through the pagodas and then the aid station. Stay with us. We'll be back.
Medical.
And we're back, both with this fantastic backdrop with Oana in the lead of the women's field. The Romanian runner currently living in France, and she had come just to punch her ticket to UTMB. So she wanted to be in the top 10, and all of a sudden she realized, oh, I'm leading this race. And at the aid station, looking like a bit of a cramping situation, or just maybe taking the time to regroup. Exactly what's going on here with Rod, our American runner.
He's stretching his
Yeah.
hamstring.
Looks like he's taking a beating. That's 6 hours into the race already.
Yep, Rod made it to, he's now number 10. 10th runner coming through A4.
And it looks like, yep, that lady was here to assist, but apparently they're not allowed in the aid station. And there you go, the bananas you were talking about, like about 2/3 of the length of a normal banana, however, providing for like additional protein, if I got the lesson right.
Less sweet, a lot less sweet, and yeah, a bit more protein.
And work really well on what do you call it, Remy? The
roti.
Roti.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tomorrow we'll try to grab one of those.
So now we have 9 countries represented in the top 10. This is pretty amazing, pretty even field, and the race is wide open too. We have 4 runners already at A5.
Beautiful, and we have so many of you commenting here in the live coverage. Go Quang Tran. And then we got Mars as well, supporting from Borneo, Malaysia, supporting Dave and Milton. Two runners in this 100-mile cook crazy. And then we got a Go Marcel from TTR.
So yeah, Flo would be very happy. Her brother is now not far behind. Well, he actually kept the gap pretty well. So Thomas is now only...
Is that still 12?
Yeah, about 14 minutes.
So potentially an additional
GG.
2 minutes.
On the road, yeah.
Yeah. Where GG was looking really, really strong there.
But which means they probably see each other. Well, they have already gone past each other. And GG probably has already gone down the trail. We're not sure if they've seen each other.
And Liu Canhua, who had passed Francesco on that road section, apparently has gone through the summit. Another 6 minutes behind Thomas.
I think Francesco actually caught up with Liu.
They were together. They were together. Yeah, you're right. They were together like 20 seconds between the two men. Francesco being just 20 seconds back from Liu Canhua. The race is on for the podium, that's for sure. Let's see how Cedric Chavez does. He wasn't looking too fresh at the aid station. Maybe he'll be able to turn that around. And we actually missed. We didn't have images of Xiao Jijiao. We spent a long time with Sanjay Sherpa, who was in 7th place. Sorry. And then Takashi Doi from Japan. I don't think we caught much of him as well. And then Quang Tran from Vietnam, and then Rod, who was still at the aid station when we caught a glimpse of the American runner running up the top 10 in the men's. And in the women's, still, that's an endless climb for Oana. She's getting cheered on by all the photographers. She is on that ridge. We haven't had these images yet because earlier we were watching the runners from the drone. We had aerial shots of that, but now we see it from the ground, and you can see much better these fields of ferns, which are definitely very Jurassic Park-like. And in the background, the beautiful beams of light coming and shining through the valleys. This is quite an epic view right now. And beside Oana, let's see if we've got... Well, no, I guess we won't have any further update in the rankings until these ladies go through the aid station at A4.
Well, we have the ranking is... Well, it's actually the live results coming in for David Simpat of the North Face Adventure team. The Malaysian guy is now moving into 11th, which means the top 11 men right now is being represented by not only 10 countries. 11 guys, 10 countries. And the 11th man now is David Simpat of Malaysia.
And let's say 10 nationalities, because me being French, I want to claim that 2 of them actually live in France.
Oh, okay. Right, okay, you're right there.
And
and
there we go. Here it is.
Yep, here it is. That is lovely. We love to see them in the at the aid station.
He's actually looking pretty fresh right there.
Yes, very. It's not really sweaty, if you can tell. Looks pretty. I met this Satoru Geya from Japan. Looks pretty fresh too. I think he's looking for hot food.
Yeah. Oh wow! And they're streaming in now. There's a lot of men here in this time frame coming in. And there we go. We've got our first female in the head. Don't get fooled. This is not a participant. This is a camera runner who's being shot from the sky through this aerial shot with our drone pilot, who are doing an amazing job at providing us those images. Obviously, now I'm saying this, it's frozen. But yeah, so it'll be another probably 5 to 10 minutes. So she'll get on the ridge, cover, like go down the dip, back up, and then she'll be in the gardens of the pagodas, and then down these long stairs, across the bridge at the bottom of the road, and then up this tunnel to get to the aid station. And it's been confirmed. Stay tuned, because as much as we're seeing a lot of the front lady Oana, as we hit the aid station, we'll have more camera runners waiting for the second and third female runners. This is actually what I have been told, so I'm just passing on the message. Hopefully they will deliver this, because otherwise I'll get shot. But I'm taking the chance here. I wanted to get you excited, because I was inquiring, like, oh, can we see more of the women's field? And they say yes. They are prepared to do that. There we go. Just before dipping into that last descent and back up, as you were mentioning, Nati, in the rhododendrons. And there we go. She's back into running mode, full swing. Oh, and we'll actually get to see what it looks like, what the dip looked like from the ground with our camera runner.
Yeah, that's very steep. See, you can see Oana shuffling. I should say Oana, just shuffling down
and disappearing into that dense forest before popping back. Yeah, on the other side. And at the last aid station, she had 17 minutes on second place. And she's estimated at the next aid station to have a 28-minute lead. So she would technically have increased the gap, but would the episode of the ants and the climb, would have that changed this estimation or not? Will that very shortly, in about 10 minutes, I would say, by the time it takes to go through the gardens and then down the stairs and then back up the other side onto the tunnel and then into the aid station A4.
I think we seem to have lost Jordi Gamito.
He's moving back down the rankings.
Yeah, he's moving down the rankings.
So he's still marked as withdrawn.
Could be true.
That could actually be true for Jordi. That would be sad.
Because he has not reached A4 yet, and we have 19 men reaching A4 already.
Oh yeah,
20.
There was a lot of them, including Kiwi Cameron Kerr. We had a lot of people from New Zealand cheering early on.
So yeah, if you are from New Zealand, Cameron Kerr is in 17th position. Okay, who are we seeing?
And Kwong was asking the question, like, where is the first woman from? Indeed, she's from Romania, but she actually mentioned to one of our camera runners that she's been living in France for the past 5 years, in Montpellier, more precisely, which is in the south of France. Yeah,
so Martin here is claiming that she's representing
France. No. Yeah. Good, but you know, some people come to France to be like in the mountains, in the Alps, but Montpellier is actually not in the mountains at all. So it'd be interesting to see what brought her to Montpellier. What was the reason? And we'll see if we can get a chance at the finish line to interview her. And what is delivered here? Is that ice?
Ice, yes.
Oh wow,
ice, baby.
Keep those runners cool.
Yeah. can't see the bibs really that clearly. Can only guess who's actually at the aid station right now.
Allez, good. C'est bien. Good job.
To the top, I think that's a yellow
pack from Moana. Yes,
running right behind a few. That's not a runner. That's a camera person. Which, yeah, she's.
Oh yeah, she must be out. She must be out. I think camera runner is now spotting the wrong athlete. But to be fair, now with all these runners, it's quite hard to
know who's whom right now.
Yep.
Okay, she's up. Oh, she'll be relieved. She'll get here, and she's still moving really well.
Oh, yeah, she shift gear right there.
Yeah, as soon as she reached the top, she saw the lawn. She started running.
And so there we go on the right side. Even though we can't see quite clearly, we have Gediminas Grenius tackling a long downhill. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's almost 2,000 meters in what 7-8 Ks. It's quite insane the amount of elevation loss that they're going to go through. Quite steep, and as you can see on the images. They have to be weaving through the trees and on that single track that is not clear with a lot of dead leaves on the ground. So you have to, I think it's a really good thing to be able to go through that section during the day so you can actually see better instead of having to look through the beam of your headlamp.
Yeah, I think that's probably part of his, could be part of his plan. I'm not sure. We have to ask him afterwards.
Right.
But, you know, it's definitely the descent of the day, because you're coming down from the highest point of the race to the lowest point of the race.
Oh, there we go.
That's 700 meters above sea level. Not a very...
They picked up the wrong way. The camera runner just led her
she's go down the
around,
path.
but good on her. She caught it and turned around. And there you go, going down the stairs and then onto the road. This is a short downhill section, crossing the bridge, and as you were saying, sharp left. She's looking for the aid station, but it's actually much further down.
Yeah, it's not. Nope. It does look like it, but no.
Let's see if we can. Yeah, she's waving at everyone. This is good. She's in good spirits, but still looking back, making sure she hasn't missed the aid station. She knows it's coming in soon, so looks like she had even started taking off her pack. And there's still a wee way. Trying to relax.
Yeah, anticipating the aid station, getting ready for it.
Tu prends? Je crois que j'ai plus de caméra, moi.
Yeah, the highest point of the race and the lowest point of the race is actually following each other in quick succession.
Yeah. Changed camera runners right there for that last kick up towards the aid station. And yeah, that is quite brutal for the muscles there, because you've been climbing for about 1,500 meters. That's been quite strong. And then you get to the top, you run a little bit, and then you run downhill, and then boom, you got to shift back into uphill mode. That would be quite stressful from a biomechanic perspective.
Yeah, going down a long way, 15 kilometers down, and you lose like almost all you have gained the whole day.
And then with this aerial shot of our first woman going through that tunnel and towards the aid station, she's picking herself up. we don't have the sound. But he's probably wondering what the hell is going on here. Yeah. All right, quick commercial break. We'll be with you right after that to catch up with the one.
Welcome to the amazing new chapters of Thailand, where you discover yourself.
Do you believe in the multiverse?
Multiverse?
Where your love begins again. Where nature is calling you.
Mom, I met a new friend.
Write your new chapter in amazing Thailand.
All right, we got Oana at the aid station. Well, we can't quite see. There you go. Change camera and see how she's refueling. She looked pretty eager to get to that aid station. So she finally made it and is refueling here. Oh, and that man with the white hat is still there. Running together for quite a while, and then she was on her own, and either with her or she caught up with him. But yeah, they were chatting about 3 hours ago, running together.
It's probably Omar from. Did I get that correct?
All right. So I think during the advert section, she must have filled up her bladder in her pack. Because I see the tube coming out, so she must have had like a big like camel pack in her bag, rather than having soft flasks at the front. And then she had at least 2 cups of fluids, whether it was electrolytes or just water, and then she's dropping whatever trash. No need to carry extra weight. So it's good. She's on top of it, taking care of business while she's chewing on that banana.
Yeah, half banana, but that's a normal banana. Yeah.
And there she is. So it's about like a 4 minutes transition. Not bad, not bad. Again,
good pit stop. She always have her trash on the right hand side. Very consistent.
Then it would have been good to see what she had in her cup, whether she was going for Coke.
That looks like Coke, right?
Yeah.
Dark.
And so that is 45 kilometers into the race.
Je vis à Montpellier. Je viens ici de Font-Romeu, alors. D'accord, c'est une grosse différence.
Ah, there you go. We're getting all the nitty-gritty details. So he was, yeah, that is hotter compared to Romania. And she was like, actually, I live in Montpellier, but I'm just coming straight from Font-Romeu. And Font-Romeu, if you're not familiar with this name, it's a little city, actually a resort in the Pyrenees, and it's up high. And this is one of the training camps location where you can go and train at altitude. So she's coming from altitude. So right now, being above 2,000 meters will not be an issue for her. If she spent just over 20 days in Font-Romeu, she will be fully acclimatized. And smart move. It looks like she's put all her chips into that race and prepared accordingly to put all the chances on her side. And it's paying off so far, leading the women's race and still waiting for the second woman to come through the aid station. So as soon as we'll get that, we'll have a split and an idea of how far back and how much of a gap is between first and second woman.
And on the right-hand side here, yes.
Gigi still cruising through that really, essentially the longest descent of the race.
Yeah, of the race. Losing 1,800 meters in 15 kilometers.
Yeah, you might want to take that one easy.
Yeah. You're going to see him going down like this for another hour or so.
That's incredible. Yeah.
That's going to hurt.
Yeah, you got to go easy and
Not trash your
sport. You'll be swearing if you haven't done the job either at the gym or if you haven't done like more than 5,000 meters per week for a while, because that's going to be really unforgiving for the legs, this amount of downhill in one go.
Yeah. Can you imagine 15K? You'll be begging for the hill to stop going down. Can I please go up now, please?
And
ducking.
Yep.
Ducking.
Still dodging
trees.
Not necessarily fallen trees, but kind of
leaning.
Yeah, leaning over the trail.
Right.
And it's good to see Oana actually shifting into running mode.
Who do we have here?
No, that is a runner that was with her at the aid station.
Yeah, Oana has company. I'll work out who this is.
Gigi going right over the creeks. Oh yeah, you were saying that there was a bunch of creeks on that descent, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, and see, you'd be begging for uphill, and there you have it. Get a bit of a kick there.
A bit of a kick. Usually, when you have this really long downhill, that's quite a relief, you know.
It is. It is.
Like,
Yeah, you can relax. The IT bands can get a little bit of a rest. And it reminds you, like, that's also usually a good time to eat or to drink, because you change pace, you're slower. Essentially, you don't need to pay so much attention to your footing and to where you're going, even though here it still looks pretty.
Yeah, it's kind of leafy.
Yeah, with a lots going on.
It's a good idea for him to get out of there before it's getting too dark. That's a smart move. But the pace kind of dictates it too, so you can't move that. Well, you're going to pay for it if you're moving too fast.
That's right.
It's a trade-off, I guess.
And again, fantastic job from our camera runners who are giving us all these images. You see first man on your right, first woman on the left, still a first woman on her way up to the highest point. And look, she's catching up with that male runner, you know. We went past her, and look at this ego-driven push. I can assure you that she will pass him back again.
Yeah.
You want to run your own race when you're on the 100-mile and not like put a surge just because a woman is catching up with you. Look at that. She's consistent, nice and steady, and she'll pass him again. There you go. I knew that story.
We've been there before.
Oh hell yeah! And I don't know, like for me, it's a super cool moment when you know in the we call it getting chicked. Like you get a chick that's passing you. It's super cool. It means like you get a lot of strong female athletes, and if anything, you get a lot of respect and you cheer them on. I think it's a really good thing.
Wow, she's moving well.
Yeah.
Couldn't quite work out who she just overtook, but this is probably Omar.
And they're chatting again, so I think again this is really good energy there. If they can stick together and pull each other, like keep each other's spirits high, and potentially go through the night as well together, that would definitely be helpful because they're going back and forth, but they're still together. And here he is again, putting on a surge. This is awesome.
We'll see how many times he can keep doing this.
There seems to be an issue, so our camera runner will keep filming forward. And she was almost apologetic. He's like, oh, sorry, I got to stop. And he said, hey, no problem. I know what it is. I am a runner as well. I know what it is. Yeah, do what you got to do. And see, again, this means that our camera runners, they are experienced runners, and they're really mindful of what's going on. And we get a smile here. So you said he was from Egypt?
I think so, yeah. Number 87. It's Omar El Savi, keeping our first female runner company.
Yeah.
They were together for a while back, and they keep coming back together. So basically, they're running at their own pace, but they keep coming back.
Oh, and look at Gigi on that kind of traversing trail.
Yeah.
You get the views again. Oh, well, that looks slippery.
Oh, when you see that red and white tape on the left-hand side, it means it's a fairly major drop to the left. You don't want to run there too quickly at night. You definitely want to keep an eye on that.
And it's interesting strategy from Oana to actually pack away her poles on that road section where we saw Gigi and then Thomas and even I think Francesco still using the poles all the way up. There you go. She's putting him away. And we still haven't had a second female going through the aid station, if I'm right. Yeah, she's expected there in 9 minutes. So 4:25. That's gonna be about the same gap.
Yep. So Joanna just give it a big stretch. Give her shoulders a big stretch, and so relaxing her arms now, swinging properly. So that's probably why she's not using the pole.
Wanted to run, not worry about anything, and still eating, chewing on whatever that is. And look at the descent. Look at Gigi just flying through. Looks like a video game almost. Yeah, we're going full screen with that. This is really good. And our camera runner is struggling here.
You can tell he's not going full gas. He's kind of,
But having to deal with aiming right with the camera, looking where your footing is. Just
it's really steep bit there. That's not easy. The ground's kind of really soft, super soft. It's not a well-used trail like before.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So that ground's really soft, right?
Oh, that's not the place where you want to bump into an ant nest. But yeah, that kind of terrain is going to blast your legs. You really have to try to be as smooth as possible. And I was going to say almost use poles, but because you have to go through the trees left and right and weave around it, it's almost difficult. And it would add more stress than anything, having poles.
You could quite easily snap your pole if you
that too. And that would be a bad situation.
This downhill section is pretty brutal too. It's not plain sailing bit. No rest for the wicked. It's hard. Coming down is hard. We've seen it for the first time with the first male runner. Going down this 15K section is not going to be a walk in the park. It looks quite complicated, quite technical.
Wow, and she's still eating. So maybe that's why. Maybe she was running on fumes getting into the aid station. That's why she was so eager to actually get to it. She's eating, drinking.
Yep.
What's going on there?
Egypt. Egypt? Yes. Oh.
There you go. Our happy Egyptian runner. And then back with Gigi. Processing another creek.
Oh, that's South Korean guy running past Oana earlier. That's Jae-duk of South Korea. Thank you, guys. Thank you, girls. Keep them coming. We'd love to hear from you. You know, if it's your friend, if it's your fellow countrymen, countrywomen, we'd love to hear from you. It's good to give them support too.
Absolutely. Yeah, this live is sure the two of us behind the mic, but there's so many of you behind the screen, and you have the possibility to get involved and share some knowledge, even question. We might have answers, and if we don't, well, we'll try to find them, or maybe someone else watching will have the answers. So let's share the knowledge, let's share the experience, share the stoke. Obviously, this is what this live coverage is all about. Like, share the stoke of ultra running, and right now demonstrating quite a strong performance. Gigi Menez-Grenius leading the men's race, and Oana leading the females race, still on her way up to the highest point of the course at 2,565 meters.
And not to be outdone by the rest of the world, Sanya Kanchai representing Thailand is now already at A4. This is the first Thai runner, 26th right now. Not bad.
Not bad.
Not bad. The old guard, the veteran of ultra trail running in Thailand, has been on the scene for a long time. And he's been racing non-stop pretty much every, probably twice a month for the past year or so.
Whoa. Kids, don't try this at home.
But he's been doing this for a long time. Yep. Oh God, he's doing well.
I'm gonna train a Japanese runner here, from 31st, 34th, running potentially all together, which is super cool.
Yep.
If they can run through the night, I'm sure that'll help a lot.
They're kind of 3 minutes from each other. It's 4 of them. Now we know why she's putting her pole away. She needs to replenish her calories.
Yeah, and we've got Al Jungle. Thanks so much for your comment, man. One foot in front of the other. Exactly. And this is a sentence that actually helps a lot of runners, just to, when you're hitting a low point in an ultra, which most likely you always do at some point, and you're like, just 1 foot in front of the other. Just keep going. And for as long as you can put 1 foot in front of the other, the game is not over. You just keep going. As simple as that. 1 foot in front of the other. That's a really good sentence. Thanks for reminding us. And yeah, thanks. Like, it's good to have you here, because essentially, if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be here. So thanks for following. And we'll probably have another 2 hours, if I'm being optimistic, with daylight, where we can keep following these runners. And I'm still blown away by Gigi's pace here on this downhill. He's just consistent, doesn't look like he's hitting the ground too hard, still pretty smooth on his feet.
Very gentle there. You can almost say gingerly coming down.
Yeah, the pole's bouncing a little bit. He's trying to fix them.
But that's definitely the way to come down 15k of kind of technical trail. Look, the trails are really loose. There, cobbing leaves, and they are losing 1800 meters quickly, very quickly.
And that's the thing, you want to get out of this section as fast as possible, and yet you don't want to kind of damage the legs too hard. So it's a fine line between just like trying to go faster while trying to go smooth and kind of roll through that without too much pounding in your legs, because yeah, you would really pay the price, because once you've done some muscle damage. Yep. And so what happened there is just like he was slightly backwards, and this is what you want to do. So usually you get backwards because you get a little tired and you want to kind of release your quads muscle from working so hard. But that's the thing. If you're on your forefoot and you kind of bent over and engaged in a downhill, that will allow you to, again, much more naturally be on your forefoot, which means if you slip, well, you can still land on your heels and catch yourself up. But if you're actually leaning backwards a little bit because you want to relieve your quads, or because you're kind of scared of the descent, then you're on your heels already. And if you slip, well, then you're straight on your bum. So this is something you want to try. It's counterintuitive, but this is the way to go on a descent that is kind of slippery and steep. All right, this is the warm-up run and a short commercial break before we get back